Welcome to another manga recap. All 5 episodes were audio mixed for headphones. Use headphones for a better experience. This is a mashup of the first 5 parts of Ending Maker. You can find all the details about this manga pinned in the comment section. Without further ado, enjoy the video. It was just a normal day. Our main character was enjoying his free time playing some video games. He opens the login screen of his favorite game and starts typing in his account. Connecting to the game. Login successful. Welcome, user Outboxer009. And there it was, the world that he loved the most out of all the games that he ever played. Without even enough time to open his eyes, he can hear a notification sound. Right as he logged in. Seeing that he logged in, multiple players were chatting and were calling him a no-lifer. He promptly answers that this is rich coming from somebody who's rotting away in the same game. Alright then, what should they do today? Before he manages to start his activities, he gets another notification sound. Another player called YellowStorm was talking to him. Was he finally prepared to drop down to the second place on this month? An evil grin appears on his face. Drop on the second place, huh? Okay. It looked like he was thinking that that will never happen, but just in case he was going to check this month's ranking. Legend of Heroes 2. Despite having launched over 10 years ago, it was such a well-made game that there were still a lot of players remaining. It was a system that lets the user select a playable character inside the game's world. And also, the playable character will be nurtured to the user's preference. Furthermore, based on the achievements that you accomplish in game, a ranking occurs each month. Entering the Hall of Fame. It just so happened that that day was today. Upon joining the lobby, he notices that more players were already there waiting. Seeing him approaching, the girls were smiling and waving at him. Player rank 95, romantic head Cordelia Chase. She was instigating them a bit, saying that she wondered if there was going to be an upset this month. Player number 2, YellowStorm, Cordelia Chase player. Oh, okay, so I understand. Basically, they started the game with the same character, but because they were different players, the characters looked the same, but they had like the same starting story, I think. What was she saying? She was going to be rank 1 this time. Even so, Outboxer was as calm as they get. Taking his glasses out, he does, I quote, "the greatest genius pose in the history, blasphemous to the gods themselves." What was she talking about? She was the eternal rank 2 YellowStorm. Hearing that, she gets angry and starts yelling, saying that this time will be different. Of course, he was still laughing at her, saying that he will permit her to dream as much as she wanted. A notification interrupts them, saying that this month's results are coming up. Rank 1, Outboxer009, 23 consecutive months. Rank 2, YellowStorm, 22 consecutive months. Seeing the results, everyone stops talking for a second. Of course, seeing that YellowStorm was as triggered as you could be. Obviously, the chat was flooded with messages with everybody laughing on the situation. YellowStorm was saying that the difference was only 800 points. He already knew that, but how was she not able to raise those 800 points? YellowStorm replies, but she gets chat censored. Extremely severe profanity is restricted. She types another message, but she gets chat restricted again. The other players were losing it seeing that. While she was still angry and flaming, Outboxer says, "I'm going to bed, good night, I hope you dream about me, damn." The other girl was trying to calm her down, saying that she will get chat restricted at this rate. Before finishing her sentence, she notices that both of them were gone. Seeing that, the rest of the lobby was absolutely losing it. Both of them left in the same time. User Kang Jino has entered the plates. User Hong Yue has entered the plates. The silence is interrupted by somebody screaming. A young man was sitting in a chair coughing really bad. Something was very wrong. He couldn't breathe properly and his vision was blurry. It felt like he also had a very high fever. Where was he right now? Trying to get up, he was getting dizzier and dizzier. Even so, he musters the strength to start walking towards the mirror. Just what in the world was going on? Did he catch a cold or something? Without enough time to finish his sentence, he catches a glimpse of his reflection. This was his Legend of Heroes 2 character, a young version of that. Wait, this was a mirror, so that was him. and once again he felt a very strong pain in his head. Dizzier and dizzier, he grabs the table in order to not fall down on the ground. Information was flowing into his head. The plates were the heroes of Legend of Heroes 2 Adventure, a fantasy world where nations wage war with each other's nations. And also, demons and angels descend into the world. It was hard to believe, but it looked like he entered into the game. And what's worse, he was the formal frail Yuder Bale. He was absolutely sure that face definitely belonged to the character that he played as Outboxer 009. He was the second son of the house renowned for their swordsmanship, the Bale House's Yuder Bale. Out of nowhere, he gets interrupted by somebody calling for him. It looked like that person wanted to enter the room. This completely crossed his mind. He forgot that he was actually a young master now. Hearing no response, the maid decides to enter the room. He didn't know what to say. It was a very awkward situation. Seeing that he was actually there, she apologizes for being rude. She assumed that he left the room since there was no response. This girl was Maya, Ruder Bale's personal maid. He tried to keep a calm appearance, but in reality he was brainstorming as hard as he could. He starts thinking about who this girl was, Bale's house blonde maid, and if it was Yuder's Bale's district maid, her name was Maya. Once again, acting normal, he says that it was nothing, so what did she want from him? He had no idea what was going on, but he should try and calm down. She came to find him because the lady whom he had an engagement ceremony has come for a visit. In the Bale house drawing room, it looked like a young girl was sitting in a chair. She was getting more and more annoyed. What was taking so long? Upon hearing a step, she flinches. He had to forget about his fluttering heart. It was important to meet other people to understand the current situation. Seeing him approaching, the girl was closely watching him. He bows down like a gentleman, saying that he is Outboxer. He meant that he was the second son of the Bale house. He raises his head slowly, glancing at the girl, who was in total shock. Both of them understood what was going on in an instant. Both Outerbox 009 and YellowStorm were transported into the game. Of course, upon realizing that, they were in total shock. While they were trying to recover, the maid notices that something looks wrong. It looked like none of them were pleased by having the other one there as well. Wait, did that mean that he was engaged to some bastard that was a man in his previous life? What was he saying? She was originally a girl as well. He looks confused at her. He had no idea. Okay, for now, they just had to calm down. Cordelia Chase would be there because she was engaged with Yuder Bale. So why did YellowStorm come to his mind? Okay, wait, I get it. He doesn't realize that it's YellowStorm yet. They just assumed when seeing each other. Okay, that makes sense. Trying to defuse the situation, he approaches the girl and sits on a chair. The silence was absolutely devastating. The first thing he needed to do was to test her. Without saying anything else, he says the start of her real life name to see her reaction. And indeed, she had a reaction. He could read her like a book. It was such an obvious reaction. There was a lot he wanted to ask, but since there was other people there, they needed to find a place to talk privately. He says cooperation initialization time. Hearing that, it looked like the girl understood. Left of the entrance, column 9 at 9 o'clock. That code was from Legend of Heroes 2. And left to the entrance, column 9 at 9 o'clock meant that he wanted to meet at 12 AM at his house's garden. But the real question now was, did she understand him? Was she really YellowStorm? The girl simply gets up saying, Roger. Turning around, she orders her assistant to go. Obviously, she was confused looking at both of them, but she started following her. Watching her slowly leave, he says that he will wait the day they meet again, Miss Cordelia. His maid was confused as well, just what happened? He replies laughing a bit, saying that it's fine. It was nothing. In reality, he was thinking that he was going to lose his mind. Even the way he talked was the way YellowStorm talked. A little bit later that day, the night covered the city. The sky was clear, the stars were shining, and it looked like this world had 2 moons. This really was the north. It was so chilly despite being summer. Now, the question was, did YellowStorm get there properly? Right as he says that, he manages to spot her. He takes a step towards her direction and calls out her name. She turns around and takes off her cloak. It looked like she also knew who he was. Both of them starts walking to each other. Smiling at her, he asks her if he could say something that he was thinking about that time they met. Laughing a bit, she says that she has an idea of what he was going to ask. The guy slowly raises his hand. Hey, you too? Yep, her as well. Wait, why is the guy behind her? I don't get it. Was she a guy or a girl? And once again, the silence was unbearable. Okay, they had to stop messing around and get to business. When did she wake up? 2 days ago. When she opened her eyes, she was suddenly in the plates. What about him? He thinks it was 2 days ago as well. Why was he so unsure? It couldn't be helped, didn't she know about Udell Bile's constitution? The 9 blocked-in pathways, an illness that arises from an abnormal level of yin-ki. This was a problem that occurs with their blood vessels, which limits one ki's circulation. Their body becomes extremely weak and it becomes impossible for them to use mana. On top of that, it was extremely difficult to get the remedy. Now that he was thinking about it, this was a little unfair. Why did he have to be Udell Bile? Even though he had the talent to overcome the illness. Even so, he was a bit annoyed. It would have been much better if he became a cheat character like Maximilian. He was really sick 2 days ago, saying some weird things while unconscious. Weird things? What do you mean by that? From what he heard from Maya, he asked where he was. So that's why he was so unsure of the last 2 days. In that moment, she had a realization. So basically he was saying that right now he was sick? She came to meet him that day, but why did they have to meet secretly out there? Didn't he know how hard it was for a grown lady to escape without their parents knowing? What, did she expect him to jump a fence or something? He was sick. And also, since when was he a lady? Okay, she looks at him a bit confused. Since she was born? Hearing that, he was absolutely shocked. So, YellowStorm was a girl. Also confused, she asked him, then you were a boy. What does she mean? Of course he was a boy. Then, of course she was a girl. She just didn't say anything since it felt unnecessary. He really had no idea, but he accepts the situation. Also, of course he would be confused if she went around saying Roger. That was a military term. In any case, he asked her to not be mad. There was another reason he told her to come to his house. His father, Count Bale, took his brothers and vassals on an expedition. So the mansion was basically quite empty right now, slimming their chances of getting caught. He did remember sending them off, so he was certain. Wait, this was wrong. What was he talking about? Remembering sending them off. Surprisingly calm, she asks him if he's like that as well. He's become the character from the game he no-lifed for such a long time. First, she felt that they were inside the game, but as it went on, she felt like her previous life was YellowStorm itself. So much that her previous memories and Cordelia's don't feel like they're clashing at all. Calling out Chase's father was even feeling natural. And he also just called Count Bale my father. It was natural and a matter of factly. He realized that she was right. He did. Wait, that meant that they didn't come into the game. This meant that this was now the reality. This was dangerous. If it really is reality, that meant there was no way for them to return. Yep, and it just had to be this world. The truth was that Blades was destined to be destroyed by the great summoning ritual. Why in the world is Udyr from League of Legends in this manga? That is absolutely 100% Udyr. Wait, I'm putting a picture next to this one for you to see the resemblance. What the heck? This is Udyr from League of Legends. Laughing a bit, he says that it's not that bad after all. What? What was he saying? How was he able to laugh right now? It was just that both Udyr and Cornelia were off-meta characters. Though, coincidentally, he was a warrior and she was a magician. Ah, so they will have no problems in splitting items. Bingo! Will you make the party? To think that she will create a party now when she didn't make one in the last 5 years. Yep, I mean, waking up in a game world is absurd enough. But to have to party with the person who is always in the second place, this was such a bad situation. Annoyed, she turns to him saying, "What do you say, punk?" Anyway, considering how things were now, he asks her to cooperate with him. Nah, she was angry. What did he say before? Instead of getting angry, she had to calm down and listen. If this was truly reality, won't they be able to fix his sickness faster than in the game? As long as they obtain an item full of harsh yang energy, they should be able to clear the blocked pathways in one go. She wasn't trying to do everything by herself, right? They were doing a party play, right? Once he was going to get better, he was going to be a great help to her. Did she know that? Still pouting a bit, she says that yeah, she does. But that relies on them finding an item filled with yang energy. There was no such item in the vicinity. Smiling at her, he says no, there is one. They can find it at the Belkin Mountains. What? What was he talking about? The Belkin Mountains. She thinks for a second and then she realizes. Was he talking about the necklace of the sun? Seeing that she started yelling and screaming, he asks her to keep quiet. They were meeting in secret. Realizing how loud she was, she quickly covers her mouth. Was he insane? The necklace of the sun was an item dropped by Lace Gang. How could low levels like them kill him? Lace Gang was a mid-game boss. Both of them were level 1. Even so, he has been brainstorming and he has a solution. She was absolutely shocked. So he was saying that he found a way to beat a mid-game boss while being level 1? Yup, he did. So why don't they go on a date? Her reaction is priceless. What? Well, he was saying, why don't they ride a carriage and go on a date? Oh damn, look at this. This is drawn so nicely, holy. 2 black horses were dragging along a beautiful carriage. She steps on a ladder, slowly getting out. They do their best to make small talk, talking about weather and how beautiful it was. Seeing the beautiful flowers, it was quite worth riding the carriage out here. Since their caretakers were basically observing them, they were playing their roles. He was saying that their beauty pales in comparison to Miss Cordelia's. On the other hand, she was like, what the fuck are you... Okay, I'm not saying that. She tells him that she really doesn't like him to tease her so much. He promptly interrupts her, saying that the view over there looks great. Would you like to go there with me? After that, they slowly start walking towards the direction and end up almost running away. Cordia is like, fuck, I really can't do this. He really didn't care if she cursed, just she had to make sure that the others couldn't hear her. Also, they had to make sure to not walk fast, they might notice that they were trying to get further away. He was already nagging, forget about that, she wanted to hear the details regarding that plan of his. How could level 1s capture Lace Gang and receive the Necklace of the Sun? The Necklace of the Sun. This was an item that could suppress the powers of evil. It was dropped by Lace Gang of the Red Moon. Lace Gang was a powerful monster that appeared in the later half of Legends of Heroes 2. He was sealed in the Sun God's temple located in the middle of the Belkine Mountains. He never said anything about capturing him. What? Then what were they going to do? No reason to sweat over the details, he had his ways, so did she bring the stuff he asked for? Of course, he had a tough time since she hid them under the dress. Laughing a bit, he says as expected from his YellowStorm. Obviously triggered, she says that she doesn't remember becoming his YellowStorm. Just stop saying disgusting things. So, how are they going to do this? Pointing towards a random direction, he says that it's simple. Did she see that cliff over there? He checked it on his way there and that area matches the area in the game. Once they go to that area, she will carry him and jump off. She looked a bit confused. The Sun God's temple shows up if they just wrap around this flower bed and go down. Why do they have to jump off the cliff? He realized what was going on. Did she ever gone through the west path in the game? It was a shortcut. Hearing that, she was absolutely shocked. All blustered, she turns around saying that she knew that she was just testing him. But from her facial expression, it was more than obvious. They could have taken the long way just like she said, but they couldn't drag those two along with them. That way, both Maya and Dahlia, both whom cannot use magic, will have a difficult time following. However, it was dangerous, so they had to leave some insurance. Insurance? What did he mean by that? But first, he wanted her to promise that she will listen the whole plan without cursing. No hitting either. After a second of silence, she says, fine, now out with it. And once again, still a bit scared, he says, don't forget, you promised. He gets closer to her ear and tells her that after jumping off, using the fact that they were engaged, yup, she started screaming. She basically bolts back blushing. What was he saying? Was he crazy? Well, if she didn't like his plan, did she have another plan? One that works? It looked like Maya and Dahlia were beginning to notice that something was up. Pulling on her head, really annoyed, she takes a second to think. After a while, she gives up. She was going to do what he suggested. Without further ado, they grab each other's hand and they just jump. Seeing what happened, of course, both of them started to panic. Even so, it was way too late to stop them. They were already on the edge of the cliff. While using magic to descend the hill, she was holding him in her arms. After they managed to land on the ground, they can hear their attendances calling out for them. What on earth were they doing? They better back up quickly, it was very dangerous. This was the part of the plan that she didn't like. After breathing in, she yells that she wants to spend some time alone with Sir Yuder. He won't do anything inappropriate, he was a gentleman after all. They were going to be back before dinner, so they had nothing to worry about. Dahlia was still concerned. When did she get so close to Sir Yuder? In any case, she shouldn't distance herself so far from her escorts, it was dangerous. Before she manages to finish her sentence, she gets interrupted by his maid. She said that she could also vouch for young master's gentleman demeanor. Even more annoying, she screams that that was not the problem at hand, wasn't it? This was their chance to scram. Before the escorts realized, they were already gone. She was absolutely annoyed. Why did she have to say that? She also had to carry him off the cliff and she was the one who made the excuse for it. Why was he shoving all the embarrassing stuff on her? He calmly tells her to stop being difficult. He has the 9 blocked-in pathways, you know? How was he supposed to carry her with those thin, frail arms? And it was not like she was the only one who had done something embarrassing. He did one thing as well. He sent that letter requesting the date. No, scratch that. It was not a date. It was a carriage ride to the flowers fields. Maya was right next to him and watched him ride the entire thing. She even suggested that he would change the opening line to Miss Cordelia, who I dearly long for. Maya's hobby was reading romance novels. Well, it wasn't too bad considering that she just had to shout that in front of those two. Even more annoyed, she asks him if he wants to die. Anyways, they should start walking. He was going to lead. That was the intention, but after a while, he was knocked down. What was going on? She thought that he was going to take the lead. Was he alright? He was definitely not okay. The 9 blocked-in pathways were killing him. He was really frail. Out of nowhere, he asks her if she could carry him. Seeing that she wasn't really convinced, he asks her once again to carry him. They had to get there in time. She understood, but he had to stop saying stuff like that. He was raising her dead flags. Now that they were there, it looked exactly like what they saw in the game. She was exhausted. Were they going in the right direction? She gets no response. It felt like she was carrying a corpse. After a while, she realized that she had nothing to worry about. Finally, she was able to see the Temple of the Sun God. In the game, Lei's gang of the Crimson Moon was sealed here after fighting the Sun Paladin. So, this is what it felt like. She could tell immediately. She could tell what? Was she sensing something? There was a dialogue every time when you enter the Temple of the Sun God. What? The one that was like, you can feel the divine power of the Sun God? Yep. That one. It was just text in the game, but she could experience the feeling herself. She felt like her heart was being cleansed. Seeing how beautiful she looked, his heart skipped a bit. After a second, he realizes that he showed weakness. He was actually charmed for a second. Luckily for him, YellowStorm didn't notice. He had to calm down. Cordelia was supposed to have a very beautiful appearance. That was probably what made his heart flutter. He really hoped that it was not because YellowStorm herself. After recovering a bit, he kept following her. She was absolutely amazed, saying that it's just like the game, the entire room was built to contain Lei's gang. So, they're gonna face off against a demon who required this amount of effort to sail. Was he really sure that there was a way to beat it? Yep, he was absolutely sure. Could she hand over the stuff she prepared? Once again, saying Roger, she lifts up her skirt getting ready to take the items out. Obviously, she turns towards him telling him to look in another direction. If he was going to turn around before she says so, he was dead. She brought so many items, potions, quills, papers. Seeing that, he started laughing at her a bit, saying that whoa, you hid all that under your skirt? Obviously, she was a bit annoyed, saying that he's the sort of field who doesn't know the meaning of the word gratitude. Well, she was right. If it was just him, he would have hit a roadblock right now trying to make that potion. It was a good thing that the Chase household was known for its proficiency in magic. She was gloating in the compliments. After that, he got ready to start working. Smiling, he says that now it was his time to show off his skills. Watching him, she realized that he was drawing the Valestin's magic circle. Valestin's magic circle, the greatest work of a barrier master Valestin, who would have made a name for themselves in the second half of the Legend of Heroes. It had the risk of not being able to bind the demon it had bound before. And having a 3-minute time limit, it was also called Cup Ramen's magic circle. But as its strength scaled with the demon strength, it was a very powerful demon confinement magic circle. This was insane. How did he completely memorize that complicated thing? Teasing her a bit, he's like, okay, now it's your turn. Huh? Her? He was asking just in case, but she knew what that was, right? Annoyed, she yells at him saying that of course she does. Is that so? Then can she draw it as well? A bit flustered and scared, she's like, of course I know, who do you think I am? Outboxer was doing his best to hold his laugh. It was so obvious with how bad she was at lying. As she knew, because of his illness, he couldn't activate the magic circle. She had to do the activation herself. Of course, since she was only level 1, she wouldn't have the magic power to hold onto Li Zhang for 3 minutes. For the power, they will use the magic that's flowing through the seal on the Sound's god Solari. Meaning, they will use the power of the temple that sealed Li Zhang away and call upon the sealed one's real body for just a moment. She knew what she had to do. 1 drop of blood should be enough, right? Yup, that should be enough to activate it, so she had no reason to wound herself too much. Damn, look at her, she's a baddie. She doesn't even flinch and cuts her finger. With blood dripping out, she says magical circle activate. In that moment, the magical circle starts shining in a very bright red color. The moment the magical circle activated, the temple started to shake. She was already able to feel the sharp increase in mana density. The seal of Solari was going to break. Out of nowhere, a dark red color appeared flowing into the sky with chains coming out of it. Slowly but surely, a demon appeared out of the portal. He had chains all over his body. The demon was almost as tall as the ceiling. Valestin's magical circle activated properly. Li Zhang was chained up. It was a success. However, he was feeling like he was getting crushed under the pressure. A bit concerned, he turns towards Cordelia to see if she was alright. She was absolutely ecstatic. He attempts to talk with her, but she was way too hyped for that. She points towards the item on his hips. That was the necklace of the sun. Outboxer was absolutely livid. This girl was actually only thinking about getting the loot in this situation. She's shown absolutely no sign of being afraid. I'm telling you, she's a baddie. As happy as a child, she says that they got a hurry while it's still sleeping. With Cornelius' wand in his hand, he slowly approaches the demon and tries to basically steal the necklace. While she was cheering him from behind, she says, "Alright, I nearly got it." The demon opens its eyes. He was awake and was closely watching them. Seeing that, there was a moment of silence for all 3 of them. They got caught, they had to run. Realizing what was going on, the demon was as angry as you'd expect him to be. Screaming as hard as he could, he was saying that they were just some blasted insects. Outboxer falls onto the ground since he was still sick. The demon was still sealed, but he had this much power. He couldn't even put strength into his legs, he couldn't get up. This was a very frightening situation. At least for him. YellowStorm turns towards the demon, screaming at him, telling him to don't fuck around, he was chained. Even more, she starts casting magic missile and hits the demon. Outboxer didn't know what to say. What was she doing? Was she insane? Why did she provoke it? Tululum, level up. Seeing that, he stops for a second. What just happened? That was a level up effect, right? No way. Originally, Liz Gang was a powerful demon that you'd face in the second half of the game. If it was like the original, it would be a powerful boss mob that they wouldn't even be able to attack. But this became possible using the shortcut called Velestin's Magic Circle. Just doing 1 damage gave enough combat experience to level up. In that moment, both of them started calculating the experience gain using their gamer brains. An evil grin appeared on both of their faces. It was more than obvious what they had to do. She keeps casting magical missile over and over and over while the demon can't even fight back. Since she was level 1 and she didn't really have a lot of spells, she was basically spamming magic missile. Of course, she was more than happy, she was leveling up so much. Initially, she planned to dash after grabbing the item, but this was really lucky. Outboxer was still shocked. This punk. She was hitting all of the parts besides the steel chains holding them down. What kind of accuracy was that? Obviously, the demon was getting angrier and angrier. These weaklings, how dare they do this to him? Seeing what was going on, Outboxer decided that he will also level up. He was one with the blessing of the great sun Solari. Raising the necklace, he starts chanting, and I think he's trying to activate some kind of power. Because of the 9 blocked in pathways, he couldn't use magic like Cordelia. And because of the blocked key circuits, he couldn't use martial arts, so he will fight by being overgeared. He hits the demon, but it's more like a boop. He boops the demon for 1 damage. Even so, that 1 damage was more than enough to level him up. It's close to say that the demon hated them very much. YellowStorm was absolutely amazed that he managed to learn the prayer of the sun god. Velestin's magical circle can only be used once, so this was their only chance to do this. This was the only time they could abuse this, and they only had 1 minute left. For the remaining time, they kept spamming magic missile and blessing of the sun god Solari. After 1 minute, their time was up. He memorized their faces. He engraved their souls into his mind. On the day he's freed, he'll make them feel pain, immeasurable pain. He gets interrupted by Cordelia shooting 1 more shot. Even more annoyed, he tells them to listen. They were just some extras. He will definitely be seeing them again. Totally unfazed, they're like, yep, let's meet again on Act 7. It was fun meeting him and they'll meet again soon. They were absolutely unfazed. No trace of fear on their faces. After that exchange, the portal closed and the demon was gone once again. She exhales, absolutely satisfied. She already knew it, but he really was insane. She was not of the right mind either, plus she attacked first. So, was his 9 blocked in pathways getting better? Well, the extreme energies that were blocking all his pathways, he will have to melt them slowly with the power of the sun. So, long story short, it will take some time. Got it. Even so, they leveled up a bunch and obtained the items, so they should go back now. Leaning onto her, he says, yeah, let's go. A bit annoyed, she asks him what was he doing, does he want to get hit? He just wanted her to support him a bit, that was all. His legs were shaking, so it was really hard to walk. Smiling a bit, in the end she accepts. Overall, this was better than asking her to piggyback right back. On that night, when Yuder and Cornelia got back home, they received a sentence of 10 days of house arrest. Even so, now they had an extra item. Some days later, he was resting inside his mansion. He was lying in bed absolutely exhausted, all his body was in pain. His body was so stiff he was dying. To think that running 10 laps around the training ground would be this tiring. Even so, his body was definitely improving due to the necklace of the sun. If that world was truly reality, their ultimate goal was survival. Blades is destined to be destroyed by the Great Summoning Ritual. Stopping the Great Summoning Ritual was their goal. But in order to achieve such a grand goal, a weakling who can barely run 10 laps around the training ground and a 1-star magicians are sorely lacking. Yep, no matter how much of a hurry they're in, now it was the time to hone the basics. Of course, he was not alone. He had Cordelia. Since it's been a week since retrieving the necklace of the sun, their house arrest ended in 3 days. He needed to slowly get ready for what was next. It was clear that Maya will be happy. In that moment, YellowStorm got a very bad shiver. What was that? That was a very bad feeling. If you go till this part, thank you, you're awesome. Question of the day. To be honest, my most burning question is, will they get together or not? Place your bets. Quick plug, now we have a Twitter page for anyone who wants updates for future videos. And also, for those who would like to support the channel, I also opened the Patreon page, so feel free to join there as well. And I'm done. Back to the video. She basically felt that Outboxer Punk was scheming something. This is how she was seeing him. In that moment, she gets interrupted by somebody knocking on her door. Obviously, she tells the person to come in. Her assistant was as happy as they get. She received a love letter from young Master Yuder. Receiving it, she was getting ready to read some cringe. Why was she that excited? Well, this was great news. She lost her appetite the past few days because of her worry over young Master Yuder. But this letter should lessen her worries. What does she mean? She was totally eating a lot. She ate so much she gained 1 whole kilogram. Also, she apologizes for getting upset last time during the last picnic. When she saw her hold young Master Yuder and jump off that Belkine mountain, she thought it was a very dangerous thing to do. She was there, but she couldn't protect her at all. However, she understood later on. She understood that young Miss had found someone that she could truly be with. That day, Maya taught her something big. It looks like Maya corrupted her. Just what the hell did that maid say? After that, she hands her the letter. She better read it quickly and get rid of it. To Miss Cordelia, who I truly long for. That was a critical hit for her. She hated every single letter of it. There must be some kind of hidden joke that can only be read by reading the first letter of each line, right? She was absolutely sure that he was just pulling a prank, but in that moment she saw it. Only the final sentence was written in Korean. It was an invitation to the temple of Varuna. Varuna, the god of the hidden evil. The guardian and protector that presides over secrets. In the temples of Varuna built all over the continent, not just in one kingdom, exists a place to not only share one's personal little secrets, but also a place where you can share state secrets. The absolutely perfect, flawless confessional. Was there something in there? She was sure that he was not trying to confess his sins of making fun of her. Well, if it was Outerbox 009, he wouldn't ask to meet up for nothing. She tells Dahlia that she wants to meet him at the temple of Varuna 2 days from then. Hearing that, she was absolutely ecstatic, requesting a date the day they are no longer forbidden from going out. It looked like young Master Yuder also really wanted to see her. Okay, listen, side note. I don't know if it's annoying for you guys when you're listening to this, if I laugh so much, but I'm reading the manga as I narrate, so I'm actually reading this for the first time. And if it's annoying, I'll try to tone it down a bit from the next episodes. Anyway, she will go to the temple of Varuna in 2 days. Giving her the thumbs up, she says that this time she will probably make time for just the 2 of them. While thanking her, YellowStorm was dead inside. 2 days later. Once again, a carriage was going through the city. After a while, they arrive at the temple. She tells her to enjoy her trip. She was planning to stay around there so the 2 of them could have some cozy time together. Still a bit dead inside, she says, yeah, thanks a lot. This was not a date, it was just a 2-person quest. This was just a 2-person quest. She takes the stairs and arrives at the temple and starts looking around to find Outboxer. From inside, she hears a voice telling her to come in. He waves at her, a little bit surprised that she came on time. Oh wait, I think I get it. They're using just YE from YellowStorm and O from Outboxer. They are basically having code names, like the start of their original in-game nicknames. How did he borrow the temple's confessional? Did he get a hold of their weakness or something? Weakness? People would misunderstand if they heard what she just said. Money. It was money. He was the son of a real earl, remember? If his father would hear their 17 years old young master saying something like that, they would be really shocked, dude. They still haven't returned from the expedition, so she had nothing to worry about. Anyway, why did he call her there? There was nothing there. What, did she really think that he would write that letter if he didn't have a reason? He called her there because there was a hidden event. Hearing that, she had absolutely no clue of what he was talking about. What was he saying? There was nothing written about the Temple of Varuna on the forum. Of course there was nothing written there, he was the only one that knows it. He can't upload every hidden event's information when he struggles so much to find it, right? Hearing that, she goes absolutely berserk. Wait a second, he doesn't upload all his strategies to the forum? Of course he uploads them, but only the ones that others know. What, did she upload everything? There was a moment of silence. Even me as a gamer, I know that it's bad. Like if you are competitive, especially if you're rank 1 or 2, you don't upload everything. You keep secrets to yourself. Realizing this, she goes absolutely crazy. She knew that it was strange. There was a reason why she couldn't catch up to him no matter how hard she hunted. I mean, he didn't expect her to naively show everything off. Anyway, so what was it? What was the hidden event? She didn't call her over there to help him with something that will only benefit him, right? It isn't like the necklace of the sun, right? Look at her saying that, but she was so happy when she leveled up by hitting Li's gang though. There was something for him and there was also something for her. Deep in the temple's library, there was a hidden dungeon book. A dungeon book was a book that transfers the person who opened the book into a dungeon. There are times when the dungeon they are transported to is in a simulated space, but there are also times when the dungeon they are transported to is a real place. The reward for clearing the dungeon is a skill book that can teach a martial arts skill and a magic skill. The martial arts skill is a footwork skill, but he did not beat the dungeon yet with a magician. So he didn't know what skill book she will get. Wait, he didn't beat it yet. Then that means... Indeed, it meant that she will become the first person to clear the Temple of Varuna simulated dungeon as a magician. The first. She was going to be the first. Hearing that, it looked like she was in love. As a gamer myself, I can vouch that it would be amazing to know that you are the only one who has a skill in a game. Hearing that, she was ready to go. So where was that dungeon book? The temple library? Nope. To her right. He already got it before she arrived there. After saying that, he gently points towards the book that was laying right next to them. As expected from Outboxer. Then, should they go right now? Seeing how excited she was, he agrees. It was time to enter. Back outside, Maya saw a strange light coming from the door, but she didn't question it. The book activated and both of them got transported into the dungeon. The only evidence left was a faint trail of magic coming from the book. Dungeon Book of the Temple Varuna. You are entering the simulated dungeon. YellowStorm was feeling sick. She was not alright, and why was he fine and dandy? It was pissing her off. How should you know? She was basically having teleportation sickness. After a while, she finally felt alive again. So, this was inside the dungeon book of the Temple Varuna, right? Yep, and it looks identical to the game. Since this was a simulated dungeon, when you die you just get sent out of the book. Reassuring, right? She got triggered. She was the second in the servers. She was going to clear it on her first attempt, so stop saying such disheartening things. Also, if you get hit, the pain is still the same, so what did he mean by reassuring? Well, they could get real life experience without having to worry for their lives, so that was a total win. Since he was so sure about this, was it safe to assume that his 9 blocked in pathways are getting better? Well, yes, although only by a bit. Also, she was there, so he had nothing to worry about. Hearing him say that, she instantly realized that he was plotting something. What does he mean? Why would he mention her all of a sudden? He meant exactly what he just said. He, rather than hunting, tends to look into people, events and items. He tends to dig into all variables in the game and obtain achievements. He was the planning type. On the other hand, she was the battle queen who achieves points through raw damage. If you only consider the number of monsters hunted, then YellowStorm doubles Outboxer's numbers, since he brought the dungeon book, which only he knew about, to the table. He was suggesting that she will carry him when it will come to the fighting aspect of that dungeon. So he was saying that since he called her there for battle, he will just ride along. Well, that was fine by her because this time she was feeling confident because of what she brought. She tells him to turn around for a moment to take more items out of her skirt. Ta-da! Magic stones. When they were against Li's gang, she could only attack with magic missiles, but this time it was different. When he called her over, she thought that something was definitely going to happen, so she hid these in her dress. They were not just normal magic stones, they were made by her father, one of the 4th Great Northern Powers. Also, the founder of the famous magician household, the Chase family. Laughing at her a bit, he says, "Whoa, I feel so secure. This should be one of Cordelia's trump cards." She was gloating. Seeing how she was showing off everything from the very beginning, she was the very same YellowStorm from the Legends of Heroes forum. Yep, the magical stones were amazing, but he had a trick up his sleeve as well. Pulling out about 50 different scrolls and magical circles, he's like, "I'll give you this." They were 1-star magic circles. Also, it looked like they were lightning attribute. Basic magic scrolls, 1 star. Papers that can activate magic without chanting, dare to use. He can't just do nothing while hiding behind her. So he made magic scrolls with various attributes all usable at her level. Wait a second, made? That was insane. Then that means he memorized all of those. Realizing that she was impressed, he's like, "What's up? Aren't you also able to draw magic circles at this level?" She turns around flustered and says, "Of course I can." Just looking at how flustered she was, he was having so much fun teasing her. Anyway, could she inject some magic power into them? In that state, they are just scraps of paper. Her magical power? Wait, before that, what did he mean by from behind? Was he telling her that a magician should stand in the front line? Well, about that. Unfortunately, he happens to be someone who can't use mana because the blocked 9 in pathways. That damn curse, did he lose the necklace of the sun before he could use it for all 10 days? Well, he told her that it doesn't heal instantly. He even brought these mana potions and some armor for her. He was planning to use her as a magic power shuttle from the start. Also, damn those stupid mana potions. In the game, she could knock them back to back like crazy, but in real life, she was feeling bloated. But was she sure that she doesn't need to wear any armor? Well, her current outfit was already at her weight limit. If she added the weight of the armor, she wouldn't be able to move freely. Yep, he already knew that. Now that he was looking at her, he was wondering if she was nervous. This should be her first real-life experience. Li's gang was tied up, so calling it real-life experience is a bit too much. At that time, they weren't in the right state of mind because they were too busy leveling up. He decided that he should tease her a bit to relieve some tension. Before he had enough time to do that, they could hear a sound coming from in front of them. Right there, when she cuts to the left, they'll pop out right away, so she should be prepared. Indeed, she was a bit anxious but was doing her best to hide it. Of course, he notices that her face was stiff. He was a bit worried, but it'll be okay since he will be supporting her from behind. He was sure that the attribute of the first goblins that appeared there was dark attribute, so instantly he rips out one of the light attribute pergaments. He goes, "Go, YellowStorm, I choose you." He looks like Ash from Pokemon. Wait, she's Pikachu, look at her, she's Pikachu, that is so awesome. Wait, there's more, and she's like, Storm. That's her name. The moment she attacks them, she starts casting magic missile. And not just one, 5 continuous strikes in the same time. Reinforcements will be heading over there from the next block after hearing that noise. This time they're going to be earth attributes. He was providing very useful information. They had no reason to rush, it was not time yet, they will have to get closer. For now, the dungeon looked empty. The best timing was the moment that the enemy was getting into her line of sight. And that moment was right now. This time she cast a new spell, Slip and Fall Grease. Followed by, she gets interrupted. Followed by Bind, right? He rips the scrolls and the goblins instantly get binded. After making them fall over, linking it with binding magic was her speciality. Here, mana potion. A bit annoyed, she takes the mana potion, staring daggers at him. When she was done drinking that, they had to regroup. Unlike that time with the Liz gang, these low-level monsters need to be exterminated for experience to flow in. YellowStorm agreed. She really wished she had a 2x XP potion before killing them. Varuna simulated dungeon 5 hours later. She was exhausted. When she was playing the game, all she had to do was click a ton, but when it was real life, her legs would hurt like hell. He thought that he heard a similar line before. Yup, it was with the mana potions. He asks her if she was tired. They might be resting along the way, but a lot of the time has passed. Since it was her first time training in real life, it might be overwhelming. She looks at him a bit surprised. Was he actually concerned? Then she decides that this was annoying. Because the first real life training is like that, is he asking her this while already knowing it's tough? Well, in the first place, coming that far at that level was already a miracle. The monster levels were higher and they have several attributes. So the dungeon difficulty should be fucking hard. But the hunting was easy, so what was there to cry about? Uder Bale brand Dungeon Book of the Temple Varuna map. Dungeon Book, main monsters, 10 years of color view series 1, goblins, dark attribute, fire attribute, water attribute and earth attribute. His knowledge of monsters' weakness and attributes as well as the knowledge of the terrain was perfect. Not only the dungeon strategy but the magic spell support was also toughed out. He perfectly considered and prepared what would be necessary and when. This punk, did he also play support character often? Or, as annoying as it may be, do you need to be that good to be rank 1? He noticed that her expression suggests that she has a lot of complaints. But if she voiced them out, it would point out her flaws, so she seems to hold them back. He could tell just from her face, so it was really funny for him. Anyway, should they continue or rest a bit? It was fine, her feet were hurting because she walked a lot. Also, she was feeling bloated because she's been drinking too many mana potions. Also, she was being fucking angry because his level was higher than hers, since obviously he kept getting the last hits. Besides that, she was doing fine. Obviously teasing her, he's like, oh no, this isn't good. It was always like this, but to be the second place again, she must be very upset. And indeed, she was. Other than that, was she doing alright? Yes. Still laughing at her, he says then let's go to the boss room. She tells him to stop laughing, he was just an evil bastard, he should prepare himself. Anyway, they've been in that dungeon for a while now. How much time has passed in reality? She doubted that the exact same 5 hours have passed out since they're still there. He thinks for a while and says 20 minutes in the Temple of Varuna's dungeon book is 1 minute in outside, so about 20 minutes, why? Well, a lot of time has passed. Dahlia said that she would come for her in 30 minutes. Will they be fine? Well, that was something they didn't need to worry about because they arrived in the boss room. A large double door was in front of them. She was feeling a bit intimidated. It was practically advertising that the boss was behind that wall. And she was absolutely right, it looked like the boss room, it was a furry wolf. There were an endless number of goblins, but the boss is a furry wolf? And the furry wolf has a lightning attribute, so monster with a new attribute is coming out again. He starts clapping, as expected from his YellowStorm the no life. Not only does it have the lightning attribute, it's also fast. So this time they will both have to move continuously. And also one more thing. She turns around annoyed to him. What was it this time? Before he gives her the signal, don't attack, just focus on dodging. She was really hoping that he was not planning to steal the last hit again. He laughs it off saying, what kind of person do you think I am? He proudly says that he can't do that against a boss monster that they might or not be able to kill. She knew it, he was trying to steal the last hits on those goblins on purpose, right? So, what was it? Was this different from a normal furry wolf? There must be a reason why he was telling her to wait, right? Without saying anything, he takes out even more pergaments. It was nothing like that, it's just that there's something they needed to prepare beforehand. Without further ado, they enter the boss room. Furry wolf, level 17, electric type. The wolf was looking at him, and she noticed it as well, laughing at him, saying that hey, it's looking at you. It looked like it was planning to attack him first. After 1 second, the wolf starts walking towards them. Both of them noticed it and got ready to dodge, knowing that it was not going to just slowly walk to them. As expected, the wolf jumps into the air with his claws out, getting ready to kill him. Just in the nick of time, he manages to barely dodge the attack. After dodging, he calls out for YellowStorm, who was already getting ready to attack. He was already aware of the fact that wolf-type monsters are idiots who could only attack in a straight line. After the wolf attacked, YellowStorm ripped out one of the pergaments binding the monster, and her trademark follow-up, grease on the floor. As expected, the wolf falls onto the ground. The furry wolf's quick movements were their biggest concern while fighting it. But it also has a weakness: it's extremely easy to predict its attack patterns. So if they are able to restrain its legs, it should be easy to kill him, but even when she used that item, because of the difference in levels, the time that the furry wolf is bound was too short. It becomes more disadvantage for them the longer they drag it out, so she calls out for Outboxer. He needed to finish that preparation work really quick. It looked like he was ready. Then from this point on, he will begin his preparations. After ripping one of the scrolls, he hits the boss with a lightning spell. She got really pissed. Why the hell was he attacking after telling her not to? But after thinking for a second, she realized something was wrong. He was using lightning? In that moment, the monster broke the chains. It was heading her way. Since the monster's attack were in one direction, she manages to easily dodge it. This was strange. She was sure that he was attacking it continuously. But for some reason, the monster looked like it didn't take a single bit of damage. Furthermore, she had a feeling that something didn't match up. Outboxer gets up saying that it's still lacking and calls out for Cordelia. He tells her to use some water attribute magic. A second later, she takes out a blue magical stone and casts a water pole. After that, another lightning is cast. As expected, the combination of those two works better. Now they just had to do a little bit more. YellowStorm was thinking to herself, maybe it was just because she got irritated, but watching he get all excited by himself was annoying. And the cherry on top, one more lightning. She was still very uneasy. She had a very ominous feeling. Something was wrong. Also, she couldn't help but not imagine that Imagine Dragons song playing in her ears. What was it? Was it related to that song? What about thunder? Why thunder? Feel the thunder. And what does it have to do with the feeling of something not matching up? In that moment, she remembered the wolf had a lightning attribute. It was more than obvious. How did she not realize this before? Wait a fucking minute. They've been hitting the lightning attribute furry wolf with lightning. She quickly turns towards Outboxer, but then she realizes no matter how many times they hit a lightning attribute monster with lightning attribute spells, it looked like a horn appeared on the forehead of the monster. It gets up in range and screams as loud as it could. The only thing a lightning spell would do in this situation would just become fuel to make the monster more powerful. Bingo! It properly awakened. Outboxer was proud of herself, but YellowStorm was pissed. She turns towards him really angry. He was a piece of shit. The thing he had to prepare was straightening the boss? Well, defeating the awakened wolf is the required hidden condition to obtain the B rank skill book. Then he should have just told her. Laughing at her, he says, well, that wouldn't be fun. But then he realized he was way too honest. YellowStorm was absolutely pissed. Smiling at her, he gives her even more magical circles. They should just quickly get rid of this guy and take their B rank spell. While still looking at him, she breaks one of the scrolls. Behind her, an explosion appeared, hitting the wolf right head on. She looks at him with that look saying, I will kill you. Seeing her, he says, okay, I will tell you next time. But she still hated him. They were in a bit of a pickle, so he was going to let her finish cursing at him later. But for now, the boss was coming. But because the attack trajectory was so simple, as long as they get the timing right, they can dodge it. Right as they think that, the monster starts dashing towards them. Furry wolf and other wolf race monsters have a common trait: powerful length trait and a linear attack pattern that uses the charge like a bullet. So regardless of levels, as long as you have good controls, this monster is a pushover. But game and reality are two different things. Right after the monster finished its charge, he got ready for another one. Since she didn't expect this, Cordelia barely managed to dodge this. It changed directions by using the pillar as a launch pad. Its combat pattern must have changed because it ranked up. It was going to take a follow-up attack by switching directions of its charge. So which way was it going to jump this time? She may be able to follow its attack with her eyes, but there was no guarantee that she will be able to dodge it again. The wolf was getting ready to attack. In that moment, it looked like Outboxer noticed something. He turns around and starts walking in that direction. Out of nowhere, she can hear him falling onto the ground. He was laying down and all the magical scrolls were scattered. This really concerned her since she understood what was going on. This was really bad timing. Outboxer tripped on a rock and was not able to get up in time. The wolf noticed that immediately and started dashing towards him. It instantly bounces about 3 times on pillars and was getting ready to kill him. Why now of all times she starts casting her magic as fast as she could. The magical missiles start flying towards the wolf while she was calling out his name. Out of nowhere it looked like the wolf absorbed her magic. All the missiles hit the target, but they had absolutely no effect. The wolf actually nullified her magic. It was too late now. The wolf was right next to him, getting ready to strike him down. She was starting to panic. She had nothing else to do. In that moment, knowing that he will die, memories of him started flooding into her head. They just kept going and going and going. The wolf was too fast. She couldn't do anything to stop it. While screaming his name, absolutely terrified, the monster was whimpering uncontrollably on the ground. What was going on? Also, what was that smell? Outboxer was laughing. Dogs have a 10,000 greater sense of smell than humans. Now, this furry wolf should have even greater abilities after awakening, so there was no way it should be able to withstand that. It was a special sand bomb created by fusing various items. No matter how much experience you get from goblins, you can't level up enough to a point where you can defeat a furry wolf through traditional means. So he prepared something to neutralize the furry wolf, with a means that's only possible because this wasn't a game but reality. And trump cards should always be pulled out in the last second. While turning red out of anger, she had a flashback about dragging. Even so, the smell was so strong that it was actually getting to him. Seeing how pathetic he looked, she managed to calm down. Still, a solution simply has to work. He was a result-oriented no-life gamer. Wow, he looked super fucking lame. But he was right. Also a result-oriented no-life gamer. Anyway, now they have to kill it. With a smirk smile on her face, she says that it's time for his own medicine. And what do you know, this picture is good for the thumbnail. I bet this picture will be in the thumbnail. She cast a new spell, Dig, a terraforming magic that creates a hole in the ground. Of course, she had to cast it multiple times. Dig dug, dig dug. Outboxer was thinking of Dugtrio, another Pokemon reference. Now then, it was time for them to bid him goodbye. The poor wolf was at the bottom of the hole looking helplessly at them. While they took some distance from the explosion, she realized something. She forgot that this was a simulated dungeon. She was so worried about him for absolutely no reason. All your stats permanently increased by 1. She turns around a bit scared. What was that sound? Well, you couldn't really call it a sound. It was like something rang in their head. YellowStorm was in bliss. She didn't know that she would get a title as well. What a score. Outboxer was just glad that she looked happy. And maybe this could make her forget about the fact that he awakened the furry wolf without telling her. Laughing at her, he tells her that she's right. Now why don't they get their reward? Not a chance. With one swift move of her magic wand, he fell onto the ground. Before they get the reward, she wanted him to promise that he will never do this again. He had to give her a heads up before awakening a boss. Damn, she's mad. Seeing how angry she was, he stumbles his words saying that he promises to do that. She wasn't going to just let it slide. After all, he was an asshole for scaring someone like that. He gets up apologizing and thinking that he can't tell her that he purposely failed to attract its attention because it looked like it was targeting her. Still, now it was time for them to collect their rewards. 2 books were floating above them. I think they're skill books. They got the promised rewards. Skill book, a book that lets you learn a skill just from reading it, single use. They raise their hands and each of them receive 1 book. YellowStorm was all giddy. This was her favorite part. What? Opening the items? It was exciting thinking about what they will get. Also, he said that he already knew what skill he would get, right? Yep, it's a step technique called 36 Heavenly Steps. 36 Heavenly Steps. It's a step technique that specializes in dodging, consisting of 36 individual steps. Depending on prophecy, it upgrades into an advanced martial arts. Hearing that, YellowStorm says that sounds similar to the 12 divine lighting steps he frequently used in the game. Well, she already knew how it is with martial arts names. The reality was that was because the 12 divine lighting steps was an upgraded version of the 36 sky steps. She was very sharp. This was a piece of hidden information that you need to know to obtain the skill. 36 sky steps is a B rank technique. Its next stage is the A rank 24 tempest steps. And after that is the S rank 12 divine lighting steps. And if you evolve it 1 step further, you get the ultimate and eternal step technique 9 heavenly concealment steps. The last version of the spell is said to let you hide even from the heavens in just 9 steps. It was something he wasn't able to obtain even when he was Outboxer 009. Okay then, it was time to open her own spell now. She was really excited. Seeing her, Outboxer was laughing as well. She was just like a child. While laughing, she was wondering if she could get a skill that even Outboxer might not know about. Fire Missile, rank B, a fire attribute magic missile. After seeing the new spell, it looked like she was very satisfied. Jumping up and down, she said that she liked it. It was a very good spell. Seeing how happy she was, Outboxer tells her that he was glad that she liked it. Sitting down, he tells her that they got the rewards, so all that was left for them was to return. But before that, they could take a short break. Both of them were exhausted. The rush of fatigue from being relieved hit them hard. While laying down, she says that it looked like the necklace of the sun must be doing its job. If he didn't have it, he would have fainted from exhaustion just a few days ago. Smiling, he says, of course, it was an item he got thanks to someone special to him. She was not buying it, she was just a sweet talker. His non-blocked in pathways was slowly being cured, and now both of them were above level 10 now. Then they should move on to the next stage. By the next stage, she meant that, right? The Invasion of the Demon Hand event. As expected of a no-lifer, she knew the answer instantly. Laughing a bit, she says that was her line. Characters in Legend of Heroes 2 each have their own main scenario. Of course, no matter who you played as, every ending is the end of the world. But setting that aside, the scenario that people have said shows how rotten the morality of the devs were was Cordelia Chase's main scenario, aka the character that YellowStorm was playing right now. Cordelia's story starts from her leaving on a journey to attend a friendly social gathering amidst the 12 children of the northern clans. As a reference, Udor's starting point in the main story is half a year after Cordelia's. After a peaceful tutorial at the Earl's Chase place like mansion, the sub-events that constantly happen after leaving the mansion, and enjoying the hidden events discovered by users. On the day of the massive event that is the social gathering, by the hand of the demon worshippers called Demon Hand, the peaceful social gathering descends into chaos. Due to that, most of the children of the 12 clans that participated in the party are either killed or kidnapped and brainwashed. From the mess, Cordelia manages to escape by the skin of her teeth, but having lost her guards who were like family to her, as well as friends that she reunited after such a long time. It's a hellish scenario where you start off alone in a remote forest after a very long escape. Because it was a forced event, there was nothing you could do other than skip it. Rightfully so, everybody on the forum was absolutely annoyed. Why was Cordelia's scenario supposed to be this dark and sad? There was only half a month left until the demon's hand attacks the social gathering. According to the game, Cordelia is the only one who survives that attack. She gets up saying that there's no need to follow a doomed scenario, which she instantly agrees. Going alone with the game is going to bring nothing but the Armageddon ending. They need to make a new happy ending. And the way to start that is to first stop the demon hand. Outboxer agreed they can't lose a powerful ally like the 12 Northern clans for nothing. While biting her nails, she also realized that she wants to save Dahlia. She was going to protect her. She was not going to let her die like a sacrificial NPC while protecting Cordelia. Seeing her facial expression, Outboxer understood what was going on. Cordelia Chase and Dahlia Ale. Just because she gained memories of her time on Earth doesn't mean that her memories of living in the Blades have disappeared. She has both her memories of enjoying the Legends of Hero 2 and her memories of living and growing up there. To Cordelia, whose night escort she treated like her own sister, getting her memories of the video game was fundamentally the same as seeing a vision of the future where she would lose her family. The violence in Cordelia's story probably hits harder for her than anyone else. He still sees her very strongly as YellowStorm, but at the end of the day, she's the one and only Cordelia. While playing with her hair and looking a bit embarrassed, she turns towards him. Speaking of, in the game, Uder Bale couldn't attend the social gathering due to his 9 blocked-in pathways. But that isn't the case anymore, is it? Well, it was true that it has gotten a lot better, since his dear Miss Cordelia helped him obtain the Necklace of the Sun. This was driving her crazy, that damn silver tongue of his. What? It's not like he said anything wrong. Oh well, whatever. Anyways, since he got a little bit better, a bit shy while playing with her hair, she was trying to find the courage to say what she wanted to say. He was going with her to the social meeting, right? Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. He takes a second to think. There was never an attend to the social gathering scenario for Uder in the game. But the reason he rushed treatment for his condition was to make this change for history in the first place. She had nothing to worry about. There it was, that silver tongue of his again. Well, if his dear Miss Cordelia wishes it to be so, of course he will. While pulling her hair out of anger, she yells at him to stop it. She was getting goosebumps. The next day, he was on the training grounds. Once again, he was running laps around the courtyard. While catching his breath, he couldn't help but think to himself that 10 laps in the morning is so hard for him. Somebody approaches him, saying that this was a fantastic result. His record has improved and his stamina was increasing day by day. At this rate, he could start learning the Bale's household martial arts as soon as the Count returns. Victor Cromwell, a retired knight who has served the Bale estate for many years. Laughing it off, Outboxer says that he is looking forward to it. This young man had such a dazzling expression when he is covered in sweat. It's of he's forgotten the pain he's in because of his eagerness to learn the art. There was no need to be frustrated or disappointed in himself because he was starting later than most of others. With his talent, he will be able to make up for his slow start in no time. He replies that he will keep his words in mind. The old guy was tearing up. To think that young Master Uder, who had been suffering and frustrating due to his 9 blocked-in pathways, would progress to the point where he's growing every day. Truly, the blessing of the Bale household. He really wished the Count to return back home so that he may see the valiant visage of his son as soon as he will be able. But Outboxer was thinking that Yuder is a genius in martial arts. The fact that he's starting later than the others doesn't even count as a penalty. Out of nowhere, somebody was running towards them calling out for the young master. She was getting closer and closer while yelling. There she was, it was Maya. He was a bit surprised. What was the matter? Why was she so surprised? She's so beautiful, holy shit. She takes a second to catch her breath. Correspondence from the Chase County has arrived. The old man was all giddy. Did Miss Cordelia send a letter to their young master? He was a bit confused. Did something happen with YellowStorm? The correspondence was not from Miss Cordelia. It was from Cordelia's Chase's father, Count Arthur Chase. He instantly realized what was going on, and he didn't like what he was expecting. Even so, he was absolutely shocked by this news. A little bit later, he arrived in Chase County. He still didn't believe that this was happening. Just how did he get there? He remembered the letter saying that he should visit the county, that he could discuss about the recent actions he's taken with Cordelia. But he was so nervous that he couldn't even remember how he got there. Nice. I like how their characters slowly start to mesh into one. Like, if you take only the guy who's playing the game, he would not be so concerned to piss off YellowStorm's father, right? But because their personality mesh together, they become one character. He was losing it. What sort of person was Count Chase like anyways? He kinda seemed like a dimwit from Cordelia's story. Maybe that's why he called for him there. Maybe he wants him to explain why he took his daughter and ran to the flowers fields. Or maybe they were caught having their secret meeting. He couldn't find out the answer. There were too many possibilities in his mind. Bringing him back to reality, somebody calls out his name. It was Maya, saying that he had no reason to be nervous. The two of them were in an engagement officially, so nothing could happen. So a little deviation from the norm should not be a problem, but she was shaking. Well, Miss Cordelia's father will be his father-in-law in the future. She was sure that he understood that. For now, Maya was right, he had to calm down. He just wanted to meet the person who will be his son-in-law face to face. But wait, hold on a second. Father-in-law, so that meant that this place will be his in-law's house. This was on an even worse train of thought to go into. He was going nuts. What should he say? He was screaming inside. But once again, somebody calls out his name. It was... what's her name? I don't know why I can't remember her name. Ladia? I'm not sure. Oh, it was it was Dahlia, not Ladia. Okay, close one. She tells him that she will escort him to the drawing room. He tries to ask her about Miss Cordelia. He gets the replies that she does not yet know about the Lord's Count invitation. She has called only for the young master to be there. So what she was saying was the fact that there was no time for them to figure out a plan before he enters the boss room. She gently knocks on the door saying that she brought the young master. Hesitating a bit, he gets ready to enter. Okay, I know how to remember her name. The band Hollywood Undead has a song Young Dahlia, and now I know how to remember it. She points towards the door, inviting him in. The Count was waiting for him. Somewhere else, he was wondering that maybe it was because the weather's become chilly, but there were monsters appearing in various places. They had to make sure that the city was not affected. Damn, look at him! Well, the expedition was for the sake of that. Their goal was to take out as many monsters possible before heading back. Alex Bale, one of the Celion Kingdom's 10 great swordsmasters. Also, obviously, he was Yuda's father. Of course they should, but what was he looking at? Wait, is this his son as well? Okay, so Outboxer has a brother basically. Nice. He was reading a letter that Victor sent them. Sir Victor, did anything happen? He was talking about Yuda. He said that Yuda has become a lot healthier. Also, it seemed like he was able to learn martial arts right away. Really, was he cured now or what happened? While he was not fully cured yet, thanks to the sun's necklace that he found while he was out with Lady Cordelia, he's been slowly recovering. The sun's necklace, amazing. Meeting Lady Cordelia, that was Yuda's greatest blessing. Arthur would probably be happier to hear that. Who is Arthur? Oh, okay, Arthur is YellowStorm's father, Count Chase. Smiling a bit, he says that they rested enough. Should they go? He better not overwork their subordinates just because he was impatient. Of course, he already knew this. But he really wanted to go back quickly to see Yuda now that he was healthy. Gale Bale, the next count of the Bale family, Yuda's older brother. He was wondering if his little brother was doing well. His little brother was in danger. Outboxer and YellowStorm's father were sitting at a table sipping tea. It felt like what he's recovered thanks to the sun necklace has disappeared in an instant. That nervousness was causing his insides to stiffen and his hands and feet to become cold. It felt like he was facing Lee's gang. Outboxer was watching him while Arthur was slowly sipping tea. Arthur Chase, a longtime friend of Count Bale, they both rank among the 4 strongest in the north. He was also known as the Crimson Tempest, one of the handful of battle mages within the Celion Kingdom. That was the Yellow Tempest. In the original scenario for Yuda, he rarely meets with Cordelia's father, Count Chase. Since Yuda was sick all the time, they naturally drifted further apart. Due to Cordelia going missing in the social gathering, the engagement would be broken off. But it didn't look like this was the case anymore. While sipping tea, he couldn't help but think to himself that this was another change that was not in the original scenario. His thought gets interrupted by the very strange flavor of the tea. Probably the maid made a huge mistake because it was really sweet. He didn't think that this would actually happen in a Count family though. Or was this done on purpose? In that moment, Arthur starts speaking. He's heard a few things. The silence was so heavy. He had no idea what he should do or what he should say. Arthur continues saying that he heard that in one of their runaways. This was enough to drive Outboxer crazy. Should he kneel down first? That he obtained a life-changing opportunity. In that moment he realized what he was talking about. They were lucky enough to obtain the sun's necklace. When saying that, he grabs it and hands it to Arthur. The greatest treasure of a religious order, a sacred relic. It looked like he's obtained quite an amazing opportunity. Arthur could feel the energy of extreme yang constantly being radiated just from holding it. He was not saying anything about the runaway. Maybe he was just interested in the sun's necklace because he was a mage? He never thought that this would have this much yang energy. It looks like the other item was now useless. Pardon? Other item? What was he talking about? While handing him a small box, he says that since he's already brought it there, he can have it. Outboxer had no clue what this was not in the original scenario. He was telling him this in advance, but it wasn't anything great. A little bit confused, he thanks him for the gift. He was giving that to him, so it was okay to open, right? The moment he opened the box, the item was shining so bright that it scared him. Yang Energy Pill, a medicine that contains a strong yang energy. It's one of the medicines used to cure the 9 severed meridians. He was starstruck. This was a freaking amazing item. Still a bit shocked, he manages to thank Arthur. After that, he continues. This was based on what he heard. Cordelia held him as the two of them jumped off a cliff. Was that true? Thinking back on it, he mumbles his words saying that was the truth. He couldn't bring himself to tell him that she carried him on her back as well. It was pretty embarrassing. Lord Arthur was a bit annoyed. What a weak breath. Outboxer had no idea what was going on. Why was he annoyed now? Handing him another box, he says that this is a fruit that increases one's strength. Everyone that was around him were just mages that only need enough strength to hold the staff. He could have this instead. Outboxer was a bit embarrassed. This was not going the way he expected. But a fruit that increases strength? While slowly opening the box, he was thinking to himself that it just can't be. Berry of Strength, a fruit that increases a small amount of strength permanently. Again, he was shocked. It was really the Berry of Strength. This was an item that was really hard to come by at the start of the game, and he was just giving this to him? Lord Arthur continues. They said that the young energy pill and the berry of the strength both tasted bitter. For the third time now, he got shocked again. The tea was intentionally made super sweet so he could eat those. He was actually super friendly. While Arthur was calmly sipping on his tea, he was basically poker-faced. For a change of pace, we are now back in YellowStorm's dormitory. She was lying in bed. I think she was sleeping and now she was slowly waking up. She slept so much. Also, that bed looks hella comfy. But why did she feel so stuffy? What do you mean stuffy? What does that mean? Lord Arthur was being very considerate. On top of giving him the young energy pill and the berry of strength, could it be that he's actually that nice of a person? No, even more than that. He seemed to like him a lot. For some reason, Arthur was watching his hand. He coughs a bit, saying that ring, well, that was the ring that he sent him previously, right? He's always worn it since then. The reason that Yuda Bale is the fiancé of Cordelia Chase, the reason was because of the prenatal engagement that Count Bale and Count Chase made. Because marriage will take place regardless of what the relevant parties want, the two of them were awkward around each other. Since they were nobles, things needed to look good on the surface, so he sent him a couple of things. Yeah, so about that ring, throw it away. The silence was painful. He had no clue what to respond. Huh? Throw it away. Why? That came out of nowhere. Random picture of the mansion, but I will just slap it here because it's so well drawn. A bit confused and scared, he asks him why did he say that out of nowhere. Well, he was the only one wearing it anyways, right? Now that he mentioned it, he's never seen her wear the ring. Lord Arthur said that he heard she lost it accidentally. Since he was thinking of making a new one, this worked out just great. So he had no reason to pursue this matter anymore and just move on. Well, it's more likely that she threw it away instead of losing it. She probably went something like, fuck this, why would I marry Outboxer? Throws with all her strength. He finally agrees, he will do that. He thought that this was going to be bad. He was so nervous because he thought that he wanted to break off the engagement. This is basically what he imagined. But now he knew for sure. He was just someone who is honest and unable to hide his feelings. He already knew it, but Cordelia is indeed his daughter. Also, there was only one more matter. He heard that he will be attending the social gathering together with Cornelia. Oh my god, sly fox, he replies with yes, father. Hearing that, Lord Arthur was a bit taken aback. He blushes a bit but plays it off coughing. He was not sure if he will be able to survive the journey to social gathering with such a weak body. He knows that stamina is needed for long journeys. The berry of stamina, this was definitely it. Again, he thanks him properly, he was giving him so many gifts. After that, he says that they were done there. At the end of the meeting, he ended up with about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different gifts. While Lord Arthur was looking cool as hell, he excuses himself and leaves. He was so full, but he could feel vitality circulating in his body. That's why he was feeling good even though he was so full. While leaving, he finally meets with Cordelia. Shit, it's weird that they have two names. Now I said Cordelia, but usually I say YellowStorm. This is weird. Seeing him, she was in total shock. What the hell was he doing here? Smiling as usual, he's like, hey, you're finally here. What in the world does he mean by you're finally here? When did he get there? Why did he not tell her before coming there? He tells her to calm down. He was invited there suddenly, so he didn't have time to contact her. Also, nothing happened pretty much. If there's nothing, then why would her father ask him to meet? Did he scold him, or did he ask him to break off the engagement? He's like, Lady Cordelia, as I took a long look at your mansion on the way in, the garden looked really beautiful. What nonsense was he spouting this time? Her speech mannerisms are seriously uncouth. Well, if it was alright with her, would she give him the honor of taking a stroll with her? They walked a bit and he explained her the situation. So what he was saying was that her father gave him a tons of items. Well, pretty much yes. He basically asked him to eat them, get stronger, and be the one to carry her instead. Of course, he didn't say it so openly. She instantly jumps saying, "Fuck, that's so cringy, she can walk by herself just fine." Well, he knew about what happened when they ran away to the flower fields. She was wondering what were they talking about for such a topic to come out. He should have told her that part first. After apologizing, he says that anyways, compared to the issue of them running away, it felt like he was more upset that she was carrying him. Really? Was that all? She was worried over nothing, basically. Of course, that was all. He told her everything. Father and daughter were totally alike. Also, that is something that runs in the Chase family, huh? The only problem was that he gave him too many things to eat to the point where he felt like his stomach was going to burst. Wow, he was complaining about being too full, huh? Now he knows her pain from drinking all those mana potions in the dungeon. Right as she says that, she notices something interesting. A bit confused, he asks her what's wrong. His dark circles have disappeared. It looked like now he was really recovering from his sickness. Well, slightly dark under-eye circles are seen in chapter 7. He was looking so haggard before. He couldn't believe that she noticed that. She was more observant than he thought. But she was a little too close. Oh, was that? Is he getting shy? So, the next thing would be waiting for Count Bale, his father, to return. That would happen within 10 days. Hearing that, YellowStorm was pretty happy. Yep, now he was in condition to start learning martial arts. Nice, he was going to start preparing for the father's test quest? Yep, if he won't do that quest, he won't be able to get out of the Bale territory. Well, that was true. That's required in the order to start Yuda's main scenario. They are kind of OP now that they know everything that was going to happen. That's kinda, out of all their abilities, that's the most OP thing they have, knowledge. Starting from the time of the release of Legend of Heroes 2, there's been one non-mainstream character that users have neglected. One that starts with a sick body, a character that has a very low start. That character is Yuda Bale. Just like the other online games, Legend of Heroes 2 also have noble characters that are popular with users, and also unpopular characters that are neglected. Yuda is one of the lesser played characters among the unpopular ones. If Cordelia is a non-mainstream character because of her gloomy scenario and because it's hard to play, then the main reason why people avoid playing as Yuda Bale would be because of how frustrating Yuda Bale's character was. One of Yuda Bale's biggest weaknesses, the 9 severed meridians. They would get cured as the story progressed and he gets the Sunfire Carp. Count Chase actually gets it for him. It's like, I picked this up on the way. Yeah, nothing too insane. Of course, he was actually lying. I love Arthur. We need more people like Arthur. It takes around half a year of playing before he's fully cured. And within the first half of the year before he gets cured, what those who are playing him can do is basically is to either look at the one leaf left at the tree while in the bed, faint from walking more than 10 minutes due to insanely low stamina, or create interesting and creative scenarios where you make Yuda faint. Yuda Bale is basically a handsome but sickly side character at the start. Since a player would need to go through all that while playing Yuda Bale, who would want to play such a frustrating character in a game? Yuda awakens his talent as the protagonist later on in the game, so he could understand why nobody wanted to play such a frustrating character. And even when he's cured of the 9 severed meridians, it was not the end yet. If he does not pass the father's test quest, he still can't leave the territory. Why did he even play Yuda when he was Outboxer? That was crazy. As for the second reason why that made Yuda a non-mainstream character, that would be the necessary quest to acquire his father recognition. After his 9 severed meridians was cured, also known as the father's test. In order to complete the test, Yuda Bale would have to go through training in order to meet Count Bale's standards. But because those standards were far above average, he had to be stuck within the mansion for 1 to 2 months, even after fully recovering. No one has discovered any method of completing that training quickly. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers every day. It's what the guy from One Punch Man said. But that didn't mean that there weren't any tricks that could be done outside of the game. But this wouldn't it take too long? He will make it in time for the social gathering, right? Right, well, about that. He didn't think that there will be any problem thanks to the necklace. The necklace? What about it? That was originally an item that could only have a drop rate of 3% in the game. That was quite a rare item. Didn't she think that they've gotten quite a big advantage just from obtaining the necklace? Even Count Chase thought that it was quite an amazing opportunity. Well, yeah, now that he mentioned it, she agreed. Plus, he always gets unexpected gifts from this place. She also thought that he looked healthier, right? He was wearing red, so he looked like Santa Claus. Which meant that he already met the standards? Well, pretty much yes. And also, smiling, he says that he also has her. She looks at him like he was crazy for a couple of seconds. What was that? Why did he laugh like that? He ignored her, but she really wanted to know why did he laugh like that? What was he planning? But anyways, they had to skip the nonsense and get to the topic. Count Bale, who went on an expedition, will soon return, and what, is he crazy? How was she supposed to say such an embarrassing thing to Count Bale? He didn't write when they should meet. Was she supposed to send him a reply or what? Right as she was thinking that, somebody calls out her name. It was Dahlia. Count Chase had a message for her. The Count's close friend, the father of Sir Yuda, Alex Bale, will be coming back from his expedition today. The Count has instructed her to prepare and head to the Bale family for his welcoming party. There's no way that Outboxer predicted all this, right? 2 days later, 12 PM, Bale family dining room. How did she end up there? She remembered taking the horse carriage with her father in the morning. Why is she there? Why does she have to come as well? Looking at her and laughing a bit, he guessed that he was just like that when he went to visit her family. I mean, how can such a random event that didn't exist in the game appear out of the blue? In any case, the more he heard about what happened, the more he realized how fortunate the two of them were. He agreed. He couldn't believe that they found the sun's necklace while they were out looking at flowers. I guess that's the story they told to the people. His brother quickly thanks Cordelia. Not only that, she is the goddess of luck for Yuda, but also for the Bale family. She didn't know how to react to such a compliment, but her father, she was like, yeah, that's right. His brother was all smiles. YellowStorm was like, fuck, I feel like I'm going to puke. His brother interpreted it as her being embarrassed. Yuda, that brat, he's really blessed. Now that their meal was coming to an end, Cordelia, hearing her name, she jumps on the chair. He heard from Yuda that she had something to ask of him. May he know what that was. Oh my god, he planned this. This was his plan all along. Realizing what was going on, she started to stumble her words. He knew that this would happen. She was really nervous. He would like to ask on her behalf. Okay then, very well, go ahead. He would like to take part in the social gathering that was about to take place. The social gathering that was to be held in Langast in the city of commerce, right? That was right, his brother attended a few years ago. It's a gathering where the miners of the 12 northern families gather together. Yuda was qualified to participate. Well, it was right, Yuda was part of the Bale family. Thus, it was customary for him to participate as well. But it was very hard to imagine him going out of the territory when he hadn't even held a sword before. He should start preparing. He will charge through the front. Hearing that, YellowStorm realized what she needed to do, but she didn't want to do this. She really hoped that Outboxer was sure that this will work. He's like, well, we'll only know after we try. The Bale family is a martial arts family. In order to leave the house, you need to possess the abilities in order to protect yourself at least. Before he could give him permission, that was her cue to go. She knew that she had to intervene, but she couldn't find her words. She says that she would really love to go with Sir Yuda to the gathering, but deep inside she's like, fuck this, I don't want to do this. His father's like, I see. He tries to explain to Cordelia that Yuda was pretty sick up until recently. Arthur was like, that stubborn temperament of yours is still the same. The sun's necklace is a sacred relic of the sun's god's religious order. It was an item that Garius, the most reputable paladin of the sun, wore. He didn't suppose that he thought that it was truly just by luck that his son obtained such an amazing item. He was well aware that his son was lacking in some ways, but his opinion was that his son has already proven that he was capable enough. He's like, Arthur, I look like some uptight person if you put it like that in front of my son. He's like, good job, father-in-law, that was awesome. Well, he was not wrong though, and she was not done yet. Oh my god, she's beautiful. She's like, that's puppy eyes, those are puppy eyes. She truly hoped that he could permit him to go. Deep inside, she was like, bleh. Arthur was ominous. She's put herself out like that. He wasn't going to reject her, right? That was Chase's family's combined attack. Alex Bale has fallen into confusion. Well, if that's the case, alright, they'll have to do this then. He heard from Victor that he was finally able to learn martial arts. He will enter into training starting that afternoon. Hearing that, both of them were surprised. He was quite a strict teacher, so he better try to keep up. Arthur is like, considering you just came back this morning, you sure have good stamina. What, wasn't he trying to get him to do this? That's what he interpreted. What? Count Bale was going to teach him personally? That was insane. Well, it looked like that, right? This never happened within the game, not even once. Could this be an additional reward? YellowStorm was ecstatic. She never expected things to turn out like that. Same for him. The sun necklace did help a little, but he was so glad that he showed it to her father. He didn't think that he'd be on their side just because he showed it to him. But this was really fascinating. He thought that he was just getting through a troublesome event. To think that his father would be teaching him personally. This time it was her turn to watch him quietly. Even though he's happy from being able to learn from Count Bale personally, it was obvious that he was also excited that this was an event that never happened in game. Although she likes it as well, game freaks who love new events. He was always going on and on about his 9 severed meridians. What if he actually trains him and goes, this won't do, I won't allow you to live? Since when did he always talk about it? Plus, might he remind her that his sickness has gotten a lot better? Since he's already learned the 36 ultimate footwork, he should be able to meet his expectation. Also, he was expecting him to be quite surprised when seeing that. Well, if he can't make it, then she will go to Langast alone. And she will have to do her best in completing her main scenario alone. Huh? What was he mumbling about? Does he want the world to get destroyed? Whatever, even though he was talking like that, she was sure that he will make it. After all, he was outboxer. She also tells him to not overdo things and get hurt. He had to be careful. This surprised him a bit. She really resembles her father. Of course she resembles her father. Who else? No, he was not talking about appearances. Well, never mind. His father was really good looking though. But he has small eyes, but it doesn't make him look laid back. He looks like he has no weakness. She guessed that's why he looks a little cold. But he also looked really warm and friendly when he smiled. She was really glad that she got to meet such a person. Seeing them, Dahlia was calling out to YellowStorm. It looked like it was time to head back. She will get going then. She will get the things he asked her to prepare for the event, so he had nothing to worry about. Waving at her, he tells her to take care. He couldn't help but stare at her while she was running away. It was nothing serious. But is Yuda not supposed to look like his father? He takes a second to think about it. Did that mean that she likes the way he looks as well? Nope, let's not think too much about this. Maya was already behind him concerned. Did he have a headache? No, he was alright. 4 days later at the Bale County. Oh my god, she looks so nice. Look at her costume, damn. Both of them were so stiff they could die. They trained like crazy by themselves at home for 4 days. But how is it? Does she have any results from the past days? Smirking, she says, of course, she will show him at the valley. Ahem! Lord Arthur spawns out of nowhere. He says that he's so delighted that he will be able to go with Lady Cordelia. Of course, her as well. To be traveling with Sir... what do you say? She was very much looking forward to it. Out of nowhere, Dahlia tells them that the preparations have been done. Okay then, they'll be there soon. And just like that, one by one, they get inside. Then Yuda, Cordelia have a safe trip. Also, they better not get injured. Of course, they'll be heading off now. Look at her face, how is she so fucking adorable? And just like that, their trip started. Even the weather was absolutely perfect, the sun was bright and the wind was gentle. Dahlia and Maya were driving the carriage. I swear, Dahlia looks okay, but Maya, she looks so cool. Alright, since it was just the two of them now, they had to check to be sure that there won't be any problems for the event. First, did she pack the correct supplies? Of course, she packed the bag and dressed perfectly this time, so he had nothing to worry about. She was so reliable. If he knows that, he better be grateful. He needed this magic elixir and towel, right? After saying that, she hands him a couple of items. He was planning to draw a magical circle inside the towel, right? Won't he get motion sickness from the carriage shaking? Nah, he'll be alright, he'll be drawing it when he's resting. She had nothing to worry about, so better go and get some sleep. Roger that, she was going to because her eyes got so dry from reading. This was a good thing, she better take some good sleep in advance then. If things will proceed exactly the same as the game, then he was sure that they will be needing to go around the long route soon. And you already guessed it, the next morning the path was blocked. Seeing this, Dahlia approaches one of the riders that was nearby. He informs her that he found out that the bridge has collapsed and the road is blocked. This guy was June, escort knight appointed by Count Bale for Yuda Bale. Well, although it might be a hassle, there's no choice but to go back. Still, to go to the long way. It made her worried since it hadn't been long since young master recovered. Smiling, Dahlia says that Cordelia has been learning recovery magic for young masters, so it will be fine. Although she had studied until dawn and has now fallen asleep. She also learned something dangerous like paralysis magic in the same time. Maya was touched. As for the detour, she was planning on using the road to the mountainside since it's less rough. Although it will take a day longer, she thought that it was the best option they had. She understood they couldn't do much since the bridge was collapsed. Out of nowhere, the knight interrupts them. He tells Maya to not worry. He will do his best to escort the younger master and lady safely and comfortably. And of course, Miss Maya as well as the escort knight. Ooh, my dude is hitting on Maya. He will put his life on the line and protect her. Look at how beautiful she is, damn. She's like, I think it's best if those things don't happen, but she will be in his care. Cordelia had one eye open. She heard as well. As expected, it's proceeding the same as the game. If it's the mountain pass detour route, then they will be able to do the hidden events as planned. She's like, no, not that. Huh? She asked him if he heard what his escort knight said to Maya just before. Well, yeah, he did. In the game, they only heard the sentence, they used a mountain path as a detour route. But to think that they would hear such a dialogue, was it because she came with him? She was absolutely excited. He thought that this sounded like a complete red flag. She looks at him without saying anything and he's like, what? Nothing. She shouldn't have said anything. But what is he eating while drawing and what's up with that pouch? It was the medicinal pills that his father gave him. And that pouch is a money bag that his father gave him. He was just about to check how much money was in there. What? When did he give him that? She was getting jealous. Split it. Absolutely not. It was the money her father gave him, so why should he split it? Whatever, just split it equally. A little bit later, they arrived at the camp. The knight was resting next to the fireplace. She was so freaking nervous that they were going to get caught. It was a relief that they were able to sneak away easily. That was fucking unreal. She thought that she was going to die from being so nervous. They had to hurry and get rid of it and come back. Yep. The valley where the entrance to the event was that way, right? She was sure it was, but oh, she found the place. I swear, the artist, the artist who is drawing this, he is so talented. I'm in love with the drawing style of this manga. Cordelia chases hidden event which can be found on the detour route of the mountainside. It starts when the night turns dark, when Cordelia sneaks out of the campsite. The first time she experienced a rough travel and uncomfortable sleep. The reason was that she was feeling the pressure from the gathering of the children from the 12 prestigious families. The feeling of oppression that the youngest daughter of the Chase family held. Cordelia, who needed time to calm her exhausted mind and body, heads to the valley in the forest to wash off her sweat. What she saw when she was alone while trying to avoid the people's gazes was the night sky where the moon was so bright that even the stars looked dim. As if to repay the dazzling and beautiful moonlight that made her forget her fatigue, Cordelia started to sing. The sound of her singing spread throughout the valley. In awe of her voice, a mysterious being appears before her. The rest was omitted, and because Cordelia was swept away by the fairy-like development and fantasy atmosphere, while it may seem like this event is just meant as fan service, this event is jokingly called an essential element of Cordelia's play. That was because the reward was... She already knew this, right? This was something only Cordelia can do, so it's up to her. She didn't like this. She goes like, I don't wanna do it. I mean, what can she do? She's gotta do it either way. She knew what the reward was, right? And it's not like they were going to stop after getting the reward. She was quiet, but she knew that he was right. That was obvious. They needed to get as many items as they could. I know, right? That's why she brought her swimwear. He endured his motion sickness and completed that in the carriage. So they should start. She's like, okay, I will do it. I will complete it perfectly. She decided well. Back at the camp, the fire was still burning. Maya woke up saying that she was thirsty. Why does she have a bed? Where did she get that bed from? They were in the forest. After stretching a bit, she notices something weird. Young Master Yuda was gone. What about him? This was not his event. Well, it's Cordelia's event, but he was here as well, so he had to share her pain. What kind of logic was that? Also, he didn't bring any swimming clothes. Right as he says that, he understands what was going on. When she said that she'll bring everything, she meant everything. She was smirking while giving him some clothes. Seeing that she was serious, he actually got scared. With his voice trembling, he tells her to calm down. He was planning to go and hide in the forest, and for sure he won't come out. Seriously? She went through so much trouble with him to get the sun's necklace. Now it was his turn to help. Well, he couldn't do it without her because he just couldn't walk. She can definitely do this without him. Says who? She needs him. She's so cute. With a trembling voice, she says that she feels embarrassed. They were together, but she's the only one who has to expose herself. He's like, I see. The silence was so painful. After a second, he finally concedes. All right. He was going to wear it, so she could give him the clothes. She laughs a bit, saying that that's what he should have said from the beginning. For the size, since they're about the same weight, it should fit, right? While talking, she stops for a second, saying that his lips are What is that word? It's not blush, it's blush? What is that? Okay, I looked it up. Apparently it means slightly blue. Oh, maybe it's because of the cold. Because of the 9-inch severed meridians, his body temperature is just a bit lower, so he couldn't tell that he was cold. She looks at him a little bit worried. Was it that cold for him? Well, now that he was aware of it, it did feel a bit chilly. They better get this over with and go back. She was feeling guilty. Also, look at that troubled expression. He tells her that he will go and change quickly, but she turns around annoyed. What was wrong? Forget it, better not wear it after all. He was clueless like, huh? What's wrong? For us, it was pretty obvious what was going on, but she didn't have the courage to tell him. She was just worried about him, that was all. Looking away, she finally says that she doesn't want him to catch a cold. Hell, she can be nice. Putting aside her being, I quote, fucking embarrassed, she doesn't want him to catch a cold when he already has that weak body. She throws it away annoyed, saying that she shouldn't have brought it along. How should she know that it will be that cold? Fuck, why would Cordelia want to take a bath in such cold water? It's not like she rolled in mud or something. She should have just gone home instead of bathing. She may be vulgar, but she's really considerate of others. He tells her that he won't be the only one who's going to catch a cold. They better do this quickly, it was really cold there. She was annoyed, but in the end, she says her line. Roger. All this time, while she was changing, he was looking away, of course. After a while, he asks her if she's ready. Of course, being a bit shy, she tells him to wait a bit. She will kill him if he turns around now. What? She was wearing swimming attire anyways. Still a bit shy and annoyed, she's like, ugh, forget it. Okay, you can turn back. He turns around and starts to slowly walk towards her. Was she done changing? Alright then, as planned. You already guessed it. Her hair was slowly dangling in the wind. And of course, she looked gorgeous. How well is this manga drawn? I swear I love this style. My guy was so shocked that he forgot to speak. He already knew she was pretty, but now that he was looking at her like this was more than he expected. Seeing him, she starts speaking. What the hell was he looking at? If you watch until this point, come on, subscribe. Nothing. It was nothing. A pretty yellow tempest, but how rude she talks. She was going into the water now, so he better go and hide. She tells him that she will go into the water now, and he replies Roger, and she yells at him to not follow her. With just one step, she realized how fucking cold the water was. All her body was trembling. Who in the world would bathe in this? Why would anyone go into a creek in autumn? Cordelia was totally nuts. She realized that she also needs to sing. If she doesn't do this quickly, both of them will die of cold. She opens her mouth and gets ready to sing, and then stops. Wait a minute. What did Cordelia sing for this event? Since it was in Cordelia's memories, she should know it as well. A song that mentioned stars, right? Well, a song with stars. She kept thinking about stars, planets, galaxies. Shit. She didn't know what to sing. She didn't remember what song it was. So she starts singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. And she kept singing that children's song. Outboxer points to her that she needs to take a timeout. What was she doing? She needs to sing the song that was in the original scenario. Well, she can't remember what song it was. Any song with stars should probably work, right? Also, they were in reality, not a game, so they can't just simply pause it. A disaster. She was the one who said she will do it perfectly. But I guess it was still a song with stars. Even though the song was different, the person who was singing was the same. Well, it didn't feel as mysterious, but it should be okay since it's cute. Wait. Cute? While he was trying to calm himself down, he sees a bright light above him. He looks up and then smiles. There it was. And she was still singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. The more she sang, the closer the light got to her. She didn't even realize that, but at some moment she got interrupted. It was a fairy telling her that she is really pretty. They guessed that she would be surprised. It was alright, she could finish her song. The other fairy agreed, she wanted to hear the rest of the song. Seeing them, of course, YellowStar got a bit surprised and stopped singing. But why would she have a towel around her while she was bathing? How was she supposed to bathe like that? It didn't really matter, did it? She was still so pretty. Fairy, a fairy race that flies around freely. They only appear in Cordelia's exclusive quest. They were actually there. She managed to summon the fairies. How did she get that hair that's as pink as a rose? While playing with her hair, the fairy was saying that being pretty is the best. She was right, it was so exciting. It always feels great, being pretty is the best. Why did she stop her singing? She better finish the song. The fairy even offered herself to do it together. Wait, no, she didn't hear that song before, so she will just enjoy it first. It was exactly like the game, they were so obsessed with looks. So, in the end, her looks mattered more than her singing. In any case, things were going according to the plan so far. It was about time for that breath though. If it appears at the same spot it did in the Cordelia's original story, they should have enough time to respawn. But was it supposed to show up so late? Come to think of it, they forgot to introduce themselves. They were fairies. I mean, alright, she pretty much knew this before. They didn't know what her name was, but they wanted to come and play with her. The Queen's nightlife is about to begin. They really wanted to play together. The Queen likes pretty girls as well. She will be ecstatic to meet her. Wait, was it okay for them to bring a human to the banquet? How about they say she's a guest singer? That was a great idea. She was sure that everyone will like her because she's so pretty and can sing as well. She will play with them, right? Right? The truth was that she couldn't focus and they were so darn cute. She tries to master her words and give an honest reply, but at that moment something was coming. Outboxer was the first to notice. Since she was too distracted, he screams at her. He tells her to get out of the water. The fairies were a bit surprised. Who was he? He was handsome. No, rather than that, he's pretty? The other fairy agreed, he was so cute. His fair skin looked just like snow. YellowStorm was a bit surprised, but the bicorn hasn't appeared. The location of appearance has changed. The bicorn was hiding. The bicorn was hiding in the water. Right as he says that, there it was. All this time it was submerged underwater. She understood that she was in danger. She needed to move. And obviously the bicorn was well aware of her presence. And from it looked like he was getting ready to attack. She quickly turns around and sees it as well. A bit annoyed, she goes, "What the fuck?" Again, this did not happen in the game. She was in danger. Out of nowhere, she starts floating in a bubble made of magic or something like that. He starts running towards her and the fairies panic as well. It was a bicorn. A bicorn has appeared. Also, that was the bicorn's telekinetic power. She was in danger. Because of the telekinesis, she couldn't move her arms or legs. Outboxer was screaming at her, telling her to get out of there. That bicorn bastard was trying to take Cordelia somewhere else. But of course, the bicorn wasn't planning on letting her go. After flying for a bit, she ended up on his back. It was a level 21 bicorn, and Cornelia was helpless on his back. He yells at her, telling her that he's trying to take her away, but of course she already knew that. Duh. What? Why is that bicorn looking at her like a pervert? Is that a laugh? It's like a what is that? She needed to get out. But with her current magic power, she can't break free from the telekinesis that was binding her arms. In that case, she needed to resort to this. She raises her head and gets ready to do something insane. She hits the bicorn with her own head. And apparently she even had enough force. Outboxer and the fairies were left speechless. And the one who was the most surprised was the bicorn. He was actually hurt. But of course this was painful for her as well. Even so, she noticed it. Because of the shock, the magic was gone. She was free now. Without wasting a second, she jumps from the bicorn right back into the water. And while jumping, she throws the towel. With a big splash, she submerges into the water. The fairy was in awe. The pretty girl headbutted the bicorn and fell from above. What if she gets hurt? He was late to notice it, but in the end he did. The towel with the emblem was right above the biker. A big smile appeared on his face. Just as expected of Yellow Tempest, she plunged so deep into the water that in the end she hit the bottom. And while doing so, she hit herself, and I quote, "It fucking hurts." There it is, the fan service. Woo! She moves her hand around and reaches for her wand. After a second of struggle, she manages to grab it. This was her time to strike. One hand emerges from the water. He knew that she could do it. From within the river, 3 magic missiles appear. All of them were aimed towards the towel. 2 of them missed, but the third one hit the market with enough magic force to activate the circle. The towel became brighter and brighter, and so the fight starts. The light was so bright that the bicorn was forced to look away. Of course, the fairies suffered the same consequence. Because of this, the monster was not aware of the direction he was walking, and in the end, it ends up falling in one of the traps. By that time, YellowStorm was almost out of the water. She raises her head while coughing. The moment she was able to speak, she starts screaming out his name. Of course, she didn't even need to do that, he was already watching everything. With the sun's necklace in his hand, he was getting ready to engage. And just like that, he takes a step forward. I take it back, it wasn't a step, it was the ability 36 ultimate footwork. By that time, the biker was already recovering from falling into the hole. Before Outboxer managed to land his attack, the monster opened his eyes. Outboxer was right in front of him. Thing is, his ability was so fast that the moment the monster blinked, he appeared on top of it. And just like that, he starts chanting the Great Solari blessing. The more he progressed with the blessing, the brighter the necklace became. Even so, he was busy, so he was going to omit the rest of the prayer. Running out of time, he was forced to use Thunderclap with the amount of energy he accumulated with half the prayer. The force of the attack was strong enough for the bicorn to be blown away. After finishing the attack, he falls onto the ground. He thought that this was a sure kill ability, but raising his head, he noticed that he was wrong. The bicorn was roaring in rage. He intentionally targeted the head, but even so, it looked like it won't be easy to knock it out. This was a mid-game boss and there was a level difference between them as well. Smiling a bit, he says that, well, that was a relief. Would Yellow Tempest allow him to defeat this guy alone? Absolutely not, she was already casting magic. She was trying to add fire attribute to magic missile. It was a bit tricky since she was in the water, so she had to cast fire magic. Even so, after a bit, she opens her eyes and then raises her wand. The moment she does that, a bright red magical circle appears around her. Slowly but surely, fire started to gather around her wand. It started as a small sparkle, but soon the spell became a huge fireball. Seeing that, she was ecstatic. It was complicated, but she managed to do it. Without any time to waste, she launches the fire missile. The biker was still focusing Outboxer, so it didn't see this one coming. He had time to barely turn around for a second. Because of that, the spell hit it head on. After the impact, a huge explosion of fire covered the monster. Outboxer turns towards her, telling her that she evaporated some of the creek's water. She takes this as a compliment, going like, hoo, I know I'm the best. But of course, that was not meant as a praise. YellowStorm couldn't help but think that if this was a game, she would have fired around 80 fire missiles at the same time. And more importantly, why wasn't their level up announcement appearing? Well, the reason was pretty obvious, they were not done yet. After the fire goes away, the bicorn gets up even more angry than before. Okay then, they should continue with their plan. Usually in this event, they can just chase the bicorn away. But since she already knew those horns effects, she can't just let them go to waste. She was a true loot goblin. Hearing her, Outboxer was like, Roger, and she gets annoyed telling him to not copy her. Nonetheless, the threat was not over, they had to continue fighting. It's true that the bicorn was still standing, but it looked like it was a bit weaker than before. Outboxer was thinking the same thing as me basically. He tells YellowStorm that he will go for any openings he sees. Seriously, he was so ridiculous. When did she even say that he can have the last hit? Well, they are in the same party anyways, aren't they? So what? This was not a reason for her to lose to him. Smiling, she raises her head to look right into the Bicorn's eye. She was doing her best to try to provoke the monster. This was not something that the Bicorn could miss. It starts screaming, getting ready to attack YellowStorm. 1 second later, the monster starts charging towards her. She was annoyed because she knew that Outboxer would get the last hit. Even so, she knew that this was the only chance. He better get the timing right. And just like that, she starts casting a spell, but this time it was not a combat spell. It was a utility spell, Dig. The moment Outboxer heard this, he knew what she was planning. She quickly follows up with another utility spell called Bind. What happened in that moment was pretty obvious. The Bicorn fell into a hole and then got chained up pretty quickly with chains made out of magic. Her combo was successful, but she couldn't hold on a long time. While it was frustrating, she couldn't hold it for long. She knew that this amount of time was more than enough. After a couple of seconds, the chains suddenly break. The monster was way stronger than she anticipated. Because she tried to bind such a strong monster, the consequences were pretty big. She instantly ran out of mana, and because of that, she was punished by losing some health points. Long story short, without even getting hit once, she lost 50% of her HP. She wondered that maybe it was because she used magic consecutively, but because of this, her mana went to 0 and it was so hard to just keep standing. She couldn't believe that she was feeling dizzy because she ran out of mana, seriously. She was so weak that she fell on her knees while the Bicorn was charging right at her. Well, the Bicorn could charge her with all her might though. But she knew one thing for sure. She already dug holes in advance. This was all part of her plan. While the Bicorn was charging at her, she was standing still. Before the monster managed to hit her, it found the hole. And just like that, with one step, the monster submerges into the water. This was a close call, but YellowStorm was sound and safe. Dig was an ability that allows her to change the terrain to control the situation. That was just basic knowledge for a mage. She was all giddy and proud. But even so, her head was in so much pain because of using so much mana. Smiling a bit, she starts speaking to Outboxer. She was going to let him go for the last attack. The sun's necklace was already covered in light. Outboxer was waiting for this moment for a while now. He already knew. In that moment, he started to remember his training. He was in front of his father, who was saying that they will finish up the training. He was glad that he was able to move without any issues, just as Victor had told him. Outboxer was grateful and humble. After all, this was a training with the Kingdom's basic swordsmanship. His father tells him that his talent for martial arts was definitely one that was blessed by the heavens. But, of course, there's always a but. All of this was meaningless if his body can't keep up. This was the truth, so rather than being dragged around by the weight of his sword, before he will leave for Langast, he will focus on teaching him 2 things for the next 3 days. While gently touching the training dummy with his bare hand, he starts talking. The first thing will be thunder appeared out of nowhere. The lightning strike for him to use in normal situations. A split of a second after saying that, the training dummy is hit multiple times in the blink of an eye. Outboxer already knew this skill from the game, but seeing it in real life was really impressive. In the time that 1 lightning strikes, he will land 7 strikes on his enemy. As for the second thing that he will be teaching him, it would be quite difficult while he wasn't able to control his ki properly yet. And there was always the downside of being defenseless and not being able to move while he was preparing to use it. This will definitely become a great ability to use against an enemy who's wide open to an attack. This ability will become the decisive strike that will take his enemy down. This was pretty impressive. It was just like his father told him. He takes a step forward and gets ready to engage. In the next second, my guy disappeared from the spot. This time, the bicorn was well aware that something was wrong. The moment it gets out of the water, it opens his eyes and starts looking around. He notices Cordelia and starts looking around for Outboxer. The monster was absolutely sure that that little boy was there before it fell onto the ground. Smirking at it without saying anything, YellowStorm just points towards the sky. And just like the last time, he was above the monster again. Even so, this time it was different. This was going to end the fight. The bicorn has time to barely look up for a second. This was the most powerful technique that he was able to use right now. And that ability was called Lightning Fist. The impact was so strong that it pummeled the monster onto the water once again. YellowStorm was a bit surprised by the shock and starts screaming. She was wet all over again. After the impact, both Outboxer and the monster were standing still in the water. The monster starts dangling a bit and then it falls onto the water completely lifeless. Seeing this, YellowStorm was absolutely hyped. They actually managed to defeat it. After a second, they even get multiple notifications. They got so many experience points. Happy as a child, she turns around towards Outboxer asking if he saw this. She leveled up 3 times. My poor guy was completely drained from his stamina. Realizing that he might actually drown like that, she starts running towards him. She manages to drag him on the land. Was he okay? What was wrong? In the midst of a battle, he lost the sun's necklace and he couldn't move. Hearing this, YellowStorm was a bit annoyed. It was that damn 9-inch severed meridians again. She tells him to hold on a bit, she will move him on the land for now. Before she manages to do that, she gets interrupted by the fairies. Both of them were in total shock. They actually defeated the bicorn. But who was that boy? Actually, that was not important. They needed to quickly report back to the queen. And also, the night fun was about to start, so they needed to hurry. It's safe to say that while holding the lifeless body of Outboxer, she was a bit confused. They were going to invite her to the party because she was so pretty. But now that things have turned out like that, they definitely must come with them. They will go and see the queen, all 4 of them. After that encounter, YellowStorm manages to move him onto the ground. And after that, she finds the sun's necklace and places it on his heart. She takes a step back and just looks at him. Thanks to the sun's necklace, it seemed like his body temperature has returned to normal. Also, wouldn't it have been better for him to just wear the swimsuit if he was going to get drenched? Hearing that, he laughs a bit. In that moment, YellowStorm started smiling. Come to think of it, this was the perfect situation for her to use her trump magic. She slowly starts to raise her wand towards Outboxer. And there it was, the heal magic that she practiced so hard in those 3 days. He didn't know that she learned healing magic, so of course he was a bit surprised. So, how do you feel, Mr. Customer? His tensed muscles were relaxing and it felt like his bones have been realigned. He really felt way much better now. Most likely, if he could rest for 3 more minutes, they could safely depart after that. Roger, the fairies were waiting for them, so they'll just rest for 3 minutes and go. Realizing what big of a help she was, he smiles at her and thanks her for being there. She never admitted it, but we know that Yuda Bale was supposed to be very handsome. And because of this, she didn't know how to reply. What the hell was that? Why was he suddenly triggering her maternal instincts to protect her? What do you mean maternal instincts? He was like, huh? What? It was nothing, just rest up. After that exchange, she returns to the fairies. She tells them that they would like to rest a bit more. What happened? Is the boy right? Well, he just needed to rest a little bit longer, that was all. He said that he was feeling much better. It was probably because he used his internal energy to defeat that bicorn. So, cold energy filled his whole body. It seemed like it will take a bit more for him to recover. The fairies were looking at her like they were not understanding what she was talking about. Even though he defeated the bicorn, he was kinda weak. Yep, but he was a handsome weak. The fairies were shamelessly talking between them without realizing that Cordelia can hear everything. In that moment, YellowStorm realized that she didn't ask for their name. The fairies introduced themselves as Adele and Amel? Okay. What were their names? Well, she was Cordelia and that boy was Yuda. Cordelia? No, just Cordelia. The blonde fairy wants to ask Cordelia something. Okay, what is it? Why was she wearing clothes while baiting? Laughing a bit, she says that they were not normal clothes, it was just a swimsuit. Her clothes were somewhere else. In that moment, she realized something. Wait a minute. Her clothes. She forgot about her clothes. Right. She starts panicking, going like, oh fuck, wait a minute, I totally forgot about my clothes. Pause. Hearing that, Outboxer jokingly says that she can't pause since they're not really in a game. This is what Cordelia said in the previous chapter. Hearing that, she yells at him, telling him to not trigger her. In any case, before they go and visit the queen, she really needs to go and change her clothes back to the normal ones. And after that encounter, they left to see the fairy queen. A portal appeared out of nowhere and transported the both of them. Cordelia was the one to take the first step into the fairyland. They got transported into some kind of magical forest. This was still a forest, but it looked like a totally different setting. Smiling at them, the fairy with green hair was leading the way. And just like that, they started walking in an unknown direction. The moment she saw how beautiful this place was, she was left speechless. Suddenly, the sun was so bright and leaves were blowing everywhere. They were able to see and smell countless different flowers in the same time. The surrounding scenery was so fascinating. And even more, every time they walked, the surroundings were changing. YellowStorm was absolutely fascinated, but Outboxer was like, I have no idea what kind of construct I'm walking through. An existence that's everywhere but also nowhere. Seeing their reaction, the fairies started laughing. They better follow them closely so they don't lose their way. Fairies who cross the walls of dimension and space all the time. They are so rarely seen that they are like existences within fables to humans. Both him and YellowStorm have seen them in the game time to time. They knew they exist, but it would be hard for anyone to believe in them when they just appear and disappear at a whim. Now that he was thinking about it, they only appeared in Cordelia's storyline within the game as well. He might be making a fuss over nothing, but this was a rare appearance. An evil grin appeared on his face. He could make good use of this. If you watch until this point, come on, subscribe. YellowStorm notices that the path ahead was getting more narrow. It looked like a corridor, but it didn't look that long. A bit later, she manages to see a fancy door. She laughs a bit, saying that she will go first. Someone was waiting for them smiling. They must be the children that Adele was talking about. Hearing the sudden voice, Outboxer raises his head a bit surprised. Both of them stop and looks towards something that looked like a throne. And for now, the throne was empty. A split of a second later, she appears in front of them. Again, they must be the human children that Adele was talking about. Without further ado, welcome human children. Welcome in this wholesome fall. The fall fairy queen Rolila welcomes you both. Back in the camp, nobody was next to the fire anymore. They were walking and walking and walking, searching for the two of them. In that moment, Dahlia notices something unusual. While she was scouting the forest, she hurried back because she heard an explosion on the other side of the camp. Nobody was sleeping, everyone in the camp was awake. Upon seeing that empty tent, it seemed like they crossed the river during this peaceful night. The knight was really apologetic, he didn't intend to fall asleep, he wasn't even sleepy. He really didn't know what happened. He drank the tea that young Master Yuda gave him and he became so sleepy. She looks towards the empty can and quickly grabs it. She raises it close to her nose and starts smelling. This was the medicinal herb that Count Chase would brew every time young Lady Cordelia couldn't fall asleep, for young Master Yuda to give this tea to him instead of Lady Cordelia. Okay, instead of waiting for them to return, they better split and go and find them. If her guess was correct, she understood that they wanted to spend some time alone together. But this escapade was the work of both of them. This was just a bit too much. Back to the Fairy Queen, Outboxer was bowing to her, politely greeting her. Of course, YellowStorm didn't have the tact to do it herself, but after seeing this, she greets the Queen as well. It has been quite a while since she saw human children, but their manners were quite good. Adele had a good eye. So, their names were Yuda and Cordelia, correct? While Cordelia was confirming, Outboxer notices something weird. Now that he was thinking about it, when did they disappear? Adele and Amel have gone to the banquet hall. When both of them stepped foot in that place, they used the time split that occurred to come and inform her about the two of them first. For them, who can freely move through space, time was not a forbidden domain. Hearing this, both of them were left speechless. It was the same setting that came out of the game. Smiling, the Queen says that bicorn had been the center of their troubles. Since they slayed it together, there was no way that she wouldn't give them a reward. Of course, hearing that, Cordelia was in bliss. And of course, Outboxer was thinking the most obvious thing. This was going as planned. Originally, this was an automatic event that wouldn't need manipulation on the premise that Cordelia chased away the bicorn that has terrorized the fairies. And of course, she'd get invited to the Queen's night party. The things that changed from the original scenario was that he participated with Cordelia, and then they also slayed the bicorn instead of chasing it away. Since the result of the battle changed, he predicted that an additional reward for completing the event was likely. But since she said you both, that should indicate that she will give out 2 rewards, right? He was really looking forward to it. What exactly can that fairy give him? A fairy stone? Maybe a fairy's whisper? But the thing that they needed the most right now was the divine moonlight staff. If they can get it, then he didn't care about other rewards. The fairy was already analyzing this, a mage and a martial artist. Flicking her fingers, she says that this will do perfect. A second after that, 2 bright green lights appear to their right and to their left. From one of the lights, something that resembled 3 branches started to appear. This was a divine moonlight staff that has absorbed the moonlight over 100 years in that place. Man, I don't know who's more beautiful, the staff or Cordelia. And this is Fairy's Footsteps, which has actually made for another tribe, but they weren't able to find a suitable owner for it all this time. Outboxer raises his hand and slowly catches the ring. As these items are out of the ordinary, instead of them collecting dust in a place like that, it would be better to give these to those who are deemed kind-hearted. He was silent, he wasn't saying anything. Fairy's Footsteps. Hearing this, he was terrified. Fairy's Footsteps is an A rank item that allows the owner to leap through space up to 3 times a day. Although it was an item difficult to utilize properly given the premise of the game, the best way that users have found to use this item was a complete evasion. This allowed the user to dodge an attack the moment it was about to reach. With that, there was no need to evade attacks anymore. It was an item that allows you to evade attacks without even moving. Cordelia was silent as well. Once you realize what was capable of, the daily limit barely works as a restriction. And yet, they would give him this as a reward? Forget about not needing other rewards, he was good with this. Happy as a child, he thanks the Fairy Queen. He turns to Cordelia, asking her what was she doing, thank her as well. Cordelia was annoyed. She better stop pouting, they were in the same party, she got the moonlight staff that she needed, right? I mean, she did, but that was a B rank item and his was an A rank item.
What was wrong with her pouting, huh? He could already feel that she was angry that he got something better than her. The fairy queen laughs a bit, saying that there was a reason why she gave them the following rewards. It was because she was a magician and he was a martial artist, right? Looking to the ceiling and thinking a bit, the fairy queen says that, well, that's not the only reason. Hearing that, both of them looked a bit confused. Seeing their reaction, she starts smiling. It just happens that she prefers handsome men over beautiful women. Bro, what? And just like that, after that encounter, they were back to the waterfall. Both of them looked exhausted. It was actually the river. That was the worst. They never get tired and kept pestering her to play with them. And even more, they constantly asked her to sing a song. Well, the fairies did mention that the banquet hall had a different flow of time, so there should be nothing to worry about. But he never thought that they would have to stay at the banquet hall for 12 hours. Even if only a dozen seconds have passed in reality, 12 hours was something else. She sang Twinkle Twinkle Little Star more than 40 times. If this was a game, they would have played the narration saying that time went by and move on to the next section. Now that they have to do it themselves, this wasn't something that humans should have to experience. She jumps hugging and both of them start crying. This was finally over. It was over. Oh yeah, by the way, the bicorn was doing fine. Also, what about the bicorn's horns? Since it doesn't drop like in the game, how should they carve it off? Well, they can't just leave it. It was such a useful item. Although it was going to be nasty, they have to do it. Compared to only getting one horn or not getting one at all, it was obviously better for them to try. Being loot goblins as usual, each of them calls dibs on one of the horns. She laughs a bit, thinking that they got the Moonlife Staff, 2 bicorn horns and the fairy's footsteps. She had a feeling that things were going to get well for them. What, doesn't he feel like they can do anything? Well, sorry to ruin the mood. He knew that it was hard for her, but remembered that it was worse for him. She was well aware of that, but don't he dare try and tell her that he's too tired and needs another piggyback ride. No, that's not it. About retrieving the bicorn's horns. Why don't they ask the escort knights if they can help them with it? This was the towel that they casted the light spell on. He was sure that the explosion would have woken them up. He notices that Cordelia was trembling. After a while, she starts talking with him. She looked really scared. About them. Does he think that they were going to be in trouble? Back in the fairyland, the fairies were talking with the fairy queen. Did she think that it was okay to give them both the Moonlight Staff and the fairy's footsteps? She never could have thought that a human would appear that she would deem worthy of the fairy's footsteps. Yuda was a nice kid, he was also good looking. But there was always a chance that a great power like that might change a person. She knew that they had great fun with them, so why were they so worried about them now? The moment she saw those children, there was a scene that flashed before her eyes. Within the gap of time, there was something she saw, something that she couldn't explain herself. Oh my god, look at them all grown up, holy. I think she saw their future, I'm not sure. There was one thing that she was certain of. She tells Adele and Emil that there was nothing to worry about. She was certain the moment she saw them. The fate of those children does not end with them alone. It will follow the fate of this world. Fairy's footsteps, 4 stars. Divine Moonlight Staff, 3 stars. They were now back at the camp. Dahlia was angry. Did she understand what exactly she did wrong? Cordelia was being scolded and she was just looking at the ground without saying anything. They were already traveling down an unplanned path, and they were worried what exactly might come out of the woods. And yet, they decide to head for the river without a single escort. What would they have done if something happened to them? Seeing how angry she was, Cordelia tries to apologize. Dahlia interrupts her, saying that during the 3 days it takes to arrive to Langast, as the escort knight of Cordelia Chase, the youngest daughter of Count Chase. She cannot allow the two of them to be exposed to any further danger. Until they arrive at Langast, they will be prohibited from exiting the carriage. Come on, she knew that she was angry, but even if it may be cramped, she was sure that she will understand, right? Since she's made time just for the two of them, enjoy. And just like that, they resume their traveling once again. The next day, as ordered, they were inside the carriage. Outboxer was feeling sick, no surprise here. After waking up, he notices that YellowStorm was there with a bucket of water in her hands. She heard that he was down with a cold. Was he alright? Well, he was not feeling the best, but he was alright. And come to think of it, what did Dahlia say? Was she mad on her? She gave her a good scolding. She says that they are forbidden from leaving the carriage. Really? Well, they probably don't need to go out on their way to Langast. This was a rather good ending. A bit quiet, she agrees with him. It looked like she really got scolded badly. Not only she was sulking, her antennas look withered. Antennas, oh, her hair, okay, that's so cute. The reason she got scolded so harshly was because Dahlia was most likely more worried than angry. But even so, still, what will she do if Dahlia starts to hate her now? He really doubted that that will happen. Since they were in the wrong, it was better to show that they were repenting by not getting in trouble. If they apologize after she sees that, she will probably accept it. After all, she was just like a sister to her, not just a caretaker. She takes a second to reply, but then she realizes that he was probably right. Of course, they better be prepared for another round of scolding. Well, it was alright since she was at fault. Also, she won't be the only one getting scolded. He will probably get scolded as well. After saying that, she takes a seat onto the ground next to him. She tells him to lie down cause she will wipe his sweat for him. He was like, hey, how could a noble's daughter sit on the floor? Come on, the floor is comfortable, I do that as well. So what, everyone just sits on the floor instead of the sofa when they watch TV on Earth as well. Well, he was too weak to talk back, so he decides to just lean back. She prepares the cloth by dipping it into the water in order to put it on his forehead. After that, as she said, she starts wiping his sweat. How does that feel? Does it feel cool? Customer, how's the water temperature? It was great, it's just like paradise. While chit-chatting with him, she laughs a bit, saying that he can't even keep his eyes open. And of course, he was slowly falling asleep. Smiling, she tells him to get some sleep, she will watch after him. It will be another 3 days before they reach Langast anyways. They should talk about how to deal with the demon's hand after he gets better. Again, he was out of energy, he didn't even have the strength to reply. Just before he falls asleep, he starts speaking. He calls out to Cordelia and she turns around. With his last breath, he thanks her and falls asleep with a smile on his face. Seeing this, she started blushing a bit. She couldn't help but think that she should be the one thanking him though. She's like, just get better quick then, and throws the wet towel on his face. After a while, the convoy was doing some steady progress. They traveled over a bridge and then through a forest until the night arrived again. And just like that, 3 days later. While holding some piece of paper in her hand, Cordelia was saying that this was crazy. Does he go around conning others in reality? Such a con artist. Come on, that was so harsh. So what did she think? Would their plan proceed smoothly? He was totally recovered. Yes, it was way too perfect. That's why she called him a con artist. What is with that look? He thanks her for the compliment. She was in disbelief. It was really the same. This was really fascinating. How was it so similar to her father's writing? Right in that moment, somebody knocks at their window. The knight was pointing towards something in front of them. What, was he asking them to look in front? Cordelia was the first to notice it. It was Langast. They arrived to the destination. This was amazing. She could see it from all the way over there. Langast symbol, the knight statue. It looked so big and it was even more imposing than it was in the game. Both of them say in the same time that they thought they could hear the BGM while looking at it. BGM is background music. They look at each other for a second and then both of them start singing the song in the same time. I am shipping them so hard, you have no idea. After a second, both of them burst into laugh looking at each other. As expected of a game freak to think that they would hum the same part. Hey, that's what she wanted to say. This was the city of commerce, Langast, with Mangareview's Count family in the center. It was a city north of the Celion kingdom. This city was being governed by the 12 northern families. They don't belong to any families as a territory. And the city of a start where Yuda and Cordelia's main scenario begins. The setting of this part seemed to be exactly the same as in the game. Outboxer was standing next to Maya and people were walking around them everywhere. They take a step and then they notice the place where they will be sleeping. What was this? Didn't Cornelia just stay in the accommodations in the original story? What on earth was with this luxurious mansion? His thinking gets interrupted by Maya, who is carrying the luggage. Well, long story short, Count Chase has arranged for this vacation home for young master and young miss to have a comfortable rest. And since the two of them are only engaged to each other, he has requested for their rooms to be separate on level 1 and 2. I see. He was so darn considerate and detailed. We love Arthur. In that moment, he noticed something that he really wanted to see. Cordelia was in front of Dahlia and was apologizing once again. In the end, Dahlia gives up and opens her arms. Without wasting any second, Cordelia jumps towards her and hugs her. It looked like they made up, huh? He turns towards Maya, telling her that he has a place that he needs to visit. Could he bring his luggage in? Maya instantly agrees. The knight that was hitting on Maya was waving at her, saying that he will help her. But he gets interrupted by Outboxer, who says, "All the escort knights, please follow me." A bit disappointed, he says, "Yes, young master." Excluding Dahlia, the rest of the Count's Chase family knight, please follow me as well. They seemed a bit confused, including them? Yes, his father told him that once they reach Langa safely, there was something that he will need all their help with. All of this needed to be done before the social gathering began. But of course, all of this was a lie. On the other side, Cordelia was just walking with Dahlia. As expected of a city of commerce, the shopping district was packed with people. Dahlia was like, "Let me see, the magic store is like, we need to take a left on that alley." She was right. How did she find it so quickly? She stumbles her words, saying that she studied the map a lot. Yeah, that was the reason. She knew since she went there a fuck ton a lot in the game. So anyways, she was probably tired since she had to be on guard duty. Also, she was probably exhausted because all of the things that they've been doing. She could lift her while doing a full lap around Langast. She had nothing to worry about. So, what was the thing that she needed to buy so urgently at the store? Well, she didn't have any particular item in mind, but she wanted to go and look. Also, she had someone she definitely needed to meet. Someone she needed to meet? In Langast? Yup, they're stuck in the workshop at night, so they can only meet in the... What she was saying was that since she can only meet them during the day, she can't postpone this. She really couldn't wait to go see them. 15 minutes before arriving to Langast. Obviously, she should know this as well. But in the main event in Langast, it will be infinitely more difficult than their previous battle against the Bicorn. And although their power has increased thanks to getting those unexpected items, they won't be able to win with their strength alone. Well, yeah, they were supposed to lose this fight. That's right, and in order to make sure that won't happen, he was thinking of selling his father and her father. Huh? Selling their fathers? What? She starts screaming, but he quickly calms her down, telling her to not scream out of nowhere. It was not a weird plan, just listen to him. She notices that he was handing her some kind of papers. This was a forged official document he wrote while mimicking her father's handwriting. They will use this to gather the magicians of Langast. I have received information that the enemies of the Sailroom Kingdom, the demon worshippers, will be launching a surprise attack during the social gathering of the 12 clans. I invoke the name of the Tower Master, Arthur Chase, to call upon the aid of the magicians of the Crimson Dawn Tower. As long as they have that document, the magicians from the Crimson Dawn Tower will have no choice but to help them. He didn't just copy his handwriting, he even copied the way he talked. He prepared so well to the point that this was a bit creepy. Well, she was wondering what kind of an insane plan he would propose. So, they were selling her father, who was the Tower's master of the Crimson Dawn. All of this in order to get help from the magicians. Correct. And also one more thing. Since the magicians are part of the elite society, even if the Tower Master's daughter asks them directly, they will still need at least this much of a compensation. She looks at the money thinking for a second. Okay then, she will try go and scout the magicians in Langast. What was he selling his father for? Well, she knows how his father went on that expedition, right? Well, Earl Bale clashed against a group of demon worshippers during his last expedition. And when he checked the bag of one of the demon's worshippers, he found a type of a secret coded message. After decoding the message, they found out where the demon worshippers would next meet. And that meeting point was located at a specific place in Langast. He was going to take the forged document with that story to the Knight's Order in Langast. His father has his reputation, and if his son personally visits them, the Knight's Order will have no choice but to believe him. And of course, the location specified in the document will be correct since he will be the one personally marking it. And he was sure that it was right because he played the game before. So they'll be using the NPCs in order to increase their power. And through the Knight's Order, they will be able to cut quite a few of them down. That was right, this method only worked because he was Yudar Bale and she was Cornelia Chase. And also because it was reality and not a game. She takes a second to take all this information in. An evil smile appears on her face. Not bad, right? Now then, it was time to drag in some people from outside the event. Blue Lion Knight Order headquarters. He was wondering why he, the commander, needed to immediately check what was in that letter. But for it to say that the demon worshippers were hiding in Langast, he did not expect that. There truly was nothing more urgent than this. Barwa, Sailrune Kingdom's Blue Lion Knight. Hearing that, the knights were a bit confused. Demon worshippers, did he hear that right? It looked like there were some secret orders from the Earl. Because of the contest, he told him to deliver this letter personally. He also told him that they need to burn it once they are done reading it. The truth was that they can't leave any evidence of his forgery. Okay then, let's do that. He confirmed the contents of the letter that Earl Bale has sent. With the remaining knights in the branch, they will move as soon as possible towards the hideout of the demon worshippers. In that moment, he raises his hand. This may sound a bit immature and out of the blue, but could he and his guards tag along? Hearing his request, the silence covered the room. He can allow his guards, but from what he knows, he was not healthy. Well, that was true, considering that he's been stuck at home because of his sickness. He would usually not ask for something like this. But this is the first time when his father entrusted something to him. This is why he wished to be part of it until the end. Also, this will be a good chance for him to see with his own eyes why his father holds the Blue Lion Knight Order in such high regard. Does Earl Bale really hold them in high regard? Really? Absolutely. Aside from his father, Earl Chase also said this. This will be a good experience for the young knights. They both believe that the young knights will be okay since Commander Barlia is very skilled. He was shameless. In the end, they fold, saying that they will allow him to accompany them. 30 minutes later, first branch of the Demon Hand. Somebody called the commander out saying that they found something. They found this in a chest in the corner of the room. It looked like it was something important. Seeing this, the commander was astonished. The document contained the locations of the other meeting points in Langast, as well as information about their most important members. But in reality, we already know that the secret author was Yudar Bale. The name of the group of demon worshippers hiding in Langast is Demon Hand. And even more, now they know the other 6 meeting points. The plan was to head back to headquarters and hold a strategy meeting. 12:40 PM. They had to split up into 6 groups. Now it was time to show them what the Blue Lion Knights are made of. 6:25 PM. One of the key individuals of Demon Hand, Baron Edgar, has escaped. The order was to find him and search everywhere. Slowly but surely, they took down enemies one by one. 11:45 PM. Cordelia was exhausted. Her legs were in so much pain. She can barely feel her legs because of all the running around she did looking for all the magicians in Langast. If only she could send an announcement to meet up just like in the game. Well, if she was that tired. She gently pokes Outboxer. There was no response, it was just a corpse. In total, she convinced 4 magicians. And since the boss of this demon hen incident uses ice magic, she recruited Ronin, the best flame magician, first. She also heard that the knights on his side found 7 demon hen bases. And of course, they absolutely destroyed them. Was that true? Yep, the 7 bases from the game were all sorted out now. The Blue Lion Knights Orders commander respects his father a lot now. Thanks to him knowing that beforehand, it all worked out. In the setting for the story, there were 12 bases, right? Sadly, she was right, but at least they cut over half of them. Aside from the Blue Lion Knights, the Guard Knights now also know the threat. So for now, they should just be satisfied with this. Alright then, it was time to get to the next step on the plan. He probably already had something ready, right? Well, kinda, they just need to set something up at the social gathering hall. The most important thing will need to be done on the day of the party. Most important thing? What was he talking about? He looks a second at her without saying anything. The target of the demon hen. Protecting the 2 important people in the scenario is the most important thing. The one they were aiming for are Cordelia and that other guy. Lucas... something. A book was lying on the couch next to him. I take it back, it was not a couch, they were inside the carriage. It's safe to assume that this gentleman is Lucas. Just how was this even possible? 7 bases raided in one single night. Bayron Edar, rich person of Langest, a long-time supporter of the Demon Hen. Do they know how much money he spent to plant all of them there? The minions were trying to apologize, they were currently trying to identify the cause. Slamming the table, he says that even if they do manage to identify the cause, it was already too late. Those blue lions could already know the locations of the remaining bases as well. The social gathering was right in front of them, how can they proceed with a plan when things are like this? Out of nowhere, somebody from behind him says that it doesn't matter. The Baron slowly turns around. Sir Minos, a man who accepted a demon in his body in order to become half human, half demon. The old guy tries to explain that their forces have been basically cut in half. Minos wasn't having any of it. According to the report, Cordelia Chase has arrived in Langest. Was that true? It was correct. Lucas, the other target, will be in Langest tomorrow as well. Then there won't be any changes to the plan. In 2 days, they will capture one of them and then they will summon a demon into this kingdom. Despite the fact that a few things have changed, they will still proceed according to the plan. Noonday of the social gathering. Both Mia and Dahlia were all giddy. And with this last detail, everything was done. Outboxer was all dressed up and ready to party. Damn! and Cordelia was looking as elegant as she could. It was really fun dressing them up when the clothes are good. Mia was in total work satisfaction. In that moment, Dahlia notices that they were a bit late. The plan was for them to head out first in order to prepare for the departure, so don't worry, take your time. Agreed, they will follow soon enough. Look at them being chibi, that's so nice. After they leave, they take a look at each other and smile. In that moment, Cordelia starts walking towards the mirror. She was in bliss. As expected, Cordelia was so pretty. Outboxer is like, sheesh, what a narcissist. What, doesn't he think that she was pretty as well? As expected of the best waifu in Legend of Heroes 2. Cordelia was the best. It's not like he didn't agree, he said that because she suddenly talked in the third person. Raising his hand towards her, he starts talking. Anyways, since it was an important day, they should stay a bit more focused. What was he doing? She doesn't have anything to give him. He was not looking to get anything either, he was just escorting her. She takes a second to process what she just heard and then she reacts in proper YellowStorm fashion. That was a bit cringe. What, does she think that he was not cringing? Dahlia and Maya were still waiting for them at the cage, so she better just hold it already. And just like that, they arrived at the social gathering. It was easy to think that this event was just a small event due to the name, but in reality it was a huge event that focuses on the children of the 12 northern clans. As the event is pretty big, a lot of people attend. People with power in Langust, famous people and high society. And of course, people who want to form a connection with the 12 clans all attend to this annual event. Because of this, depending on if you're invited or not, your evaluation in high society may change. That's how much sway the gathering has. It also shows how important it is. While walking next to Cordelia, Outboxer starts talking. She remembers the plan, right? Of course, protect Lucas from the demon hand. No matter how strong they are, it will be impossible for them to wreak havoc with just half their forces. That was right, but people were already gossiping around them. That girl was Earl Chase's daughter, and the one next to her is that her fiancé, the youngest son of Earl Bale. But wait, wasn't he called the Earl's Trouble? He looked completely fine. What was going on? Did he recover from his illness? Also, both of them were more beautiful than the rumor said. And of course, they suit each other. Both Outboxer and YellowStorm were dying inside. There were too many eyes on them, focusing only on the plan was hard. What the hell, this was so bothersome. Without having enough time to finish her thought, she notices someone. A girl calls out her name and asks her if she's been doing well. A gorgeous girl with blue eyes and blue hair slowly approaches them. It has been a while since she talked with Cordelia. This girl's name was Sylvia. She was the female figurehead of the Crossvale family known for their wealth. And the cute and shy girl that was hiding behind her was called Viola. She was the youngest daughter of the Lange Viscount family. Also, she had a fear of meeting new people. Seeing them, Cordelia starts to happily wave at them. Of course, she's been doing well. It was so good to see her. She also starts talking to Viola. Why was she hiding behind her? She better come out. Stumbling her words, Viola says that it's nice to see her again. Sylvia was so glad that she was doing well. But who was the person next to her? He bows down saying that he was Yuda Bale of the Count Bale family. It was an honor to meet them. Of course, seeing him, YellowStorm was dying inside. Sylvia was all smiles. The pleasure was all hers. She was wondering what the fiancé of Cordelia was like, but to think that she will finally be able to meet him. Outboxer was calm and collected. Sylvia was supposed to be considered a beauty on par with Cordelia. While he made sure that he wouldn't get seduced by her looks, he really doesn't feel anything about her. It kind of feels like just meeting a celebrity or something. But the rumors were not wrong, she was gorgeous. Right as he was thinking that, he notices YellowStorm. She was happily chatting with the shy girl. In that moment, hearing what the girl said, she started laughing. It was clear as day to him now. He was wondering why he could handle Sylvia. The reason must be that he got used to seeing Cordelia. In that moment, someone interrupts them. Cordelia stops chatting as well. A young gentleman approached them and was not saying anything. The guy slowly raises his hand in order to greet them. He was Lucas from the hosting Count Hellsberg family. He wanted to personally thank them for attending the social gathering. Lucas, leading family of the 12 families, expected successor of the Count Hellsberg family. Although he did manage to greet them first, he could tell from his eyes that he had no other interests in them. He introduces himself as Yuda Bale from the Count Bale family. And just like that, they shake hands. This guy was leading the family of the 12 northern families. He was the genius child of the Hellsberg family. Not only was he interested in the idea of becoming stronger, he even enjoys training itself as a hobby. And depending on if the person he is interacting with is strong or not, he will gain or lose interest in them. He couldn't even hide his immense disappointment. It was just a bad habit he has yet to change. If Lucas had the same personality as he did in game, since Yuda has been rumored to not be able to train in martial arts due to his physical capabilities, He will view him as a person that has no need to give respect to. Lucas wanted to stop the handshake, but Outboxer didn't. Of course, this applied only if he was the same person as in the game. Lucas was a bit confused. Yuda Bale, Cordelia Chase, and Lucas Hellsberg. Those three people had one thing in common, which was that they were playable characters in Legend of Heroes 2. Among the characters, two of them, Yuda and Cordelia, were hinted to supposedly have memories of their past lives. A random image with Cordelia, I don't know how to narrate it, but she's too cute to not put it here. However, he wondered if that was true for Lucas as well. For example, what if the third highest ranker in the server was reborn as him? Before the Demon Hand attacked the gathering, he will need to confirm himself. At that point, Lucas was really confused. This was the longest handshake he ever did, without beating around the bush. In the easiest and direct method, he approaches Lucas in a serious tone and asks him, "Hey, you too?" Lucas just stared at him a bit confused. It looked like he had no clue of what Outboxer was talking about. He quickly coughs, saying that he's been saying nonsense. His 9 severed meridians haven't fully healed yet. He was so sorry to show that side of him. Well, of course, no, it was a serious illness. He hoped that he will be able to recover soon. He thanks him for understanding. He will need to greet the others, so he will take his leave. Cordelia saw all of this happening. She quickly starts to approach Outboxer. He grabs him by the hand. That was so embarrassing. Shut up! He already knew how embarrassing this was, and he was blushing and looking in the ground. Well, that was hilarious, but hey, now they made some progress. Lucas doesn't have any memories of their world, does he? He said, "Shut up." Although Cordelia was right that they made progress, he was not sure that he should feel relieved or nervous. Unlike how he first met Yellow Tempest at the Blades, he doesn't really sense anything special about him. And seeing how Lucas reacted to what he said, it was fairly certain that he doesn't have any memories of the previous world. If someone like Lucas had memories of playing Legends of Heroes 2, it would have been such a big help in solving the upcoming Demon's Hand event. It was such a shame that he didn't. Even then, if they found other reborn rankers, there was no way of knowing what they were thinking, or if they will cooperate with them. Since they already changed a lot from the original plot, it might be better if they have less factors to worry about. Anyways, she totally forgot Lucas was a playable character as well. It would have been better if Lucas was the reborn 3rd place ranker though. The truth was that she never liked Lucas at all. Really? Why was that? It was because her favorite character will always be Cordelia. Since she was trying to clear the game with all the characters, she had no choice but to play him. But after seeing the story, she hated playing as Lucas. He should know as well. In Lucas' story, after Cordelia gets kidnapped by the Demon's Hand, oh my god, she turns into a demon and becomes your enemy. Oh my god, look at her. That was all? Well, that can be helped since Lucas is the main character in the story. If you play as Cordelia, it was Lucas that gets abducted by the Demon Hand and becomes Demon King. The event has the same basic outline, but depending on the character that you're playing, the abductee changes. She was well aware of that. In other routes, both of them get brainwashed and they are sacrificed. But the thing was that in both routes, they become enemies with each other. Does he have any idea how many people get game overed by Lucas the Demon King? That's why there were a lot of people who don't like Lucas, because their favorite character was Cordelia. Doesn't he get it? She has a grudge against him. A grudge. Alright. And also there's a personal reason. There was another reason? She remembered his alt account. She was going around wearing super cute clothes. Thinking about it made her head explode. Also, all of the items were paid, but she didn't really care about that. Thinking about it, Outboxer agreed that it was a relief that Romantic Cat wasn't there. If they were there, he was afraid of what Lucas would be right now. YellowStorm agreed. In that moment, Cordelia notices someone and starts waving at them. It was Ronin, the flame magician she went to persuade at the Crimson Tower. but it was her first time seeing the two people that were with him. After a second, she actually remembered that he said that he will bring other magicians as well. Since she met other three outside, the total number of magicians coming to the social gathering from the Crimson Dawn Tower was now 6. On top of that, including the knights sent by Sir Baruda and the guards of the 12 clans, they had over 30 people attending. So, compared to the original story, the security was pretty tight. What should they do now? Should they just wait until those guys break in? Well, pretty much, although the timing will be a problem. If they consider their previous situation with the bicorn, there was no guarantee that they will attack at the same time in the same place. So the best thing was to stay on their guard. They will go and greet other people while being close to Lucas as well. Roger that. She was also thinking that it was just about time she went and dealt with that bastard. That bastard who was having some funny business with Sylvia. He was wondering who was making Lady Sylvia have such a soulless expression. His name was Felix Duran, and just like Outboxer said, Sylvia was looking dead inside. She does know that Felix was the oldest child among the children of the 12 clans, right? Irrelevant, she would still win against that punk. Win what? Better not fight. Huh? Why not? Was he scared? In the end, Outboxer gives up. She could just do as she pleases. After she left, he takes a second to recover. Sometimes she was so hard to deal with. Aside from Lucas and Cordelia, the children of the 12 clans won't impact the event even if they die. But since it was like this, they should try and save them all. So for now, the only thing he could do was watch and stay on guard. Cordelia was already attacking the guy pestering Sylvia. Look at her not even being able to control her expression. If she was so transparent. Well, in the end, he liked that openly bored expression better. A sourful expression like the one Cordelia had in the game was not a pleasant one. That sour expression didn't match her at all. A second later, the orchestra starts singing. The music suddenly changed. It looked like it was dance time. The demon hand still hasn't. Tragedy. He realized that everyone was staring at them. This was unexpected. He didn't know how to react. Cordelia starts talking with him. His guardian was going somewhere kinda urgently. Why was she calling her his guardian? Her name was Maya. What was going on? She suddenly got Dahlia with her. Both Dahlia and Maya were watching them with stars sparkling in their eyes. They were in danger. And it was not the danger they expected. Everyone in the room was watching them, waiting. Those gazes, it was not just him being crazy, right? Fuck, it was obvious. It was understandable that they would stand out. The attendees of the social gathering are young children and most of them naturally have some ideas about dating. And unlike the other people who were at most just friends, the dance of Yuda and Cordelia, it was a thing that was expected by everyone. After all, it was a dance between fiancés. Putting on his gloves, he realized that this couldn't be helped. He turns towards Cordelia and starts talking with her. Will she give him the honor of dancing with her? Her first words were, "You I mean, of course. But as usual, she was dying inside. And just like that, they start to slowly walk towards the people. Outboxer was gently holding her hand. Again, in classic YellowStorm fashion, she was like, this is so cringe. But he knew how to dance, right? Why was she asking? She already knew the talent of Yuder Bale. While grabbing her by the waist, he says that he is good at everything that uses his body. Giggity. A bit flustered, she says that of course she knows. She got a bit surprised by his sudden pull. After a second, she notices something interesting. Were Yuder's shoulders always this broad? Also, his weight was a bit... He notices that she was basically staring at her. He asks her if anything happened and she replies saying that it was nothing. Really? Okay, then sure. And just like that, it was time to dance. Before Before they have time to do that, a huge explosion occurs in the middle of the building. With a pure reflex, he hugs Cordelia, trying to protect her. This was happening, the demon hand was finally attacking. 1 second later, everybody started screaming. Multiple demon worshippers appeared out of nowhere. One of them was slowly walking through the smoke. Cordelia was the first to notice him. He had silver hair and matching silver earrings. He was standing right in front of Lucas, who was defending Sylvia. He finally found Lucas. It was just how it happened in the game. The Demon Hand organization attacked the gathering, and the main villain was standing right in front of them. And he finally found his target. Lucas was right in front of him. What was worst was that Lucas didn't have his sword. His only weapon in this situation was a small dagger that he hid in his sleeve. He starts talking with Lady Sylvia. He was currently not armed properly, so completely defeating the enemy will be impossible. The best course of action was, while he was blocking him with all he had, she should find an opening and run away. Of course, hearing all this, Sylvia started panicking. She couldn't just run and let him die. Even so, the enemy was not going to wait. Step by step, he got closer and closer to them with ice covering his feet. He gently raises his finger and starts chanting a spell. Before he manages to kill them, somebody else interrupts him. Savage flames of Lodos. A split of a second later, a huge fire explosion appeared in the middle of the room. Burn my enemy. And just like that, the leader of the demon hand got targeted by that giant spell. He only had a split of a second to react. For a second, it looked like the spell completely hit the target. Because of the force of the impact, Lucas dropped his dagger. He was doing his best to protect Lady Sylvia from the hit. Before he had time to recover, someone suddenly grabbed Sylvia's hand. Both of her and Lucas turn around surprised. It was Cordelia. She quickly tells them that they have to run away now. Young Master Lucas as well, they had to go that way quickly. The fire magician will most likely manage to buy some time for them, but it was not completely sure that he will win. What was she saying? Leaving behind an enemy and running away. As a knight, he couldn't do it. Cordelia wasn't having any of it. What the hell was he thinking to do without a weapon? Even more, did he fight against the magician before? And another thing, was he confident that he can even fight through those flames? He better think properly and decide quick. Also, he better remember whose name that guy said when he appeared. He was the target. He had to hide. Lucas didn't like this outcome, but slowly he realized that Cordelia was right. When he appeared, that guy was definitely targeting him. Annoyed by this, he clenches his fist, knowing that he has to run. A second later, he started following Cordelia. She was guiding both of them towards an unknown direction. Of course, Yuda was with them as well. They kept running and running while the flames started covering the building. Before they managed to get away, Yuda hears somebody calling out his name. He looks to his left just to see Maya, who was watching them right from the middle of the danger. One of the demon hand worshippers was right behind her. And even worse, they were way too far to have time to react. He could just stay and watch what was going to unfold. The demon worshipper didn't waste any time. In a split of a second, he raises his sword and goes for the kill. Maya was not a warrior, she was just a maid. Scared, she just closes her eyes and braces for the hit. In that moment, Dahlia appears out of nowhere. She kills the demon worshipper in just one swift strike. Dahlia was enraged. To think that somebody would try to attack a maid from behind was just disgusting. After taking the blow, the demon worshipper falls onto the ground. She tells Yuda that they will quickly follow. He had no reason to stay there, so please escape with Lady Cordelia. He promptly answers and gets ready to leave. The fire was covering everything. The smell of the ash was so strong that you could barely breathe. Without stopping, they kept running and running. While doing so, Yuda was looking left and right, trying to assess the situation. It was very obvious that the fighting force of the demon hand was way weaker than in the game. If it would went like how it did originally, Minos would have appeared last as the boss. But since he appeared with the initial ambush, that was the proof. And for now, the fire wizard that Cordelia contracted was actually managing to hold him back. The battle was in their favor. If they play this right, they might just survive. Look at those bloodshot eyes. It was more than obvious that he couldn't stand the fact that they slipped out of his grasp. But since both Lucas and Cordelia were there, slowly following them was the only thing that Minos could do. Obviously, they should finish preparing before that. In any case, they had to go that way. They needed to go next to those stairs. After reaching the location, Cordelia touches a statue. Reaching behind it, she presses a hidden button. A secret passage opened right in front of their eyes. Of course, seeing this, both Lucas and Sylvia were shocked. Where was this? Why was there a door inside the wall? Well, no, Master Yuder found that secret room. They just had to go in there first. Upon entering, they see multiple interesting things. A very large room with a huge magical circle drawn on it. Even more, the moonlight staff was waiting right there for Cordelia. And of course, a lot of swords ready to be used. Of course, Lucas noticed these things as well. Sylvia was already looking at the magical staff. A magical circle that she was seeing for the first time and some kind of a staff. She had no idea what was going on. She slowly asked Cordelia what was this place. Cordelia didn't have time to explain. She started opening some kind of a secret door. They were in a hurry, so she will explain later. She points towards the newly opened door, saying that Sylvia should go in there. After getting inside, she should stay there for a bit. Since she was not an important target, she should be fine if she just hides. Target? What does that even... Wait, before that, she was telling her to stay in there all by herself? It was fine, so she better get in there quickly. Go. She was going to open it when it was all over. Okay, she got it. No need to push so hard. After that exchange, Sylvia was safe and sound. Alright then, since Sylvia was now well hidden, the next part, Lucas was already grabbing one of the swords. Out of the blue, he says that he will return to the banquet hall. Of course, Cordelia turns annoyed towards him. Well, he found a usable weapon. And even more, as a knight, he doesn't wish to stay hidden in a secret room like that. And he was their target. The three of them should be safer while being separated from him. So now he will go to the knights and... Silence. Instantly, Lucas was not able to talk. Silence. Rank C. Suppresses sounds emitted through the mouth of a target for a set duration. Yo, Cordelia is so badass. He turns around annoyed, trying to speak, but nothing comes out of his mouth. Cordelia was like, huh? What? Nah. Rather than hurting her ears while hearing him off, she cast a silence spell on him because that was going to be better overall. And also, she was being really nice to him explaining this. If the magic she cast on him wasn't silence but a paralysis spell instead, he wouldn't even be standing right now. Does he think that they ran all the way there just to hide and shiver because they're scared? Nah fam, this was an emergency. Their lives were in danger right now. Out of the blue, she starts ranting with game terms. If they win there, they will get a notification saying that they are the first in the server. And a ton of special articles will be written about them on the Legend of Heroes forum as well. Of course, Lucas had no clue of what she was talking about. Realizing that she was going a bit off track, Outboxer tries to calm her down. He starts talking with Lucas as well. The silver-haired man he saw. That was someone who accepted a demon in their body. When he heard this, it looked like he understood the situation. Cordelia was still pouting, looking at him. His true goal was to capture either him or Lady Cordelia. If he manages to defeat the magician that was blocking his path, he will definitely move to track them down immediately. So for this, they needed time to prepare. Right as they say that, the magician was defeated. It was more than obvious that Minos won, but because of the fight, his mask started cracking. And a second later, the mask was gone. Silver hair with one white eye and one black eye. Looking at his eyes, one being white and one being black. It was more than obvious that indeed he had a demon inside his body. Annoyed that he was delayed, he starts walking after the target. It was just him, the destroyed building, the fire, and countless corpses around him, both demon hand worshippers, knights, and magicians. There was no use in hiding, but they were really unnecessarily fast. And after a while, he found the secret room. Cold air and ice started to slowly open the door. All of them noticed this in an instant and they were getting ready to fight. Lucas was remembering Outboxer's words. The silver-haired man he saw was somebody who accepted a demon in his body. The cold air that he was feeling, it was binding his body. Young Master Yuder was definitely not joking. Before the fight started, Yuder started talking with him. 3 minutes. If they manage to hold that guy there for 3 minutes, they can win. And of course, his signature move, a glove that had a magical circle. With that glove on his hand, he was able to cast the magical spell that was written in the circle at any time for once. That was his ace in the hole. Right after that exchange, the doors start opening. Both of the doors are sent flying, and there he was. He was bored and unimpressed. There was no doubt about his victory. Right as he was thinking that, he notices something weird. Pieces of scrolls were flying around him. The scrolls exploded right on target. Although they were only 1-star scrolls, he threw a lot of counter attribute magic circles at him. Now the question was obvious. Did it work? It's not that he wasn't hurt. He was not even scratched. Even his clothes and hair were both intact. With the flick of a finger, he started creating ice. The ice was on the ground at his feet and forming in the air as well. This was an unbelievable level of cold. It looked like he couldn't damage him at all with just low-level magic spells. But of course, they had a secret plan. As long as he enters the room, Lucas and Cordelia chase. This was lucky for him since both of them were in the same room. Taking her gloves off, Cordelia was ready to fight. A sacrifice of this level might summon a demon with higher ranking than expected. This was working so well for Minos. And just like that, he enters the room. This was going as planned. He actually came inside the room. Of course, Cordelia was on the same page as well. A second later, he calls out to Cordelia. Taking her battle stance, she says that he didn't have to tell her. She instantly cuts her hand and starts activating the magical circle. And it was not just any magical circle. This was Velestein's magical circle, the one they used in the first episode. Of course, this magical circle was non-existent in this timeline. Minos had absolutely no way of knowing about this spell. This went according to their plan. While Minos was all chained up, Lucas was right in front of him holding his sword. He started panicking. What in the world was this? And YellowStorm started flaming. What do you think, bitch? This was a magical seal that even Lee's gang would struggle to break. He could try and struggle all he wanted. The stronger the targeted demon was, the more effective that magical circle gets. That was the power of Velestein's magical circle. That calm and collected expression he had was long gone. They were getting on his nerves. This mere magical trick can't possibly hold his powers down. In reality, although Cordelia was pretending to be strong, she already couldn't even stand up straight. But the only person that could maintain the magical circle was her. Since she couldn't spam potions like in the game, she could only maintain it just for a couple more seconds. Right as she was saying that, she was getting more and more dizzy. This was a short amount of time, but doesn't he think that that's enough? And the one she was talking with was Outboxer. The moment he saw that he was chained up, he started using ultimate footwork. Because of the speed of this spell, Minos didn't have time to react. I take it back, he did. He clenches his fist and starts casting some kind of a spell. After a second, dark magical power covers Outboxer. For him, it felt like he got frozen in place. This was a cold atmosphere that makes the body freeze. And the cold was yin energy that eats at the spirit of the body. For a normal human, even if they could withstand the cold, they would freeze on the spot because of the yin energy penetrating deep within the body. The problem though was that he was already used to yin energy like that. This was a 1 in a million chances when his sickness actually helped him. Seeing that he was not affected, Minos didn't know how to react. This was not possible. But he was not sure that the demon was used to yang energy though. And of course, the sun's necklace was full of yang energy. Minos didn't know what that was, but he knew that that artifact was dangerous. The moment he got within range, Outboxer used Thunderclap. Just like his father taught him, he struck his target 7 times in a split of a second. Each strike was infused with strong yang energy from the sun's necklace. Seeing this, Lucas was shocked. That was an incredible combo. He heard rumors that he wasn't able to learn any skills because of his weak constitution. So, how could he explain his prowess? After successfully landing the strikes, Yuda falls back. He was at a safe distance from Minos, who was still standing up. His hand was all beat up and in pain, even though he should be weakened after being sealed by the Wallenstein's magical circle. And he should have been hurt from fighting with Ronin, the fire magician. How the hell was he still standing? He was still standing, but it was pretty obvious that this time he got hurt. Not only do they have improved physical capabilities, he even possessed a physical body that was beyond the understanding of humans. However, he couldn't stop there. If he wins there, he will be the first on the server. Saying that, he dashes towards Minos once again. He clashes with the demon, but this time his strike was blocked. It was Yuda's turn to be surprised. His attack was supposed to be as fast as lightning, so he didn't expect it to be blocked. Even more, Minos managed to grab him by the hand. And of course, this time the demon was casting his own magic. It was more than obvious that he was in danger, so Cordelia starts screaming to Lucas. This was bad, he had to help him. Instantly reacting, he started to dash towards the two of them. Minos had just 1 second to react. Even so, while being chained up and holding Outboxer, it was not that easy. Lucas managed to cut his hand, but in the process he destroyed one of the chains. And surprisingly, again, Minos was hurt. He was actually in pain. His blade was shining bright white. That skill was the ancient sword skill that was only passed down through the generations of the Habsburg family. That power was nestled in the sword of the Holy King Graham when he slayed 5 great demons and created his kingdom. And the name of that skill was Holy Sword. Minos was going crazy. These kids were so annoying. Driven by rage, he starts casting magic again. This time, the ice was forming faster and bigger. Even so, Lucas was not backing off. He was still attacking. Both of them were very strong warriors. Minos was attacking with countless fast ice projectiles. On the other hand, Lucas was doing an amazing job repelling all the incoming attacks. He remembered Outboxer's words. 3 minutes. They had to last 3 minutes. In the backline, Cordelia was not doing so well. Blood was dripping on the floor. She was so fatigued and dizzy that she didn't even understand who was fighting with Minos. It felt like she got hit with a hammer. Her head was shaking. The whole world felt like it was spinning. The rate of the mana consumption was way greater than she thought it would be. At this rate, she could barely hear somebody calling out to her name. Outboxer gets close to her yelling out her name, but Cordelia was unresponsive. This was so hard to maintain. What was going on? Was she okay? She was not. She couldn't hold it anymore. He already knew, but could she do that? First, she needed to cancel the magical circle. She really couldn't hold it any longer. Even then, that was the only card they had left to play. Was she sure that she could handle it? She takes a second to reply and then breathes in heavily. All beat up, a smile appears on her face. Of course, who does he think that he's talking with? It was time to play their trump card. Back to the action, Lucas was still fighting on par with Minos. Ice shards were flying everywhere. Just like before, Lucas was managing to block all the incoming attacks. I have to say, I didn't expect Lucas to be this strong. I'm not sure, but it looked like Minos was getting close to his limit as well. And what was annoying was that he was just fighting some trifling human trash. In a moment of anger, he amplifies his magic. This time, Lucas was falling behind with more and more attacks hitting him. He had this much destructive power despite the fact that his entire body was sealed. Thus, his magic power knew no bounds. The fight was starting to look grim. Lucas was being pushed back slowly but surely. Stop thinking negative thoughts. He doesn't have the luxury to back down anyways. If what young Master Yuder said was the truth, he couldn't allow that man to step outside the magical circle. In the backline, Yuder was already getting ready to attack again. As usual, he starts chanting the Solari prayer. There was only one chance. Cordelia was well aware of it. The plan was for Yuder to prepare his thunder striking fist, and then when Minos' breathing becomes unstable, there was no point in saving it, it was just an item. If she fails there, either Lucas or her will end up becoming a demon king. The problem was that her sight was so hazy that he couldn't even grant a proper lock on to her target. Since it's become like this, it couldn't be helped. She was going to rely only on the sound and her gut feeling. For the moment, Lucas was being able to push back towards Minos, and it was obvious that Minos was actually doing his best not to lose this fight. Lucas did his best to keep fighting, but of course, a moment later, Minos' strike was so fast that he was not able to block it. This was a heavy fight since both parties were hurt and in pain. With them in that state, this was the perfect moment for Cordelia to take action. Lucas raises his sword and prepares to dash towards the demon. This time he actually managed to land a strike. Both Lucas and Minos realized that he got hit. Right in the moment, the chains break. This was Cordelia's moment to shine. Right now, she raises the moonlight staff into the air, which starts shining with a bright light. Minos got surprised since he didn't expect the seal to randomly break. The seal was actually broken. Lucas noticed it as well. This was not the same fight he fought until now. Most likely, he wouldn't be able to fight Minos anymore. The glory of the moon. Hearing Cordelia talk, both of them turned towards her surprised. Awaken from your deep slumber. She smacks the floor with the wand. And shine your light here. The staff was so strong that you could feel the magical pressure changing in the room. Moonlight magic started to slowly form around her staff, and just like that, the light became brighter and brighter. Minos didn't know what this was, but he knew that something big was coming. The light was so bright that he was forced to look away. Moonlight. They were using another trick, and in the meantime, Outboxer was using the moonlight to charge the sun's necklace. This was their plan all along. Moonlight is basically sunlight, so this was the best way to charge the pendant. And of course, Minos realized that he was in danger. He tries to raise his hand in order to protect his eyes from the light. The moonlight was gathering on the necklace. Just what were they planning? Right when he was thinking that, his hand starts to burn. there was no point to try to block it. This was the result of combining the magic power of the moon that has been accumulating over 100 years and the holy artifact that was imbued with the power of the sun god Solari. Hearing all this, Lucas was a bit surprised. If they were using a normal sword until now, he guessed that now they could use a lightsaber. Cordelia was a bit annoyed. What the hell was he saying? All of this was nonsense. Even so, the light was dangerous. He had to do something. He needed to get out of that closed room and move somewhere else where the light can be diffused. In that moment, Outboxer realized that he was trying to run away. Where the hell did he think that he was going? It was time for his ultimate spell. His ace in the hole, the magical circle on his glove. The spell was not any powerful spell. He just casted grease on the floor. My guy predicted that this would happen. A second later, Midos falls onto the ground. The reason was obvious. The floor was slippery. He was lying on the ground defenseless with his back turned towards the light. Outboxer was already ready to engage. Using his ability, he dashed right towards the demon. He stops right next to him, getting ready to strike with everything he had. Minos knew that he was in danger. He had to prepare for the attack. Raising his hand in the air, Outboxer was getting ready to deal the finishing blow. In the background, Cordelia was pointing him that it was execution time. Outboxer hits him right in the face with everything he got. The impact was so strong that it shattered the floor. The light of the hit was so bright that Lucas had to cover his eyes. After a second, he quickly raises his head in order to see what happened. Minos was lying lifeless on the ground. He barely managed to finish it. Knowing that they actually won this fight, he closes his eyes. In the backline, Cordelia was lying on the ground exhausted. For a split of a second, it looked like his hand moved. Cordelia noticed this and shivers came down her spine. She instantly starts screaming. She calls out his name, trying to get his attention. Minos was not dead and he even managed to grab Outboxer. He was charging everything he had. It was time for him to show them his true power. There was no way. Can they really not win? Demon King Minos, constructed only to defeat the player. He was the one who has never shown his end to anyone. Cordelia knew that this was over. In that moment though, something unexpected happened. It surprised both Minos and Outboxer. His demon hand fell down on the floor. Lucas noticed it as well. Minos looks at his hand a bit confused. What was this? He realized what was going on and he didn't like the result. This was impossible. He didn't even lose yet. A grin appeared on his face. Magic power. He just needed to supply magic power. Then a fissure like that. This was not making any sense. He raises his head towards the light. Realizing that he was going to die, he starts screaming. He yells at Yuder, begging him to go away, but it was too late. Nah, bro, this is over. In that instant, he raises his hand and then strikes him right in the head once again with all the magical power he had left. Once again, Lucas closed his eyes. After a second, when opening his eyes, he realized something. The silver earrings finally fell onto the ground. The demon was no more. All his body got destroyed. In that moment, Outboxer got multiple notifications saying that he leveled up. A second later, he turns around to see if Cordelia was alright. With this, it was finally over. The problem was that Cordelia was lying on the ground. There was no response coming out from her. Seeing this view, terror and anger got all over him. A second later, he starts to slowly walk towards Cordelia. With his vision getting all blurry, he was doing his best to try to get to her. Before he manages to do that, he starts falling onto the ground. Seeing this, Lucas rushes towards him. While he was trying to call out to her name, Lucas manages to catch him before falling. He was at his limit. It was time to pass out as well. You have attained the title, The One Who Makes the Impossible Possible. All stats will be increased by 5%. The next moment, he wakes up in the bed yelling out her name. If you watch until this point, come on, subscribe. He was alone in a room with only Maya next to him. Let's go, Maya is okay. He realized that this was in Longest. In that moment, Maya calls out his name. Hearing that, he quickly turns around. Seeing that he was okay, Maya was almost crying. Man, I love Maya. She starts crying, saying that she's so relieved that he was awake. So, how was his body? It was a bit numb, but he was not hurting anywhere, so she had nothing to worry about. More important, did she get hurt? She didn't. She was fine because of Dame Dahlia. That was good to hear. He should thank her later. Also, did she not sleep at all? Well, her job was to nurse him, so she didn't. It was really a relief that he was fine. He properly thanks her and asked how is everyone else. Well, young Master Lucas, who was with him, has been sent to a hospital, while Lady Cordelia, who was also unconscious, has been sent to her villa after being administered first aid. The doctor said that she just overworked herself. Both of them should make a full recovery. There were a lot of other injured people as well, but the people who ambushed the social gathering have mostly been taken care of. The knights and magicians were handling the situation. That was really good to hear. Out of nowhere, Maya grabs him by the hand. She was all giddy. Basically, you could see light coming out of her face. Young master. Huh? Lady Cordelia was still laying down as well, but she regained her consciousness just a moment ago. So, if he was okay with it, will he go and see the lady? Well, it was more than obvious that he couldn't just say that he doesn't want to. He would be supporting Maya's delusions though, but in the end, he needed to go and check for himself if she was really okay. Okay then, take him to Lady Cordelia's room. While walking towards Cordelia, he couldn't help but feel like he was forgetting something. What in the world was he forgetting?
After arriving, they are welcomed by Dahlia as well. She opens the door and tells him that they will be waiting outside, so please feel free to talk as much as you want. When he entered the room, it was more than obvious that YellowStorm was annoyed. I take it back, she was not annoyed, she was just feeling really sick. In Outboxer's words, I quote, "No reaction, just a corpse." Well, at the end of the day, it was a relief that she was unarmed. Seeing him, she actually got annoyed. How did he even walk there? She was so dizzy when she stood up before that she just fell over. Really? That bad? Yup, she used way too much mana. Her head was very heavy and she was staying still, but occasionally the world spins. So basically it was like a hangover, right? A bit confused, she raises her head. Huh? He asked if it was similar to having a hangover. She takes a second to think, saying that, kind of? Seeing how slow her reactions are, she didn't seem well at all. If it was too hard, then she could just lie down. Hangover? No, she was feeling fine, she was feeling better now. That being said, did she hear that before getting collapsed? That, what was he talking about? Well, her new title. This brightened up the mood instantly. Title, she was so tired that she thought she hallucinated it. But did she really get a new title? She didn't just hear things? One who makes the impossible possible. Yep, that was right, that was the title. That was so fucking cool. If this happened in the game, she would have completely flipped Legend of Heroes. That's how cool the title was. The chat room would have been on fire as well. And gaming companies might have even contacted her as well. She was in absolute bliss. This was better than she ever imagined. Outboxer just laughs a bit and looks at her while smiling and not saying anything. 1 second later, his mean switch turned on.
Now that he was thinking about it, she was not saying anything about him letting her have the last attack. Oi, is that important right now? He doesn't waste a second and continues with the mini switch. It was pretty good for getting her title, but he gets interrupted by YellowStorm, who was as happy as a child, saying that Dahlia is still alive. Dahlia told her that Viola and Felix were both rescued. Even more, if you add the mages and the escort knights who came to help, let's see, it would be more than 30 people. Some of the Ronins got hurt, but no one lost their lives. And among the escort knights, there wasn't anyone who got badly injured. Even though this many people were kidnapped like in the game, none of them died. They saved so many people. With a warm smile on her face, she said that she felt like they were getting closer to their perfect happy ending. There was no way that he would not be affected by this view. Out of nowhere, he puts his hand on top of her head. To be honest, I expected a gentle pat on the head, but he starts to just shake her a bit. After a couple of seconds of ruining her hair, she slaps him off. His mean switch was turned off, but he just wanted to do this. What the hell was he doing? He was a bastard. He laughs a bit, apologizing. She was being so admirable that he did it without thinking. Growling, she says that he will seriously kill him. Taking a seat, he starts talking. Now, in any case, she was really glad that they've made it through the hurdle. Yep, she will give him that. Has he concocted any other plans? For now, he was thinking that the next scenario was going to follow the game as is. Yuda was still suffering from the 9-inch severed meridian, so it will have to be Cordelia. Then, after avoiding the devil's hand, she will have to run away into the forest. It was to the north, right? Indeed, and after that, he was planning to go towards the front lines to the north, since if they go past that, there was an item that will cure the 9-inch severed meridians once and for all. If they go to the northern front lines, that would be in the Count's Hellzorg territory. That was right, so they'll have to get some help from Lucas. Wait a minute. Lucas. Both of them, with perfect sync, realized the thing that they forgot all this time. Sylvia. They forgot about Sylvia, who was still in that hole. The room was filled with sounds of somebody crying. Sylvia was crying like a child. How could she forget about her? Cordelia was the type to cry when someone else cries, and while doing so, she was doing her best to apologize. Lucas and Outboxer were in the back and without saying anything. They met Lucas at the entrance. Why in the world he didn't remember it more sooner? He definitely had enough time to think about things calmly. It was strange. A situation that would make him forget completely about Sylvia. That was insane. Without time to finish his thought, he saw the blood on the ground. Oh yeah, right. There was one situation like that. A facepalm was due after realizing what he just did. She was so scared. It was dark and the noises outside were so loud. She was even shouting to let her out, but nobody heard her. She thought that she was going insane. All three of them were feeling so awkward because they cast magic so the sound from inside the pit couldn't be heard from the outside. Dahlia approaches her, saying that a knight of the Count Crossvale family has arrived, so... While Sylvia was crying while being carried away, Cordelia was apologizing once more. She was really sorry. After Sylvia leaves, she turns around annoyed. Oi, but what was Lord Lucas doing all this time? He didn't even let Sylvia out. Lucas apologizes, saying that he was deeply ashamed. But Outboxer knew the truth. Come on, that was obvious. Because of the silencing magic, he couldn't tell anyone that Sylvia was there. And he was dragged away by the escort knights to the hospital. So he came back now that he's been healed and the spell was lifted. Dahlia awkwardly apologizes. She was also sorry. She was purposely hiding news of Miss Sylvia's situation. She was planning to tell her after her condition was stable. Cordelia quickly turns around towards her, saying that no, it's fine, it was not her fault. It was all young Lord Lucas' fault. Her words were cutting deep. He will have to stop her, since they absolutely need Lucas' help in order to get to North. It will be troublesome if their relationship falls apart there. So, just like that, he starts talking with Lucas. Was he recovering well? Since he received the attack of a demon being head-on, his injuries should be quite severe. After being healed with magic, it was fine. Even so, he thought that it would be better for him to rest a while longer in his room just in case, since Miss Sylvia has also been rescued and now was safe. For a second, Lucas doesn't reply and just looks into the ground. In truth, he had something he would like to ask of him. Of him? Okay, sure thing, go ahead. Yes, something about him. He wanted to ask if it was true that he has not been completely cured from the 9 severed meridians. Well, that was completely true. So then, he really did display that level of martial arts with a chronically ill body. Then, his next question was, if he were to be cured, how much stronger could he become? The Count's land was located to the northernmost part of the kingdom. Beyond the borders, it was a frozen land that goes beyond the extremes of bitter cold. Dahlia and Cordelia were listening very careful. Lucas continues. There lies a method that could cure him of the 9 severed meridians, once and for all. Hearing this, Outboxer says that he was really thankful for that suggestion. But why was he doing this for him? A bit blustered, he stumbled his words, saying that, well, that's because he feels that he could be a worthy rival. Although it was a bit embarrassing to say, the truth was that he never had a rival that could oppose him in his age group. Until now, that was. Bro, he was actually saying it out loud. Of course, people might think that that is a good thing, but in reality he's always felt like he was alone because of it. That's why he always wished for an opponent that was a similar level to him, so that they could strive for greatness together. Okay, so what he was saying was that Sir Lucas, the one called the Prodigy, was treating him as his rival. Well, pretty much. Outboxer was dying inside. This was so cringe. But of course, he couldn't say that. He replied saying, it's an honor. Maintaining perfect expression control in the middle of all this. He was a perfect con artist. He was well aware that the suggestion came out of nowhere, but he really hoped that he would think over it carefully. He wishes to hear his reply tomorrow evening at the meeting. Pardon? At the meeting tomorrow? What meeting? Dahlia intervenes, saying that she hasn't been able to inform the two of them since they only just woke up. But until the extra guards of all the children of the 12 houses come from their respective families, they've decided that everyone should stay put inside Langast. There could be another attack. The meeting young Master Lucas just mentioned was one focused on the attack incident, since there are some who sustain injuries, and considering that most of the attendees were minors, there were a few who find it hard to stay mentally healthy. The meeting was suggested by the Blue Lion Knight Order. It was happening tomorrow evening. This was in order to let everyone rest, so that's why he talked about tomorrow evening, since they need to go in detail about their fight against the Demon King as well. He must absolutely attend it. Understood. He will give him his reply about his suggestion after the meeting concludes tomorrow. Perfect. Then he will excuse himself first. After that exchange, each of them bow down to salute each other. And just like that, Lucas turns around and leaves the room. The moment Lucas was gone, Outboxer started analyzing. This was really lucky. It was basically the ideal outcome. He wanted that exact thing to happen. A little bit later, YellowStorm and Outboxer were in a lounge talking with each other. Why did he hesitate if he was going to go anyways? Well, he needs to give the impression that he got to this conclusion after thinking deeply about it. He was sure that she also know that Lucas was thirsty for a worthy rival. He was probably really nervous about if he will decline him or not. While playing with her hair, Cordelia was a bit surprised. Outboxer was always surprising her in a way or another, of course. Alright, then about the meeting tomorrow. She feels like they will need to match what they were saying in there. It was about them defeating Minos, right? That was right. Although Lucas did join in, Minos was still someone who should have been impossible for just the three of them to defeat. Well, can't they just say that he was really tired and weakened because of his fight with Ronin? And Ronin was alive, his tales of heroism just increased. They could say that, but regarding the fake document, he gave it to her just in case, but she said that there was no need for it, right? Indeed, but she kept getting nervous with it on her, so she quickly burned it while Dahlia wasn't there. Well, that was fine, it was a good result. But on his side, he had to use his father's name, as he thought he needed to pull out a card there. Pull out a card. What was he saying? Did he have another plan? He starts explaining her his plan. She was like, I see. That was pretty cool. Okay. Alright then, they should do that. He will do the main commentary about what happened, so she just had to agree with him once in a while. That was easy, leave it to her. To say that she liked this plan was an understatement. To leave all the talking to him and not do anything, that's just perfect. Seeing her reaction, he couldn't help but smile. Also, how was her dizziness? Was it gone now? Doesn't she have to rest more? Well, her head was still a little heavy, but she was feeling fine now. Also, what was that when he activated it? Huh? What was she talking about? If it was a magical circle on a glove, shouldn't it obviously be the Flame Alchemist? He should have snapped, just like this, snap, snap. So, she fainted while thinking a Full Metal Alchemist. Okay, what the hell, was that really that important? Of course, the colonel is disappointed in him. What? No, it shouldn't be that much. And also, what else do they say? Something that might become a big topic. Outboxer noticed something strange. She was not acting as normal. She was more scatterbrained than usual. No, rather than scatterbrained, she was not relaxed at all. That was the vibe that he was getting from her. He calls out her name and she turns towards him with a bright smile on her face. How was she actually feeling? Was she feeling anxious? He was pretty much shocked that he noticed this. After a second of silence, while the wind was blowing her hair, she stops smiling and looks down on the ground. She was not feeling anxious, that was not the right word. But after going back in there, she remembered that they barely won against Minos. Her body is tired, but she couldn't sleep. Yup, he knew what she meant. The thing that follows the excitement of completing an incredibly dangerous thing was the worry that what's about to come. Despite the difficulty, they did manage to defeat him together. But in the end, Minos was just the first boss. There was absolutely no guarantee that the next incident would be resolved safely as well. A bit annoyed on the situation, he was gently tapping the chair. This was not enough. If they want to stop the destruction of the Pleiades, they need to make a more foolproof plan. And of course, the only way was to get really fucking strong. She was thinking that they were on the same page, so let's do their best. Outboxer laughs a bit, saying alright, but he didn't think so. With this exchange, she was feeling a bit better. Alright, that was all the worrying she was doing for today. The first and second place are together, so it will all work out in the end. Yep, let's think positively just like that. Now that she was thinking about it, from their main houses, she was wondering who was coming for them. Does he have any idea? Probably someone stronger than the knights. I don't know. Somewhere else far, far away, somebody was screaming. Oh, this is the Lord who was working with the demon hand. He was so close. If he just had the power of the demon still with him. Why were people like him on that pathway anyways? Well, he thought it was odd for someone to hide in a forest like this in the middle of the night. So, he was a demon worshipper. There he was, Lord Arthur. Also, less important, Yuda's brother was in the background. The next day, 8 p.m. meeting room. Out of nowhere, he tells everyone that they met the Fairy Queen. After him saying this, silence took over the room. The general starts speaking. What does that even... He only asked him about the fight against the Demon King. He knew that all of that was confusing, but he wanted them to listen to him. While they were moving towards Langast, Lady Cordelia and him spent a quiet time together at a creek in the woods. It was a fantastical night with a beautiful moon shining down on them. Of course, the thing that captivated him the most was the beautiful image of Lady Cordelia smiling under the moonlight. Hearing this, Cordelia was already losing it. But the truth was that he was not the only one who was admiring her beauty. When he left the area for a brief moment, fairies appeared from somewhere and approached her to invite her to their Queen's Night Parade. And since Lady Cordelia, due to her kind heart, couldn't easily decline the fairies' request, a biker suddenly appeared and attacked the fairies. Hearing this, everybody started to panic. Was he talking about the monster with 2 horns? That was right, it seemed that it had frequently harassed the fairies before. And just like that, he starts telling them all the story. And he keeps going and going and going. He was so good at this that he literally shocked Cordelia. A literal con artist doing his job. And so like that, due to the Fairies Queen help, they were able to defeat the Demon King. Okay, but young Master Yuder, fairies exist only in fairy tales, that's why they're called fairy tales. But the mages realized that that dust was definitely from the bicorn's horn. The power of chaos was imbued in it. It was an existence as rare as a unicorn. Yet they were looking right at it. And there was also traces of moonlight being stored in the staff as well. No, even now, after they told them that the power has been expanded, it still very much has the magic power of the moon within it. Hearing all this, the commander didn't know what to say. Only Cordelia was able to meet the fairies in the game. That's how rare of an existence they are. No one had any way of confirming if that information was true or not. In order to persuade Sir Barlia, he said that information came from his father. But he did that because he felt like he wouldn't believe if he said that it was from the Fairy Queen. So if he would explain that this could only happen only by borrowing his name, his father would understand him. Because he was someone who would overlook this if there was a valid reason, just like now. Out of the cards he could use, this was the best one. So that's why he was able to defeat it. Well, the appearance of fairies could be plausible considering Lady Cordelia's beauty. Even she was nearly enchanted as a girl. Hearing them, Cordelia was going crazy. Then, does it mean that everything he said until now was true? Okay then, understood. Alright, it looked like in the end it finally worked. But since they were still not sure of the goal of the Demon King, as previously planned until the additional guard knights of each family arrive, they should remain in their lodgings. That was all. For now, the meeting was over. Before they managed to leave, somebody calls out their name. It was Sylvia, who was finally not crying anymore. She tells them that she couldn't talk properly to them back then since it was so hectic. Although she was a bit late, she thanks them for saving her life. Cordelia tells her that she doesn't need to thank them at all. After all, she was very scared, right? She was, but now she was fine. So, the story about fighting the Demon King was a bit scary. But even so, she kinda wanted to hear more about those fairies. Would that be okay? Of course, she was more than happy to tell her everything about it. Hearing that, Sylvia was more than happy. She turns around calling out to Viola as well, don't just stand there. They should all go together and talk like girls. Alright, Cordelia could take care of that side. Now, the important thing was, where was Lucas? Lucas was right in front of him. So, has he finished thinking it over? He was impatient. Perfect. Then, let's get in touch on another weakness. He did, even after thinking over for such a long time rather than the method of curing his illness. He was more moved by him treating him as a worthy rival. Hearing this, Lucas flinched. He was at a loss of words, he didn't know what to say. The hidden setting of Lucas that appears in the game was the fact that he was a maniac for hero fantasy novels. And the thing he just said right now was from the novel that Lucas likes the most. These were the words that the rival says to the main character in the Wildvein saga. So most likely, while they're talking like this, Lucas will be immersed in the feelings of his childhood. He will feel like he became the hero he respected. Although it hasn't been long since he stepped onto the road as a martial artist, he wanted to respond to the kind invitation the young master has set. He will be in his care. Also, he was looking forward to the northward adventure with him. Hearing all that, Lucas was almost blushing. In that moment, Dahlia notices the two of them talking. She didn't say anything, but just watched them from afar. Now another problem appeared. Emergency. I take it back. Super emergency. What was she doing? Going to the north with Lucas. Of course, he had the 9 blocked-in pathways cure as a reason, but her? Excuse me? They were even sending people from the main house to pick her up, so what excuse could she use to go to the north? Even more, does he know what Dahlia said? Seeing as young Master Lucas was happy, it looked like young Master Yuder was thinking of going to the north. Won't she be lonely? Huh? Her? Why? Laughing a bit, she says, well, because you'll return to the house. Just like that, they thought that he was the only one who wanted to go, so what can she do? Outboxer laughs a bit, saying that he thought it was something serious. I mean, he got invited. Okay, so by that logic, she will be fine as well. She takes a second to try to understand, but it didn't look like she did. She should do the same thing that she did last time. Everyone will understand. The thing that she did last time? Hey, wait, no way, not that thing again. Well, if his illness gets cured in the northern area, he will hug her, lift her, jump fences for her and nurse her. He will do anything for her. And with a shameless smile, he's like, so please act your heart out and send away the people that came all the way to Langust just for you. Act as natural as possible. Thank you, YellowStorm. She really couldn't stand this guy sometimes. She started pulling her hair out of anger, knowing that that was probably the only way to go. Even thinking about it was pissing her off. Hey yo, he goes like, sorry, love you. What? Hearing that, YellowStorm exploded. She goes, what the hell are you even saying, you bastard? And just like that, 4 days have passed since the ambush by the Demon Hand. That morning, the Knights of the Earl Crossbell and Viscount Lange arrived, and left with Sylvia and Viola. The parting was pretty sad, with Sylvia crying on her way out. Cordelia was just waving at her, watching her leave. But they should be able to protect them anytime after stopping the destruction of the plates. Going into the afternoon, Felix and the other children all left one by one. And in the end, it was just her, Yuder, and Lucas left. The men of the Earl Bale and Earl Chase should be arriving tomorrow morning. Just thinking about it made her head hurt. As usual, she goes like, fuck, I really don't want to do that. Even so, the next morning, seeing who arrived for them, both of them got shocked. The one and only Arthur, he was here. Why was her father there? Also her brother-in-law. Yuder's brother laughs a bit, saying hi Lady Cordelia, it's been a while. He heard the story. He became way much stronger in the few days that he didn't see him. So, was he fine? Any injuries? No, he was all good now. But why was he there? Well, since Earl Chase was coming personally, they should at least send the heir of the House Bale to match the level, right? So, his silly brother ended up being summoned because of Earl Chase. In that moment, Arthur starts talking with him. So he faced with a demonkin with Cordelia. His tone was a bit surprising. It sounded like he was angry. Well, yes, with Lady Cordelia and young Master Lucas. They were able to defeat it thanks to the magicians and the Crimson Dawn Tower. He was still weak if he can't defeat one alone. He just can't put his mind at ease since he's so weak. It's not much, but keep it with you. It wasn't prepared for him, so don't misunderstand. I swear to God, Arthur is the best. Whenever we see Arthur, they get like OP items and upgrades. Also, he was way too skinny. He coincidentally brought something on the way there, so take it as well. As shameless as usual, he tells him, "Father-in-law, I love you." In that moment, Cordelia pokes him from behind. She was angry. Stop getting so happy and just talk about that. In that moment, he starts talking with both his father and Lord Arthur. He has something that he wants to tell them. Arthur was already aware of his planned trip. Since it was the northmost region of all Empire, it will be a long journey. Even so, since it was an offer extended by young Master Lucas, he was thinking of accepting it. They should probably just remake the escort group. Wait, what? He was giving him permission? What? Of course. His father probably won't say much about it either. This was her cue. She knew that she had to do the thing. Out of nowhere, she jumps and hugs Yuder. She wanted to go as well. She wanted to go with her lovely Yuder as well. She really didn't want to be separated from him. The silence was painful. Nobody knew how to react to that. Yuda's brother starts laughing. Is that so? In reality, she was squeezing his arm so hard that it was in total pain. His brother was like, look at her hiding behind Yuda due to embarrassment. So cute. Brother, she was breaking his arm. Arthur had something to say about this. She looked really angry. She questions if a weakling like him could protect Cordelia. He was going to prepare some items for him just to be sure. So be sure to take them before you go. At this point, it's safe to say that Outboxer was pretty confused. She kept looking angry while gifting him a lot of items. This was confusing. Before the arrival, Maya asked them if it's possible she wants to go with them as well. She understood how she felt, but she was not a knight, they can't risk it. Outboxer agreed, it will be dangerous, it would be better if she stayed behind. Okay then she will wait the day he returns to the mansion. Also, Earl Chase told her to give him this. He said that he prepared a new engagement ring. He promptly thanks her for delivering this. He will give this to Cordelia as well. Then, brother and Maya have a safe trip home. And just like that, they departed. Also, somebody starts talking with Maya. It was Dahlia who asked her that after returning to give her the next book of the series that she showed her. After that small exchange, they just watched the carriage getting further and further. Then they should start getting ready. Before that, could they meet with young Master Lucas for a minute? They had something really important to talk about. Were they referring about the witch's forest? Indeed, the fairy queen said that Lady Cordelia's fate is tightly intertwined with the witch's forest. So they told themselves that they should visit the witch's forest if they ever went north. This was sudden and out of nowhere. If they do this, they will need to alter the course of the journey. It was known that monsters appear in the witch's forest. As guards, they put their safety above everything else, so it was very difficult for them to recommend that route. They already knew that it was dangerous. However, she also told them that inside the witch's forest is the soul of a pitiful witch that has been suppressed by evil beings, and that the only one who could free her was Lady Cordelia. Stumbling her words, she agrees with Outboxer, although in reality it was not the fairy queen who told them that. But at the end of the day, it was true that there was a Cordelia-specific event like that in the forest. Shameless as usual, he continues. Since it was important enough for the fairy queen to personally tell them that, they will definitely have a mystical experience there. Although they might have to fight monsters like the bicorn, that was also part of the adventure. Adventure had the same effect as keywords have on YouTube. That piqued his interest. Cordelia tries to agree with him again. Although it was a bit scary, she was getting a bit excited. It was almost like a hero story. Since they have their trusty knights there as well, they have nothing to fear. Hero story, trusty knights. He was convinced. Alright then they will take a detour to the witch's forest for Lady Cordelia. It was the duty of a knight to protect the lady, so she will have nothing to worry about. Outboxer laughs a bit, saying that he probably really wanted to say that. Then she will go and inform the knights. She asks that the two of them will also tell their guards as well. After that exchange, they watch them getting further and further. She kinda felt guilty and responsible in the same time. Him as well, but for now, let's just say that they did good. The Witch's Forest. This was the name of the old Trafalgar Forest located inside the territory of the Northern Viscount. Due to the entire forest being infested with monsters, there aren't many people living within the area. And due to the roads being rough, carriages are unable to enter. So because of all this, they will be going on foot from there. They will be sending all the carriages to the Northern Viscount. Outboxer was still embezzling Lucas. After their adventure, it would be good to greet the Northern Viscount while they're in there. Of course, he heard that he was a nice and kind person. YellowStorm was already annoyed. He was scheming something again. She was pretty much brainwashing him into thinking that this was an adventure. Not only was Lucas not suspicious of anything, it looked like he was already pretty trusting of Outboxer already. Did he plan all of that ahead of time? Now that she was thinking about it, something felt off. The odd tone that he's been using on Lucas, and also how he acted during the meeting. Everything felt off when he suggested that they could just forge the documents. Not only that, how did he even manage to perfectly forge the documents? If all of this was planned because he trusted his own skills and charisma, YellowStorm was getting more and more suspicious about his job back on Earth. After analyzing all this information, she realized that he could have been a scammer. He was right behind her, saying that he could already tell what she was thinking about. He was just an ordinary citizen that paid his taxes and followed the laws. So she better stop having weird thoughts. Taxes? He paid taxes? Of course, does she want him to commit tax evasion then? Anyway, they better start heading out. While Outboxer started to walk, she just sat there quiet. Hangovers and taxes. If that was all true, that meant that he was a working man. She didn't like this because this meant that he was older than her. After that exchange, I quote, their adventure began. The forest was pretty much desolated with dead trees and crows everywhere. And now, on top of that, corpses of monsters were everywhere. After that quick fight, Dahlia put her sword back in the seat. Lucas didn't even need to raise a finger. Their knights did all the work. Lucas was a bit disappointed, saying that this seems pretty different from the adventure he had in mind. Outboxer laughs a bit. Well, this was obvious since they have all those escort knights with them. He could only say, well, safety is always first. He turns towards YellowStorm, who was shaking for some reason. What was wrong? Was she hurt? Her reply seemed very angry. If she had hunted all of those monsters, she would have gotten so much experience. Seeing her reaction, Outboxer was seriously thinking that there was something wrong with her. They've managed to clear out the area of all the monsters. However, from their findings, they noticed that the fog gets thicker the deeper they travel into the witch's forest. Hearing this, Outboxer realized something that he forgot. He takes a piece of rope out of his bag. Without any explanation, he starts tying up YellowStorm. What in the world was he doing? Jokingly, he says that he was going to use it if she ran away. He can't just let her bite someone, right? Even more annoyed, she asks him if he wants her to bite him. He was just joking, but he will pass. Since they won't be able to see well, they had to use that to avoid getting separated. He could have just told her that in the first place. Seriously though, her waist was really thin. His analyze of her waist was suddenly interrupted by Lucas. Why was he putting that on Lady Cordelia's waist? Well, it was because of the fog. Oh, that's why, made sense. If he would prefer, would he like to stay attached to them as well? Of course, it would be better to do what they can so they don't get separated. Lucas was in bliss. Knowing that he will have this reaction, Outboxer was laughing inside. Meanwhile, YellowStorm was really annoyed because this was looking really weird. But Lucas seemed totally unaware of that. He was hyped to go. Their knights were laughing at them, calling them cute. Outboxer tells her to just hold it in. And a bit later, it was just like their knights said. The deeper they walked into the forest, the thicker the fog got. Even YellowStorm realized that the fog was getting really thick. It also felt really creepy. It felt like someone was staring at her. Outboxer suddenly stops walking, and because of that, YellowStorm bumps right into him. This was painful. Why in the world did he stop all of a sudden? Well, the environment just changed. What? Seeing that he stopped, Lucas asks him what was the issue. Well, the ground just changed. The ground changed. What does he mean? The smell, the size of the particles, the composition was all different from where they were before. And also another thing. It was suddenly quiet. The moment she heard that, she realized that he was right. She starts screaming, calling out Dahlia's name, but she gets no reply. Sir Theon and Sir Cilion were not replying neither. It looked like all the knights were gone. Just like Outboxer predicted, now they were all alone. In the end, the rope they used served its purpose. She thought that they couldn't see anything because of the fog, but that was not it. They've been transported to a completely different forest. An area completely separate from everyone else. Realizing this, he starts talking with Lucas. It looked like the real adventure just begun. Hearing this, Lucas was pretty happy. Let the adventure begin. Seeing that the fog was getting lighter, they decide to drop the rope. While walking deeper into the forest, YellowStorm notices something interesting. 2 corpses of past soldiers. Their clothes and swords were there, but the rest of their body was gone. Outboxer approaches the corpses and starts inspecting them. It was pretty old, but that was an emblem from the guards of the Holy Cross. If he was referring to the guards that he heard of, does he refer to the guardians that hide in the shadows to protect the continent? Exactly. Based on the circumstances, it seemed that a small group of the guards were caught trapped inside the barrier. So he was suggesting that it's easy to enter the barrier. All they needed to do is find the witch's seal and undo the barrier. A bit sad, YellowStorm was quiet. While they were still inspecting the corpses, they suddenly hear YellowStorm casting Dig multiple times. They turn around surprised to see what was going on. She wanted to bury them. No, she takes that back. They need to bury them before they go. Since it was pretty easy to dig a hole with her magic, it won't take much time anyways. Lucas agreed. Those were the people that risked their lives for the security of the continent. Smiling, Outboxer agreed as well. Okay, let's do it. Leaving the guards in the open like that, he didn't think that that was the right thing to do anyways. Perfect, she will finish digging the hole then. In the meantime, they will prepare the bodies. After casting Dig one more time, Cordelia finds something interesting once again. Seeing her reaction, Outboxer realized that something was wrong. She found a wooden chest while she was digging. When she opened it, there was a book and a scroll. It seemed that there was an attack spell that executes demons. Also, conveniently, there was a book with divine martial arts as well. Looking at the seal on the outside of the wood chest, it seemed that they were fighting the demons that were sealing the witch's soul. When they arrived there and were trapped, a spell. Could Cordelia use it then? Well, yes, probably. Lucas says that since the book was on divine martial arts, he believed that Yuda should take it. He was a sword user anyways. Obviously, he did not decline the book. With that, it was perfect. They were sure that the guards of the Holy Cross would be happy with this. After digging the grave, they made a cross out of their swords. They already responded to them by giving them the book and the spell. And all of this was thanks to Lady Cordelia's kind nature. A bit blustered and shy, she stumbles her words saying that they can talk about this later. They should just start heading out again. Right after saying that, she hears a weird voice. Why don't they head deeper into the forest? Okay then, they can try going that way. Before they manage to do that, Cordelia stops both of them. She could clearly hear a voice saying, "My children, come over." She knew that she wasn't imagining it. When Outboxer approaches her, she says that she can hear voices. She points towards a direction. The voice was saying, "Come to the large forest with the exposed roots." Someone wanted them to go over there. The voice continued. Then, after coming there, if they do so, they will be able to meet her. It was the one and only witch of the forest who was speaking directly to Cordelia. After that exchange, they started walking towards the voice. Of course, since Cordelia was the only one who could hear the voice, she was leading the way. The witch's voice, huh? She looked really proud. This was her moment. Lucas was asking if Lady Cordelia can actually hear her. She couldn't hear anything at all. Laughing a bit, Yuda replies that they should trust Lady Cordelia and follow her. But in reality, to be honest, while everyone was walking following Cordelia, he heard the voice. For some reason, he can hear the witch as well. The witch was telling them to move a little more forward. He couldn't see anything with his eyes, but that hazy voice he could hear in his head was probably the witch. But hold on, was someone other than Cordelia supposed to hear her? Looking at Lucas, that doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, let's think about it. A similarity that Yuda and Cordelia have that Lucas doesn't. He has a flashback with the fairy queen saying that it's because they're beautiful. No, there's no way that that's the reason. Even so, he was quietly following Cordelia. She was all giddy, showing them the way. The witch was sealed inside the cave in front of them. Cordelia was as hype as she could be. Seeing this, Lucas tried to warn her, saying that there was a huge tree root under her foot. She already saw it, so come quickly. Seeing all this, Outboxer had a very clear decision. For now, she looks happy since she was the main character of the episode. There was no need for him to reveal the truth and ruin the moment for her. And just like that, the voice was telling them that just a little closer. They were nearly there. That was right, that was the right way. After walking for a while, they noticed that they arrived at the destination. In front of them, they could clearly see the witch who was frozen in some sort of crystal. After welcoming them, she asked them to free her from the seal. Seeing this, Lucas was a bit surprised there really was a person inside the ice. The witch starts explaining how to remove the seal. Of course, YellowStorm already knew how to do this. She starts explaining to unseal the witch they need to weaken the sealing stones in each corner with holy water. After that, they need to use an unsealing magic circle on the central piece of the ice. Of course, the witch was like, huh? Well, that was right. Alright then, she will go and sprinkle the holy water around, so she will leave this place to them. Since Yuder played the game as well, he already knew the process. Lucas was shocked that they can converse with such small detail with each other. The witch continues the form of the magic circle she needed to draw. Seeing that Outboxer was already drawing the magical circle, the witch was even more confused. How did he know? Was he a magician that specializes in sealing? He was pretending so hard to not seem like he can hear her as well. After a second, Cordelia returns. She was done. How about him? They were nearly finishing up as well. As confused as before, the witch tries to continue the explanation, but she realizes that they probably might already know? At this point, YellowStorm basically ignores her. She turns around saying that she will unseal the witch. Young Master Yuder and Young Master Lucas please step back for a second. After a second, she takes out a knife and prepares to cut her finger. This was the final step of the unsealment. After a small cut, blood started to drip on the magical circle. A second later, glowing in a blue bright light, the magical circle activates. The magical pressure changed so fast that you could basically feel it in the air. Lucas noticed that the magical circle's color was completely different compared to when they fought against the Demon King. A light not to suppress but to release? While the unsealment was still ongoing, they could hear a roar behind them. What was that noise? It was approaching quickly. Calm as usual, Yuder explains that it was probably the evil entity that was suppressing the witch. The one that the fairy queen told him about. He knew that this would happen, but this was a bit faster than he expected. It probably noticed that the seal was being broken. So this wasn't over yet. A bit annoyed, she turns towards them saying that this was going to take a bit, so better don't push her. Turning around towards the crystal, she noticed that it was slowly cracking. This needed to be faster. In that moment, she remembered her father's words. While healing one of her wounds, he started to explain something to her. Blood is the connection to the soul. For them, magicians, the blood that circulates within their body already has an incredible value. She better remember this carefully. She should handle her body with care. With those words in her mind, if blood connects to the soul, she will even pay her a tip. Behind them, they could see the doors being opened by a huge pair of claws. Cordelia knew what she had to do, but even so, this was still scary for her. This seal or whatever, just break it already. If you watch until this point, come on, subscribe. The stab of her hand resonated with the crystal, which broke instantly. And just like that, pieces of the crystal started flying everywhere. Of course, Yuder was paying attention to everything. The witch was finally free. It's been far too long. Cordelia was down watching the witch descend onto the ground. For freeing her from this incredible horrible seal. This seal that she had to endure for hundreds of years. This good deed won't go unrewarded. With a bright smile on her face, the witch thanks all of them for freeing her. In that moment, Cordelia starts speaking with the witch. She doesn't have the time to do so because the doors finally fall. And a very powerful enemy was coming right towards them. It was already there. This was way faster than it should have been. The witch noticed it as well. It seemed like she's endangered them all. Well, if she knew that, then please help. Of course, she also doesn't want the witch to part with them either. Alright, then they better listen to her. Putting her hands around Cordelia, she starts speaking with her. She will teach her the way to escape this danger. She had to accept her soul. Right after hearing those words, Cordelia could feel the surge of foreign mana going inside her body. She had to accept her soul into her body. In that moment, the change of pressure in the atmosphere was so strong that the outside was affected as well. A bit surprised, Dahlia turns around because of the noise. Everyone was searching for Master Yuder and the rest. Looking up to the sky, Dahlia could only question herself where in the world were they. She really hoped that Lady Cordelia was safe and sound. He was a bit concerned, but he could only just watch from afar. This was exactly the same progression as in the game. Right after she was unsealed, the witch whose body has already faded away. She temporarily bonds with Cordelia to deal with the monster and then breaks the connection. And after that, having been freed from her chains, the witch's soul just ascends. For having accepted her soul for a moment, Cordelia learns witch form. This is how the automatic event progression is in Cordelia's story. And just like he was saying, Cordelia started to slowly transform. Her colorful pink hair became a very dark shade. Even more, when she opened her eyes, their color was a dark green, just like the witch. This was Mrs. Witch's power. Because of the witch's power, her looks got completely transformed. Even her white dress became completely black. If things progress normally, having borrowed the witch's power, Cordelia will be able to defeat the monster. However, some things were different from the game. Cordelia was able to learn something through the experience, but she quickly realized something, and I quote, "Fuck, wait, I have a problem." She could feel the overwhelming power inside her. She could feel the great power of the witch, but how does she use it? The witch was both confused and surprised. She expected Cordelia to know how to do this. She didn't, so stop talking and just tell her the hotkeys. Hotkeys? Yep, YellowStorm sucks at following events. He quickly turns towards Lucas saying that they should try and buy some time. After that quick exchange, they dash towards the monster who was getting ready to kill them. Seeing the two of them dashing towards it, the monster starts growling. He plants his feet deep into the ground, hitting it so hard that it broke the cement. The monster jumped towards the both of them. It was not planning to just wait and let the two of them attack. He was the one who was going to attack first. Even so, Outboxer was ready to go. He instantly cast 36 sky steps. As usual, after a quick moment, he appears behind the enemy getting ready to hit. By that time, the sun's necklace was already charged up and ready to go. But something was different this time. The monster reacted in time. Outboxer didn't expect this. Outboxer did not expect this. This was the first time when this happened. This beast was fast. Even so, Lucas was there as well. He throws his sword just like a projectile right into the monster. The impact of the sword was so strong that it phased the monster away. Outboxer used the time to escape from the incoming attack. After that, he thanks Lucas, who replies saying that it was nothing. That aside, he will need to retrieve the sword if he wants to face the monster head on, though he doesn't think that they will have such an opportunity. Outboxer knew that he was right, although they leveled up after defeating that demon king. Not even YellowStorm's magical circle will help. The reason was that they didn't prepare the battlefield yet. It was a disadvantage for them to fight there. In the end, they have no choice but to trust in Cordelia. She was doing her best to lead the mana. She was trying to lead the mana, use the mana, and even press hotkeys. In the end, she goes berserk, annoyed that nothing was happening. Initially, the witch tried not to laugh, but she failed miserably. It was not working, just how in the world does she use it? She better stop laughing and just tell her. The witch laughs a bit, apologizing, saying that she was just way too cute. After that exchange, the witch raises her hand. Cordelia's body syncs with the witch in the same time, almost like both of them were controlling the same body. Of course, this took Cordelia by surprise, but after a second, a bright green magical circle started to form. She had to feel it slowly. Although it was the mana of another person, she had to allow herself to slowly take it all in. After all, her body was the container that holds it. The moment she succeeded, a bright light appeared out of nowhere. She opens her eyes knowing that now she was ready. The magical circle became bigger and bigger, and the spell was successfully launched. But the problem was that the one who got hit was not the monster. The one who got hit was Outboxer. The spell was so strong that he was basically launched into the wall. Lucas got instantly concerned. I mean, that looked like a one-shot kill. YellowStorm raises her head, breathing for a second. Alright, that was easy if you know how to do it. Alright, the fight starts for real now, so get ready. When she turns towards the monster, she notices something unusual. What happened? He was dead already? I mean, I'm pretty sure that he's not dead, but he looked like a corpse. YellowStorm starts screaming, how dare he defeat Yuder? She was not going to forgive him. A bit embarrassed, the witch tries to say that it was probably her fault, but YellowStorm doesn't even notice her. The monster was a bit confused, looking at Cordelia like she was crazy. A second later, Lucas notices that a big attack was coming their way. The monster was getting ready to breathe fire. Oh my god, is she doing what I think she's doing? Completely unfazed, she just elegantly flicks her hand. Her magic hits the monster right in his chin. Because it was forced to close its mouth, the monster ended up exploding himself. Even so, the attack was so strong that it hit the ceiling of the cave in two different places. But again, Cordelia was totally unfazed. The ceiling was falling right over them. Seeing all this, Cordelia raises her hand in order to try to cast magic to stop this. After a moment, she manages to do it. The ceiling pieces that were falling stop in the air. A moment later, she clenches her fist. She had no choice but to keep going. A huge whirlwind formed around the monster. Because of the flying pieces of ceiling, the monster was constantly getting hit. The problem was that Cordelia was slowly getting to her limit. The witch tells her that it's too early to wield her power as she wishes. She couldn't just wield the power, she should just use the magic. Okay then, tell her some spells. She didn't know any spells. She didn't know that either, although she wanted to tell her. Right in that moment, the monster broke free from the spell. Even though she wanted to tell her, they didn't have the time. With Cordelia being fatigued on the ground, the monster was right above her. In that moment, something amazing happened. His eyes got green as well. He plants his feet onto the ground, getting ready to use the 36 sky steps. With just 1 second before the impact, he dashes towards Cordelia. The moment he reaches her, he quickly grabs her and, for the first time, he uses the fairy steps. A split of a second later, the attack of the monster hit everything. They barely managed to dodge the attack. The fairy's footsteps just saved their lives. He quickly starts talking with Cordelia, trying to see if she was alright, but the problem was that she was not responsive. The witch was telling her that her reckless use was worsening the backlash. Any more than this would be dangerous. She knew that, but she was the only one who could hear her voice. In that moment, Outboxer grabs her by the arm. She just looked at him without saying anything. There was no need for words. It was more than obvious what he was trying to tell her. She was both relieved and annoyed in the same time. With a huge grin on her face, she said just one word: fuck. He better not forget that she was the one letting him win, saying that the witch's power slowly left her body. The moment the witch's power left her body, her colorful hair was back. And now it was Yuder's turn to transform. Just like Cordelia, his clothes suddenly started to change. And of course, his hair started to grow as well. He had to do this. It was his turn to protect her. Now that he had a temporary power-up, he might just be able to pull it off. The witch starts speaking with him as well. The technique of the Holy Cross Guardians was not compatible with her power. An overwhelming backslash will strike him, but he already knew this. Even so, he knew that this was the only way to do this. Cordelia was basically passed out in his arms. The truth was that they don't have the time to stand around waiting for a spell. And just like that, he starts casting a spell using the witch's magic. Seeing this, the monster raised his arms in order to protect himself from the attack. The spell hit him head on. Even so, the demon was still pushing through the magic. Outboxer was doing his best to push the monster back, but it looked like he will lose this fight. It was not the technique that was lacking. What was lacking was something else. The reason he was losing this was his body, who was not fully recovered from the 9 blocked-in pathways. Seeing this, the witch started to talk with him again. At this rate, even him will lose. Before she manages to finish her sentence, she gets surprised by something unexpected. And by something, I meant someone, and that someone was Cordelia. She barely manages to raise her hand in order to cast one singular magic missile. Laughing a bit, she tells Outboxer that she can't even take a break. And just like that, the magic missile starts flying towards the monster. The projectile goes right around Outboxer's magic in order to not destroy it, right into the monster. Even more, as usual, she had crazy good aim and hit the monster right into its eye. Now, because of the sudden pain, the monster was being pushed back. The moment the monster lost its balance, Outboxer noticed it immediately. This time, the magical spell that he cast was way bigger and brighter. He knew that this was his time to strike. The explosion was so strong that basically they couldn't see anything for a good couple of seconds. Still not having his sword, Lucas was watching from afar. The monster screamed in agonizing pain, and 1 second later, the life within its eyes faded away. Shortly after, the monster's corpse started to just fade away. It collapsed into dust just like the demonkin from before. Even if he was amazed at the result, he realized that he needed to do something. Both Cordelia and Yuder were laying lifeless on the ground. You have obtained the title Demon Slayer. All stats plus 3, attack power against demons increased by 5%. She was satisfied with this. They leveled up and got a good title as well. Since the monster was dead, the chains should be broken as well. And of course, Lucas was safe as well. He was very concerned though, calling out to both their names. And also nothing. She gave up midway, realizing that she can't think right now. Gently raising her hand, she tells Luca that she will sleep for a second. And because of it, she asked him to deal with the aftermath. And just like that, with Lucas calling out her name, she passed out. Out of the blue, they can hear the witch's voice once again. If they can hear her, they should open their eyes. They should wake up and look at her. Outboxer manages to slowly wake up. This was an unfamiliar place. Both of them were sitting on a couch. Smiling, the witch tells them that seeing them take care of each other even there is great to see. This was her mental world. Their bodies have fallen into deep sleep. She transferred their consciousness there. Okay, so that explained why they were there together. That's right. Then it was time for the three of them to have a chat. Let's see, should she tell them about her past? Again, as subtle as a brick, Cordelia says, I already know about it. It was more than obvious that the witch was disappointed. Really, she knows that as well. Well, then, does she also know why she was sealed away? Yep, she knows that as well. The witch was so disappointed that it was more than visible now. Even someone as oblivious as Cordelia noticed it. She suddenly changes her mind, saying that she doesn't know it that well, so please tell her all the details. Hearing this, a bright smile appeared on the witch's face. Yes, really, she really wanted to hear her story. Seeing her reaction, the witch laughs a bit and starts telling her story. A long time ago, there was a child who was sold just for 9 copper golds. That child was to be used as sacrifice for a demon summoning. That child was made to become the demon's plaything her entire life. After she died, she fated to flail around suffering for eternity. The ones who sold her were her parents. The ones who made her a slave were demons. Although she had never made a choice of her own will, the child did not accept her fate. She used her body as a slave to bring down many demons. From that point onwards, people started to call that child Witch. As time passed, the witch continued getting stronger. She became strong enough to be noticed by the 5 lords of hell, and among them Asmodeus planned on using the witch's soul to eliminate the other lords of hell. Without anyone's knowledge, he trapped the witch's soul within the Trafalgar forest. The plan was to make the witch's soul obey him until the day he carried out his plan. The story ended up being long. This was her life story until now. They were a bit tired since the game gave only a concise summary. Hearing the full story there was actually pretty long. Well, they did just hear someone's entire life story. The witch stretches a bit, saying that this was really refreshing. Out of nowhere, she grabs Cordelia's face. However, the past is in the past, so they better start talking about the future. She got really close to Cordelia and it looked like she was planning something. Even if it was only for a moment, she held her soul. She was able to learn of her potential from her body and soul. She had the potential to have the same kind of power as her. And out of the blue, she kisses Cordelia on the cheek. Of course, she was a bit shy, confused, and didn't know what was going on. The witch tells her that she left a trace of her in her soul. She had to remember the feeling she had when she used her power and use it to grow her own power in the future. And also, after that, she turns towards Yudar. Even though she really wanted to give him something, he is not compatible with her. It was more than obvious that he was disappointed. He kinda hoped that he could get a power-up as well. Rather, he holds a different potential. Hearing that surprised him a bit. A different potential? As in what? The witch doesn't reply. She delayed it for way too long. Now it was finally her time to leave. Before her soul finally faded away, she turns towards the both of them. They will meet again in the future. After being freed from her centuries of imprisonment, the witch ascended. After that, she never appeared again. However, what she said wasn't an eternal farewell, but a see you later. Another point that has been changed from the original story. After that encounter, they started to slowly open their eyes. Dahlia was right next to them, waiting for them to wake up. She was holding Cordelia's head onto her lap. So, how was she feeling? Was she dizzy or anything else? Right after saying that she feels fine, she noticed that her hand is covered in bandages. Outboxer was alive as well and was happily waving at her. Okay, but where was everyone else? Everyone else was doing fine without any injuries. As for young Master Lucas, at the moment the demon was about to attack Lady Cordelia, at that moment was what he told everyone. Young Master Yuda throwing his body to save Lady Cordelia was such a sight to behold. It was a display of true love that defied even the fear of death. He made sure to tell everyone what happened. He was having a chat with the knights over there. Hearing all this, Cordelia was going crazy. After that, Lucas notices as well that they finally wake up. After the battle was over, the witch led all the knights in there. Seriously, it was such an interesting experience when he started hearing the witch's voice. That feeling of her voice echoing in his head, it was so hard to explain. Really, that's nice to hear. It seemed like he was happy that he got to hear the voice that he didn't get to hear in the forest. He was such a noble simp. In the end, the both of them passed out due to exhaustion. She was told that there was nothing wrong physically with them. Since they all had time to rest after getting there, it seemed like the plan was to camp out there. After that, they will leave the forest early in the morning. Even more, Lucas suggested that young Master Yuda and Cordelia get more rest. Outboxer thought that that would be for the best as well. He will also need to look around to see if there are any items he could get. He thanked them for the consideration. Of course, Cordelia was not fooled. He had that perverted smile on his face. She could already tell that he was trying to collect some items there. And while the two of them get some rest, the entirety of the events that happened there, he will be sure to explain to them without missing a single detail. He was shining so bright that he was annoying. Also, Outboxer didn't have the energy to argue. In the end, Cordelia asks him to tell them just the important details. After a while, as planned, they resumed their trip. They will be heading for the estate of the Northern Viscount and stay there for a couple of days. The people from the main family will meet them at the estate as well. Meet them? Was he talking about the escorts from his family? About that, it seemed like someone that he truly respected was also coming. Someone he truly respected. Well, yes, although this was quite embarrassing. Since it's been a long time since he saw that person, he was actually quite excited. After that, when they were inside the carriage, they start talking with each other. So, who does he think that person was? The person that Lucas was talking about? Outboxer was not really interested in the topic. What was with his reaction? He was not curious at all. Wait, what's that item that he was holding? He tells her that it's from her father. What? Another gift? When did he do that? Maya gave it to him before they left. Hearing this, she was angry as usual. Why did he only give him something? No, this time he had something for her as well. Really? Indeed. Since they are the new engagement rings, there should be two of them. Hearing this, she was a bit flustered. After opening the box, they could hear Arthur talking. Young Master Yuda, seems like you've opened your gift. Hearing her father's voice surprised her a bit. He heard from Alex that he didn't train in the way of the sword, but in the way of the fist. Since it would be awkward if he broke the precious jewel while fist fighting, he will give him a new ring. It was her father's voice. It looked like there was a message spell on it. He assumed that he meant that he removed the jewel to avoid injuring his hand. And also, one more thing, he better take care of Cordelia. 2 seconds of silence. Idiot! Cordelia starts laughing. He better take good care of her. If not, she will tell her father about everything. He couldn't believe her. He also has a father. He can tell him everything as well. She starts pouting, saying that he was so immature. Right back at her. By the way, there was a user manual inside the box. Wow, what was that? Engagement ring. Increases the effect of magic between users. Healing magic is stored in Yuda's ring and defense magic is stored in Cordelia's ring. It seemed like there was a buff option between the users. Wait, so that meant that the magic was stored in each ring and then it was amplified when used. The concept was pretty straightforward. Well, yeah. The fact that it was so pretty and cute is what he would expect from Count Chase. After that exchange, he takes a second to look at the ring. He tells Cordelia to give him her hand. Huh? Her hand? Obviously. After grabbing her hand, he suddenly pulls her towards him. This took Cordelia by surprise. With no hesitation, he gently puts the ring on her finger. After doing so, he turns around her palm, inspecting it. He was basically worried that she might have a scar left from the wound. Maybe it was because they were treated with magic when she woke up, but it looked fine. When he looks up and sees her reaction, he couldn't help but smile. She was blushing so much. Of course she would. He just nonchalantly put the engagement ring on her finger. He jokingly asks her what's wrong. She stumbles her words saying that it was nothing, it looks really good actually. Maybe it was because her hand is pretty, it suits her very well. Okay, he has to do this on purpose. She blushed even harder saying, of course, I'm Cordelia, my favorite character. Also, how long was he going to hold it? If he was done, of course, the carriage suddenly stops. And the obvious happened, she fell right on top of him. Hearing her scream, one of the knights suddenly opens the door. They had to stop the carriage because of a tree blocking their way. He had that facial expression of, this is not what it looks like. Of course, the knight had a different impression. She quickly apologized saying that it looked like everything was fine. Pardon me and enjoy your time. When she gets up, she asks him if there wasn't always a scene like this in the novels or comics. Breaking the fourth wall much? After a while, the knight covered everything. And just like that, they arrived at the Viscount's estate. He welcomes Lucas along with young Master Yuda and Lady Cordelia. Viscount Northern, the Lord of the Northern Territory located between Langast and the Halsberg territories. Okay, maybe I'm just crazy, but he looks like the basic character that betrays them. He heard the story from Langast. He was glad to see that all of them were doing fine. It was thanks to his worries that they were able to make it out. He laughs a bit, saying that this old man knows nothing. They must be tired. They can greet each other properly tomorrow in the morning. It must have been a gruesome journey. They should get some rest. One of the maids offers herself to lead them to their rooms. While Cordelia was sniffing herself, Outboxer thanks them for their kind consideration. Before they leave, she starts talking with Outboxer. She doesn't remember much about Viscount Norton from the original story, but it looked like he was a nice person. He pretty much agreed with her. In that moment, somebody starts talking with Cordelia. It was Dahlia asking her if she was going to her room now. She was. What about her? Did they prepare a room for the knights as well? They did, but it seemed like they came to the conclusion that the knights were having a drink on the first floor. Seeing all this, Cordelia was more than happy. That was perfect. She should join them as well if she was not tired. She really needed a chance to relax herself as well. She was going to decline since she was in the middle of an escort mission. Why? Cordelia was really hoping that Dahlia would get to eat good food and get some good rest. Even Lucas agreed with Cordelia. They were not the only ones that went through those troubles. Smiling, she says that she understands. She will be sure to do that. With a huge smile on her face, Cordelia tells her that she will see her tomorrow. Okay, then it was time to get some rest. Lucas tells them that he will be heading in first, so please get some rest, young Master Yuda and Lady Cordelia. She almost forgot. She needed to tell Yuda something. It was to tell him good night. Why is she all giddy? Look at her. What is that face? Completely unfazed, he goes like, okay, I hope you dream of me as well. What in the world was he saying? After some hours, it was pitch black outside. Somebody was walking on the roof of the building. Of course, by that time, Outboxer was sleeping sound in his room. And this is exactly what that person hoped. This was an assassin that was coming after his life. Out of nowhere, his room exploded. The explosion was so strong that it almost killed the assassin. He raises his head a bit confused, just what in the world happened? After a second, he even notices that the bed was empty, but this should be the room. Before he manages to finish the sentence, Outboxer was right behind him. Just one strike was enough to black out the assassin. He was more than ready for this. Of course, Outboxer was a very cautious person. That attire was the Demon's Hand clothing. After failing in Langast, they were trying to take his life again. Truth be told, he left his guard down. He needed to get out of there with Cordelia as soon as possible. Right as he thinks that, she barges into the room yelling his name. Seeing the state of the room and him standing over the assassin, she was a bit confused. In that moment, she notices two more assassins behind him. Her magical missiles completely dodge Outboxer and hit her target. The assassins stood no chance. He laughs a bit, saying that it looked like she was doing just fine. It seemed like the witch's effect was helping a lot. Well, it was, but she can't use it for long. Anyways, they better hurry and get down before it ends. The knights should all be drinking on the first floor. Lucas should be downstairs as well. The door to his room was open. Also, what was that sound just now? It sounded like an explosion. Well, that was him, of course. She installed a booby trap in case someone tried to trespass through the window. An exploding trap? Was he insane? Well, yep. The fact that they assigned them to the second floor and the distracted knights using a nice drink as excuse. All of this must mean that they know the extent of their forces and what to do to exploit their weak spots. There was only one case where all of this would be possible. The Viscount's northern estate was a trap. In that moment, they noticed young Master Lucas. He was already fighting a member of the Demon Hand. That instant, Cordelia cast Grease once again. Took by surprise, the enemy troops lost their balance. Lucas instantly noticed this and got ready to attack. In a split of a second, he manages to kill all 3 enemies standing in front of him. This kid was amazing. The enemies were completely taken by surprise. Also, Outboxer wasn't going to just stand and watch the fight. As usual, he appears behind the enemy and kicks one of them to the ground. Before the enemy fell onto the ground, he took his stance and prepared to strike again. With one uppercut, he sent the enemy flying upwards. Soon after that, the floor was filled with corpses and blood. After the enemies were eliminated, Lucas starts approaching the both of them. Was Lucas hurt anywhere? He was fine, but there was a problem. After the knights managed to get out, the exit got blocked as well. Hearing this, Cordelia got concerned instantly. Running away, she yells that they can use the back entrance to get out. Outboxer tries to stop her, so he starts running out of her, calling out to her name. Something was off. For a while now, she had a very bad feeling. Right as she thinks that, she sees Dahlia fighting. In that moment, Outboxer managed to get to her as well. They don't know what was ahead of them, so she better slow down. But in that moment, she had no intention of slowing down. With an arrow through her leg, Dahlia was slowly being pushed down. And it looked like a pretty serious wound as well. The moment she sees this, Cordelia starts running towards Dahlia. She yells at the enemies saying to get away from their knights and instantly starts casting magic. But this was all going according to their plan. Before she manages to finish her spell, she suddenly feels something very weird. It could only be described as gravity pulling her to the ground. The spell was so big that it covered all the mansion and the yard. Everyone instantly fell on the ground, even Dahlia was unable to stand up. It was a feeling of an invisible power pressing down on them. This was most likely a gravity field. The enemies were having a blast since their plan worked. The ones responsible for all of this were right in front of them, and it looked like they were not affected by the gravity field. Viscount Northern. He was worried since he heard that they defeated Minos. Thanks to the kid from the Halsberg family, things were much easier. To think that he would trust them so easily. Realizing that Lucas was responsible for all this, he got really angry. Now, all they needed were the children of the 12 families alive. And just like that, he orders the warriors to kill the knights. And because of the gravity field, the knights couldn't really fight back. Hearing this, Cordelia starts speaking to him. Did he think that she would let him do that? Seeing her reaction, Outboxer got instantly concerned. She tells him that if she will amplify the witch's power, she can blast away the gravity field. Although she will most likely pass out after that, with the knights and Lucas. And of course, him there, she will be just fine. She was basically telling him that she trusts him to finish the fight after she will pass out. Cordelia's suggestion was the only way to get out of that situation. Doing this, it would be bound to be severe consequences. Before he manages to say all this, something unusual happened. The ground starts shaking so bad that the enemies thought an earthquake was happening. The maid was the first one to notice and tell the lord to look up. There was a hole in the sky. And followed by that, a very bright light literally split the sky into two. That light landed right in front of them, shattering the ground. At that moment, she thought that the sun had fallen from the sky. Although she knew that it was impossible, it was because the person who appeared, that person was shining so brightly in front of them. Because of him, the gravity shield instantly got destroyed. Of course, Outboxer noticed it as well. The gravity field was actually released. No, rather than being released, it was more like it got obliterated. To think that he would come at a time like this. It looked like Lucas knew who that person was. That was the person that he was so happy to meet. That was the red-headed warrior, the man that he respected so deeply. His name was Sir Landius. And indeed, he was as strong as Lucas was saying. With just the force of one of his punches, about 6 people started flying in the opposite direction. Seeing this, the enemy forces instantly targeted him. While all kinds of projectiles and spells were flying towards him, he compliments them saying that they made the right decision. However, the difference in power was just too overwhelming. He didn't even use a technique, he just released pure energy. The energy output was so strong that it basically launched everyone into the air. And it was not just the enemies who got affected, the building got hit as well. While almost being sent flying, Cordelia was searching for Dahlia. Before she manages to reach Dahlia, she loses her balance and actually starts flying. In the last second, Outboxer manages to grab her. Seeing the power that was displayed in front of them, Outboxer couldn't help but be shocked. This wasn't a mere martial art. With just a few punches and a couple of shouts, he managed to defeat all the opposition that Count's knights were struggling against. It was well known that he met a gruesome end, one of the real main characters of the first Legends of Heroes, Landius of the Red Flame. He was proudly standing over his enemies saying that they were a bunch of weaklings. It looked like he didn't even need to use his sword. Let's see now, was everyone safe? When he turns around, he notices something unusual. 2 new faces, Cordelia and Outboxer. Laughing a bit, he starts approaching them. It was safe to say that Cordelia was a bit scared, and I could understand why. He looked terrifying. Raising a hand, he starts talking with them. In that moment, Cordelia just hides her face onto Outboxer. Unexpectedly, he just puts his hand on Outboxer's shoulder saying that he will make him his disciple. This was not what they expected. Pardon? What exactly was he saying? He will teach him the 9 heavens, 9 doors technique. That was the reason why he will become the disciple of Sir Landius, the boy with the body of heavenly talents. Talents for martial arts are bestowed by the heavens. The body with heavenly talents. This was a trait that individuals with the 9-inch severed meridians demerit. This was another trait that Yuda Bale possesses. In Legends of Heroes 2, with this trait, Yuda was skillful in not just hand-to-hand combat but also in using any kind of weaponry. Whether he chooses to master a single weapon like how Lucas or Maximilian specializes in the waist of the sword, or if he becomes an attack of all traits that could change his fighting style as needed, it was up to the player to decide. Thanks to this freedom, Yuda was able to learn most of the skills that pertained to the physical body. But even so, he never learned a martial arts called 9 Heavens 9 Gates. It was not something that appeared in the first game, but he felt like he heard of it before. All this time, Cordelia was hiding behind him. She suddenly touches him, throwing number 3 on his back. In that moment, he remembered. It was the martial arts of fantasies that was supposed to appear in the last expansion of Legends of Heroes 3. The 9 heavens and the respected 9 gates. A boy with a body with heavenly talents should be able to learn it. So, after hearing all this, will he become his disciple? To think that he would be able to get a chance to learn a martial arts that didn't even exist in the game, and also to be able to learn it from the main character of the first game. This was going so well. Of course, he had no reason to decline this. He will become his disciple. And just like that, a whole day has passed. He should have declined his offer after all. He was exhausted. Come on, did it hurt that much? It did. He was thinking that he was almost dying. Did he want to lie down? Should she help him? I mean, he wished, but most likely he would not be able to get back up if he lied down. since they couldn't be certain if there would be another attack after they made a decision to change location to the Hallsberg estate. All he did was receive a couple of hours of training. Once they arrived at the estate, he will have to leave again. There was something that he needed to take care of. Before he goes, he will be sure to teach him the basics. Hearing all this, everything seemed fine. Outboxer had no reason to worry. Yet, out of the blue, he grabs him by his shoulder. Why don't they start with chest and triceps since it's the first day? One set of 20 push-ups, and once they are done with the upper body, they will do one set of 20 planks. It was not training, it was just physical abuse. He's never been this tired since he was at the front lines. Front lines? What was he talking about? Also, he starts talking with Cordelia. He tells her to come next to him. He can't move at all right now. Without asking any questions, she's like, alright, I'm here. Before she manages to finish her question, he starts pinching her cheek. What in the world was he doing? Does he want to get hit by a magical missile? She interrupts her, telling her to stay still. Although he was tired, he needed to tell her this. She had to listen closely. The reason why he created the fake documents, the plans on how to defeat Minos, and the fact that he can see the witch's soul. He told her everything. She got angry at him last time. That time when he awakened the boss mob without telling her. After a second of thinking, she remembers that it was in the dungeon book. That was why he was making it clear that he was not making idiotic plans without discussing them with her. That's why from now, he tells her to not run alone into places where she doesn't know what might pop out. What was she going to do if she awakened the witch's power and something happened to her? That would be plain suicide. She better stop worrying him like that ever again. Seeing that he was actually serious, she says that she will try her best. Also, she apologizes for worrying him. And also, she better stop avoiding eating her broccoli and get in the habit of sleeping in early. A bit annoyed, she's like, fine mom, come on, at least call him dead or something. Even so, after this fun exchange, he was still in pain. As an apology, Cordelia was going to heal him with her magic. She was in too much pain to decline the offer. And just like that, 6 days remain until they reach the estate. The next day, somebody gently knocks at her door. She bursts the door open thinking that it was Dahlia. How was it? Did the doctor arrive on time? After that, she quickly realizes that it was not Dahlia, it was Dame Cillion. She promptly apologizes for not being Dame Dahlia. Young Master says that he had something to tell her. Could she come with her? Indeed, although he wished to tell the same to young Master Yuder, he didn't want to disturb his training. Did she hear of the Fire Sunflower? She did. It was a flower that blossoms once every 20 years. It holds an intense young energy. That was right, how knowledgeable of her. She tries to play it off, saying that it's a famous legend after all. But in reality, of course she knew, it was the young item second only to the fire sunfish and a cheat item that even raises all of your stats. It was not a legend, there were even a few details in the records. In the land of extreme bitter cold, a flower emitting an extreme young energy was found within the frost anvil. And in regards to when that was recorded, it was exactly 20 years in the past. So he determined that the flower will be able to cure young Master Yuder's illness. That was right, winter will arrive soon. So this lined up quite well in regards to time as well. This guy's sense was pretty good. Was he really not the rank 3 of the server? However, Frost Anvil is the coldest area in the north. To find the flower, young Master Yuder will have no choice but to go there. But he didn't know about taking Lady Cordelia with them to bear through the cold as well. They will need to find ways to keep themselves warm as soon as they get there. Well, there were a few monsters there like the winter bear. They will need to pack potions as well. What else do they need? Since young Master Yuder was still busy training, she will tell the knights for now. Hearing this, he tells her please do that. Okay then, if this was everything, she will be going now. Looking at the window outside, they were still training. And Yuder was basically almost dying once again. Seeing this, Cordelia was a bit amazed. They were still training. Lucas couldn't help but think that he had a beautiful fiancée with whom he works together so well, to the point where it seemed like they were two halves of the same soul. Even more, now he was the disciple of Sir Landius, who he always respected because he was like a hero from a fairy tale. He was a little envious of young Master Yuder. Of course, seeing his facial expression, she realized what was going on. She tells him that Sir Landius' martial arts can be learned unless one holds a special constitution. It's not because he was lacking in talent. Sir Landius has also recognized him. In terms of talent with the sword, he was at the same level with the sword Phantom Camel. He was very happy then, but he couldn't help but be just a little bit jealous. I mean, that was fine, but will he just sit there and continue to watch? Absolutely not. No way. He finally has a worthy rival, the thing that he longed for all this time. He can't afford to stay still while he's training like that. And indeed, he was training like crazy. Falling onto the ground, he tells Sir Landius that his legs aren't even moving anymore. His reply was that was a great position to start his upper body training. Cordelia was watching all this torture silently from afar. In that moment, Landius realized something. He will arrive to the destination tomorrow, so it's already been 6 days since he'd taken him as his disciple. Then, there was only 1 day left. Unfortunately, it seemed like they will have to stop their muscle training for now. They will now start training the 9 heavens, 9 gates. Wait, hold on. Start training? What do you mean start training? Pardon? Then what did they do all these days? He didn't tell him? This was muscle training. Even if he did have the 9 block-in pathways, he was way too flimsy. He had to continue diligently crafting his body. Realizing this, he really wanted to swear. Yuder was training his body with Landius' training regiment. This was an impossible way to grow within the game. Wait a second. She instantly raises her hand in order to ask him a question. If he learns the 9 heavens 9 gates, will Yuder become as big as him? This was the imagination of Yuder, who grew to Landius' size and has beard as well for some reason. The silence takes over the room. After a second, he starts laughing. So she was saying that she was his disciple's fiancé. Then that could be an area of concern. His large size isn't because of the 9 heavens 9 gates, so she had nothing to worry about. It was not because of the 9 heavens 9 gates. Then what was the reason? The reason why he was this big was thanks to the blood of the giants coursing through his body. A technique that utilizes the currency of his soul and blood in order to go back and obtain the dormant power hidden within his body and soul. He grew to this size because of something called Ancestral Recall Technique. It was a technique that appeared a few times in Legends of Heroes 2. He didn't expect the blood of the giants to flow within Ladios though. But since he was the one who boasted incredible physical strength even in Legends of Heroes 1, he could see why that would make sense. Alright, then since the fiancé of his disciple was now rid of her worries, he will teach him the 9 heavens gates. This was a martial arts composed of 9 gates. It was a martial arts that will raise his body and spirit to the next level with each gate he opens. This technique was recovered from an ancient relic, all just to open the first gate. He just needs to memorize the technique, that was all. Pretty much, the only one who can open the gate of his body was him. All he can do is tell him the technique to lead him to the entrance. And just like that, he shows him the stance that he needs to take. He couldn't sit comfortably. He had to straighten his back and his shoulders. Also, he had to listen up closely. Right now, he opened up to the 7th gate, and only after reaching this point did he come to the conclusion that a special talent is required to completely master all the martial art. Special talent? What kind of talent? A talent that he did not possess, but with his heavenly martial constitution, he will be able to master the full technique and become immortal. What? Outboxer basically had the same reaction as me. This was no small feat. Becoming immortal would be a total game changer. He had to close his eyes and memorize this. This was not a martial arts that consists of attacking and defending. It was not even an inner ki breathing technique either. He had to create 9 gates within his body and spirit. Every time when a gate was opened, it will raise his body and spirit to the next level. A technique to evolve the soul, a technique that combines martial arts and cultivation into one. Right when he was doing that, he got a notification. 24 Tempest steps have been learned. Step technique that is an evolution to the 36 Sky steps. Composed of 24 steps, this is a step technique specialized in evasion. Can evolve to the next step when enlightenment is gained. And just like that, they kept training and training. The truth was that the earldom was pretty cold. It was a very harsh environment. Protecting her master will be a challenge, especially since she would have to endure the wounds caused by the demon worshippers. Those wounds that can't be fully cured by healing magic. She understood how she felt, but she hoped that she will return to Bailrune before the condition worsens. Dame Dahlia was in a pretty rough condition. Okay, long ride, but we are at the end of the video. Just like all the previous episodes, I can't express how much I like this series. Unfortunately, we have some bad news. The artist who is drawing the manga has some health problems, and they announced that they will be taking like a 3 months break for the health of the artist. So this series will take a small break. As usual, if you enjoyed the video, hit the like button, subscribe, it really helps the channel. That's it for now, see you next time.